Somewhere in the middle of the city, in one of the gray buildings, someone was shouting his disagreement. A soul suddenly entered the peacefully sleeping boy with ash-blonde hair. This man woke up suddenly with anxiety in his eyes. He sat up in bed in panic, trying to figure out what was going on. In an attempt to calm down, the boy breathed deeply, holding his forehead with his hand. The blonde tried to remember what had happened, and, feeling the warmth of his body, he realized that he was not dead yet. He looked at his hands and found no calluses on them. His skin was the same as it had been 10 years ago. After looking around the room, the guy realized that he was in the same university dormitory where he lived many years ago. He suddenly turned around, removing the pillow that had the phone underneath. It was 4 o'clock in the evening, and its screensaver featured a long-haired blonde. Having unlocked the phone, the guy turned on the front camera and pointed it at himself. He was surprised to see a young face without scars. Now the blonde was sure that he had been reborn, returning to the day when the Doomsday game appeared. The guy locked his phone, remembering some of the previous events. He was annoyed because right before his reincarnation, he had just become a 10th-rank war god in the Dragon Country. Then 2 gods of war from the neutral camp invited the guy to the celebration, and during their conversation they were suddenly invaded by the zombie emperor. When the blonde fought with him, betrayal happened. The war gods joined the emperor and then killed the guy. Surrounded by traitors, he lay in a cold sweat and bled. At this moment, a girl came out to them and congratulated Lin Ziluo on becoming the god of war, and then asked him if he liked the gift from the Li family. Lin looked at her and was overcome with anger. Yao Jinghan, by bringing the zombie emperor, not only reached an agreement with the Li family, but also completely blocked the legendary world. This girl was the first beauty of their university, and out of all the possible lucky ones, she chose the blonde, which made him incredibly happy. However, back then, Lin had no idea that before the Doomsday, the master from the Li family had given her the task of getting closer to the guy, and all in order to use it to expand the territory of this family's possessions, and then get rid of Lin. L family belonged to the 3 major clans of the Dragon Country, and their influence could not be underestimated. But by sacrificing his appearance, the blonde was able to escape from their clutches, being on the verge of death. And for the next 10 years, he hid from their mercenaries. He was killed after all, and now, having returned 10 years ago, he sat in a dormitory and burned with hatred for Yao. The guy was sure that if the girl had not been protected by the Li family, he would have been able to take revenge on her. Since the blonde was reborn before the end of the world, and Yao did not become his girlfriend, he still had the opportunity to deal with her beforehand. Suddenly, a notification sound rang out, drawing Lin's attention to the phone. Yao appeared on the screen. The girl warned that she would not be able to celebrate her birthday with the blonde today, as she had to teach children. However, the guy believed more that she conducted classes for Mr. Land in his bed. He put the phone down and slammed his fist on the bed, outraged by such a gift. Lin wrote to Yao that there was nothing wrong with it and, since she had things to do, suggested meeting at an abandoned warehouse behind the sports ground, noting that he missed her. Yao agreed to this, surprised by the meeting place, and warned that she would need to leave before 6 o'clock, to which the guy replied that he had a surprise. The blonde wondered why Li Haobo hated him so much, guessing that it might have been because of Lin's father, who died too early. The boy was looking forward to celebrating his first birthday with Yao with all his heart, but in the end he received a shameful video of congratulations, and because Lin was bullied, he missed the best time to come of age. But in his new life, the blonde was not going to repeat all these events, deciding to take revenge on his offenders. Finding himself on the street with a briefcase on his back, Lin overheard the conversation of passers-by, one of whom was surprised at how frighteningly red the sky had turned. Another replied that such a phenomenon, according to one weather forecaster, happened only once every 5,000 years, and advised not to worry, but to admire the beauty. But Lin knew that the bloody sky was a harbinger of the beginning of the Doomsday game, which at 7 o'clock was supposed to change reality, turning the whole world into a huge game, and not everyone would be able to survive in the altered reality. The blonde was already near the abandoned warehouse. He placed his hand on the metal door, trying to control his anger. Then the doors swung open, revealing Lin's silhouette to the girl. Yao sat on a chair under the light of a single bulb. She was outraged by his late arrival and asked him to tell her about the surprise quickly. And at that moment, Lin was hiding a knife from her in his sleeve. Smiling kindly, the blonde asked Yao not to worry because she would soon find out everything. The girl looked with displeasure as the guy silently approached her. She said that she would leave if the blonde did not explain what was going on. Suddenly, Lin grabbed Yao by the throat, causing her to stand up and feel terrified. Her phone fell out of her hand, falling to the floor and bouncing. The girl looked at the guy in panic and, grabbing his hand, asked him to let her go. Then the blonde said, March 16th, 478, 53,239 wen at the Devil Hotel. March 29th, 478, 199,840 wen at the Emperor Kai Hotel. Lin took out a knife, and Yao told him to stop muttering under his breath and again begged him to let go. Then the guy repeated the last words again. These dates and names of hotels seemed familiar to the girl. The blonde continued. April 13th, Ghost Nightclub, 409,999 yuan. And at that moment, the girl realized that he was listing the places where she made love with Haobo. Yu then told Lin that she would explain everything. The guy grinned and asked how she would do it. Without letting go of the knife, the blonde picked up the girl's phone. She wanted to take it away, but Lin continued to hold the girl by the throat, clicking on the screen. In his phone, he found correspondence with Haobo, who asked if Yao had told the blonde that she would not spend the day with him, and also asked if she had prepared a gift for Lin, to which the girl replied that the guy believed the lie and the gift was ready. Lin was in no hurry to put the phone away, deciding to do one more thing. Realizing how much dirt there was, Yao became more and more nervous. The guy kept fiddling with the gadget, holding the girl by the shoulder. The blonde found one video which he immediately turned on. Then he said, Lin Ziluo, you're a wimp. Happy birthday. And the same words were repeated in the video. Think about it. Why would the most beautiful girl at the university date a poor wretch like you? You're an orphan and you have nothing but a pretty face. Yao's eyes. And she couldn't understand how the guy knew everything. The blonde continued, If Mr. Li didn't need you, I wouldn't even look at you. The girl was puzzled that Lin knew all the words from the video that Yao recorded for Haobo. Putting on the same happy face that she had on the phone screen, the guy said, If it weren't for you, then Mr. L wouldn't have chosen me, and I wouldn't be enjoying all this luxury now, so thank you very much. The girl sat back down in shock. The blonde's hand moved from his shoulder back to his neck. Lin then suggested that Yao was wondering how he knew all this. She trembled with fear as the boy's grip loosened. Then the girl tried to push his hand away, but the blonde shouted, Go to hell and think about it! After which he swung the knife, wishing her death. Then the blade passed straight through the girl's hair and throat. This didn't seem enough to the embittered Lin, and he struck again. The next moment, Yao's dead body fell to the floor, blood splattering. The guy shuddered, sighing heavily, and the backpack slowly slid off his shoulder. The shock made the blonde's legs give way and he fell to his knees. Looking at the floor, Lin muttered about the 10 years he had lived. And then he laughed with a hint of madness. As he laughed, tears of joy ran down the guy's face. He was happy that he was finally able to deal with Yao and avoid many years of torment. However, the blonde understood that this was not enough. After all, his list of enemies also included Haobo and his family, who were hiding in their estate. Suddenly, a blue transparent square appeared, in which it was written, Congratulations to the owner on his rebirth. The trainer system of the game, Doomsday, is activated. Lin glanced at his phone, which showed the time was 6 o'clock. But the day of judgment was to come at 7 o'clock. And now the blonde was wondering where this system, which he had never heard of before, had come from. This system provided data about the Doomsday game and also brought the owner of the system a better gaming experience. Everything around suddenly turned blue and running numbers and letters appeared. The next rectangle indicated that the introduction to the system was complete and the first game reward could be received. Then a loading screen appeared showing how much of the reward had been downloaded. She had the skill Absolute Explosion, that is, when killing any zombies. The benefit from the explosion of objects increased from 1 to 100%. The system reported that when killing one zombie, it was necessary to detonate one item, which synthesized 1%. Killing a large number of monsters was equal to a low probability of survival. But Lin was sure that his own experience couldn't compare to all these numbers, so it sounded unconvincing. The guy wondered if this could really be trusted. He clicked on the levitating flat rectangle, and a new list appeared in front of him. It contained information about the blonde's level 0, with a note that with every 10th level, one super trainer of the system could be activated, while Lin already had Absolute Explosion, but did not have a regular trainer or any task. Seeing all his parameters, the guy was amazed. The system stated that every time the owner completed a task from it, he would receive a regular trainer in the form of a weapon, item, and other rewards. After this, the blonde became interested in whether he would be able to overthrow the L and family thanks to this system. These people could not be underestimated, because they had not only a huge number of well-trained warriors, but also secret techniques for hardening the body. So, after the Day of Judgment came, they were able to extract a lot of benefits and strengthen their power. Lin was never able to find out why Haobo hated him, and the only way to do that was to infiltrate his family. The blonde planned to kill this man and then gradually strengthen his powers. But since the guy now had a system, he could become much stronger in a shorter time and then destroy all his enemies. Yao's bloody body in the warehouse. Lin left the warehouse, planning to exterminate the Li clan. People on the streets admired the beauty of the scarlet sky as a gloomy blonde man walked past them. The couples smiled sweetly, took photos, and planned how they would spend time together. Lin looked at them with displeasure, knowing that these people were enjoying love now, but would soon start killing each other. The guy arrived at one of the hotels to rent a room by the hour, and also to buy 3 bottles of water and 5 buns. The blonde wanted to prepare right away and stock up on food in case the system turned out to be unreliable. The hotel manager, looking at an erotic magazine, said that a single room would cost 40 yen an hour, buns were 3 yen, and water was 2. While taking out the money, Lin also asked for girl number 3 to be brought to him. Time passed, and the guy was already waiting in the room, lying on the bed. There were only 5 minutes left until 7 o'clock. Last time, girl number 3 became the main zombie boss in this area. And after she transformed, Lin killed her right there. This time, he could figure everything out faster and get the reward, while also checking the system. Approaching the door, the girl announced that she had arrived, and the blonde allowed her to enter. When she saw him, she was glad that the guy was handsome, after which, swaying her hips, she came closer to Lin. The girl sat down on the edge of the bed and asked why the blonde hadn't undressed yet. She began to take off her pink top, asking the guy to be faster because she had to serve another client. Continuing to lie calmly on the bed, Lin told the girl to go take a shower. She obeyed and went into another room, after which the guy sat down. He felt the girl smell like a zombie, as signs appeared before the end of the world, which could tell who would turn. Taking a knife out of his backpack, the blonde headed to the bathroom. Hearing his footsteps, number 3 looked at Lin, still standing with her back to him. She said she was confident that the guy should have wanted to play with her. Turning off the water and wrapping myself in towels, the girl invited the guy into her shower. However, he was in no hurry to approach, hiding a knife in his sleeve. Suddenly, number 3 shuddered, feeling something strange. Her veins were bulging, turning black, and blood was seeping through the towel. She grabbed her head and screamed, feeling the terrible changes in her body. And Lin at that moment calmly watched the transformation of the trembling girl. Number 3's eyes became bloodshot, his teeth became fangs, and his skin turned a greenish-gray tint. She went crazy, turned into a zombie, and tried to attack the guy. However, the armed blonde, without further ado, slashed her throat with a blade, after which the girl fell heavily to the floor. She didn't move anymore, being dead. Feeling relieved at having eliminated his opponent, Lin exhaled. A blue circle suddenly appeared under his feet, and the system welcomed him to Doomsday. The game had already begun, and stopping was not possible, and all players had to develop independently. The zombies in this world had keen hearing but poor eyesight, so they could only spot moving targets. 80% of the people in this world were turned into zombies, while the rest were much luckier, and the main goal of the game was survival. And after death, it was impossible to continue the game. In order for the game process to be more successful, the system offered to familiarize itself with the rules. By killing people and animals that had turned into zombies, the player would level up and receive new items, with game experience and level being closely linked. By killing zombies, you could get equipment, items, and material resources. Information about higher levels has been omitted as unnecessary. The system explained that there were hidden opportunities everywhere that required special attention to be paid to finding. Modern technology was now useless, including communication devices, as all communication technologies created interference, but the player could keep the phone to read books and play games. The only way to turn into a zombie was through a bite or a wound, and nighttime increased their basic characteristics, and they could also evolve over time. A lot more that could have been said, but they didn't do it. Since the zombies were very weak now, the system advised to kill as many of them as possible, after which it wished a pleasant game. Next, a board appeared in which you had to enter the player's name. Then the guy wrote down the simple name Yazi. He decided to change his name and begin his journey of revenge. The system congratulated the player who became the first to kill a zombie and achieve the best result on this planet. First drop of blood. And this information was available to everyone. And also for the murder, the blonde received 1 experience point, 1 coin, and moved up to the 2nd level. Zai was glad that he had finally achieved a result that would be published, because he had fought all his past life and even became a god of war, but he had never been rewarded like this. Around the world, Players who were running in panic from zombies were told that Yazi was the first to achieve the best result. The owner of light brown hair and glasses in a red round frame, Ji Yao had just finished studying the instructions at this point. Gu Gaoji, who had just killed a zombie with a bat, became curious that someone had beaten him to it. Meanwhile, Z was still in the same room looking at his characteristics. Strength affected attack power and physical strength. Energy affected skill release ability, recharge time and frequency of use. Body quality affected survival and defense ability, and speed affected reaction. The guy's energy and speed were great, and he also had epic level talent, which he would not have been able to achieve in his past life even in 10 years. The blonde also received reputation points and coins, as reputation was required for some types of equipment, and the store often had discounts. But the most important was the title First Drop of Blood, thanks to which, with a daily kill, the power of damage increased by 100%, and 4 attribute points should increase it many times more. Looking into the bathroom, Z discovered one more thing. On the floor next to the corpse lay a box containing a basic level meditation pendant, which when used increased energy by 1 point and increased the speed of energy recovery by 10%. The blonde was delighted that the 100% explosion reward worked, and he immediately won the bronze equipment. The system asked not to forget about it, and to use the trainer wisely, to which the guy lifting the pendant replied that he understood everything and could not help but take advantage of such a chance. Before the 8 hours passed after which the zombies became stronger, Z decided to kill even more living dead. And he decided to start with other rooms in the hotel. That's why the blonde walked along the corridors with concentration, not letting go of the knife. And at some point his attention was drawn to a sound coming from one room. The guy approached her slowly, on bent knees and trying to make as few sounds as possible. Then the guy grabbed the door handle, listening to the noise, and the next moment he kicked the door, behind which there was a zombie. After conversion, people retained some of the characteristics they had during life, and this one seemed to do a lot of physical labor. Even though the enemy's stats were a couple of points higher than those of other zombies, Z was confident that he could easily deal with him. Waving his arms, the living corpse attacked the guy, who managed to dodge. Then the blonde crouched down, and the zombie continued to try to attack. However, Z immediately stabbed him in the neck with a knife, pinning him against the wall. The zombie groaned but was not about to give up, still having the ability to move. Then the guy gave him another blow to the throat, and for a better effect, he twisted the knife, causing the blood to flow out many times faster. Contorting his face, the zombie jerked his hand one last time and fell dead, and the blonde received 1 experience point and 1 coin for the kill. Zai was unhappy that he had not done very well this time, as he was unable to kill with 1 blow. A box with a material resource appeared next to the zombie. Inside was a card of beef fillet steak prepared according to a special recipe from Donglan County, with the addition of specially prepared soy sauce, and when activated, the steak should appear in the player's hands at the optimal temperature. Now this material resource was valuable, but when the store opened it would only cost 100 coins. The guy opened his backpack and a board with empty squares appeared in front of him. Then he placed a stake card in one of the slots. Leaving the zombie lying in a pool of blood, the blonde entered his room. There lay the dead man's bag, in which Z began to rummage in search of something useful. He pulled out a photograph of a once happy man who had later turned into a zombie, holding his little smiling daughter in his arms. Also in the bag was a hammer with a sticker of a pink rabbit, which suggested that the deceased was a repairman. The blonde continued to examine the rooms one by one. However, he still couldn't come across a zombie. Approaching room number 206, the guy heard sounds that belonged to the living dead. Happy to have another job, Z began to break the lock with a hammer. Then he kicked the door open and said, "Open up, this is a fight against prostitution." What he saw in this room somewhat puzzled the guy. 2 zombies were on the bed, clearly engaged in obscenity. Out of embarrassment, Z even left the room, closing the door. During this time, he forgot that he was in a love hotel. Looking into the room again and annoying the living dead, the guy was surprised that, even though they had turned into zombies, they had not forgotten how to do this. The presence of the blonde man outraged the male creature, and it attacked Z. The guy jumped back, concluding out loud that he had disturbed the couple. This zombie's stats were 2 points lower than the workers. But he was so desperate to deal with the blonde that Z thought he was being too daring. And then he hit the living dead man's head with a hammer, and he completed the attack with a knife blow to the eye, after which the zombie fell back due to the death that had overtaken him. With one deft movement of his hand, the blonde changed the position of the knife, after which, without turning around, he stuck it into the throat of the zombie girl, who was very close. For the double kill, Z received 2 experience points and 2 coins. 2 boxes materialized nearby once again. Seeing the double reward, the blonde was overjoyed, realizing that the system was telling the truth about a 100% explosion. In his previous life, after killing 100 zombies, he could only get half a bottle of water, but this time, he was incredibly lucky. Opening the cases, the guy was happy that he was lucky. Z's boxes, which were bronze-level disposable tools that could help explore the environment within a radius of 10 meters, and one use was enough for 10 hours. Rejoicing at such a reward, the blonde was already thinking about how he could use the item. The hotel administrator, climbing the stairs, was outraged that someone was making noise upstairs. Seeing the guy in the corridor, the pot-bellied man expressed his displeasure at the fact that some poor guy was making such a noise. He demanded that Z kneel down and beg for forgiveness, or the administrator would throw him out. But the guy didn't react in any way, and the man tried to hit him. But the blonde calmly dodged this waving of his arms, causing the man to fly past. At the same time, the guy hid his knife behind his back. The administrator was angry that some scum dared to hide from him, and declared that he would find him and deal with the blonde. However, when he turned around, he was faced with Z's predatory gaze. The blonde was thinking out loud that it would be worth waiting an hour until the administrator was bitten by a zombie, and only then kill him. However, in that hour, the guy could have killed much more, so he didn't want to waste time on the man. Then Z slashed him with a knife, splattering blood everywhere. He understood that in the new world, the one who had the stronger blow survived. And this was not at all about the administrator of the Love Hotel. Knocking on the door of one room, Z said that he had come to clean the drains, but there was silence. Knocking on another door, he said he had to fix the bed, but there was no answer there either. There was no one in the third room either. Ruffling his hair, the blonde began to worry that no one was answering him. Continuing to wander the corridors, Z finally heard another zombie. The guy was glad that he was finally able to find another living dead person. He didn't hesitate and immediately knocked down the door. There was a 2-meter-tall zombie in the room, showing the blonde his aggressive smile. Z attacked him with a knife, but the dead man managed to dodge. Because of this, the guy couldn't stay on his feet and fell on all fours. Although the zombie was quite large, it still had good speed. The blonde delivered his next blow with his feet, standing on his head, after which he deftly turned over, assuming a sitting position. He then stabbed the living dead man hanging over him. The zombie growled in pain and the dead body fell to the floor. This time, Z got Fijian vodka. The guy took it, smiling and thanking the dead man for his help. Then the blonde began to carefully search the room, but did not find anything he needed. He walked through a few more rooms and stopped at room 201. It was here that Z was planning to spend the night today. The guy sat down on the bed with white linens and took off his sweater. He had already relaxed at the moment when the system announced that he needed to gain 6 experience points to advance to the 3rd level. The blonde quickly took out his phone to check the time. Seeing that 8 o'clock would arrive in 20 minutes, he became alarmed. Zai quickly descended the stairs, hoping to find 6 more zombies to move on to the next level. He ran past the reception desk, where a curious sign was displayed. It said, "Girl number 3 will serve you at any time you wish." This announcement made the blonde stop and think. If there were only 3 of them, and the guy only killed 2, that meant there was still 1 girl left. According to the game settings, zombies came out towards the sound. So Z decided to make noise with a hammer to attract the attention of the living dead. The sounds of zombies came from a room whose entrance was curtained with fabric. Pushing her aside, the blonde entered the room. However, after looking around, the guy didn't find anyone. But suddenly, knocking sounds were heard from the closed hatch behind him. Z opened the small square door in the floor, indignant at how far the last girl had gotten. A pair of zombies were climbing up the wooden stairs from the basement. But at some point, the first zombie's hand slipped, and the dead man flew straight down, knocking down his girlfriend who was crawling after him. Smiling nervously, the blonde noted how hard the dead men were trying. Then the guy, not caring about the presence of the stairs, jumped down. Z stabbed the zombie girl with all his might, and she had no chance to escape. However, from behind, another living corpse was reaching out its dead hands towards him. The blonde reacted instantly to this, stabbing the knife into his opponent's neck. Turning around, the guy pressed harder on the weapon to make sure the zombie died. The system announced that the slain dead had brought 2 experience points, and in order to move on to the 3rd level, 4 more points remained to be obtained. Z noted that his knife had become dull, and hoped that the game would give him a new weapon as a reward. Suddenly, a bright light shone nearby, alarming the blonde. This is how the Tang sword appeared, and it shocked the guy, who thought that his thoughts were material. Having picked up his new murder weapon, he was also pleased that, in addition to the stake, He would have 2 flavorful buns without filling for dinner. The Tang sword was a bronze-level weapon developed during the Tang dynasty in the Dragon Country, with a length of 70 centimeters, as well as high durability and the ability to pierce armor. This sword, which added 1 point to strength and gave the ability to weaken the enemy's defense by 10%, gradually recovering after the battle, could be acquired later, but now the thing was only for Z's benefit. Now there were already 3 items in his backpack. There were only 10 minutes left until 8 o'clock, so the guy hurried back up. Then he walked out of the building, looking around the area with satisfaction. 4 zombies walked past the blonde man on the street. Z clenched his fist, pleased that he would still have time to move to the next level. The guy attracted attention and the living dead immediately headed in his direction. Wanting to taste his delicious flesh, they quickened their pace. The blonde stepped back a little into the building, and 2 zombies suddenly stumbled in the passage. Another couple of zombies came up and also fell to the floor, and Z realized that he had overestimated the mental abilities of the first day's dead. In his past life, on this day, the guy was sitting in the room and thinking that his life was over. And on the second day, the zombies had already moved on to the next level, and now the blonde regretted that he had missed such a good time because of some nonsense. Zai raised his sword, preparing to attack, waiting for all the zombies to stand up. Then he quickly walked over all the dead with his weapon. Turning around and seeing that all the zombies had been destroyed, the boy noted that the quality of the sword was indeed excellent. The blonde managed to collect the required number of points to move to the next level, and received 1 free point to the characteristics, which he was very happy about. And before the next promotion, it was necessary to gain another 30 experience points. Hearing footsteps at the entrance, Z looked in his direction. There was a zombie girl walking there who didn't trip, and the blonde was even glad that a dead person with at least some intelligence had finally come to him. She came too close, and Z, who had pierced the zombie's head with his sword, was even worried that he would get bitten. Then a new item fell out of the corpse. Happy about this, the guy immediately took his reward. He was surprised that he received the skill book so quickly. Suddenly, the alarm clock in the blonde's pocket started playing. He announced that it was exactly 8 o'clock. Zai turned off the sound, and then something alerted him. The guy got nervous and immediately jumped back. And in the place where he had previously stood, a zombie suddenly appeared. It was larger and stronger than the previous ones, since at night the zombies received more different buffs. Their body characteristics increased, and it became more difficult to defeat such dead people. In front of the guy was a tall, muscular dead man with eyes burning with malice. The zombie's strength had increased to its maximum in just 1 minute, and now Z warily held his sword out in front of him. The blonde had to deal with him within the next minute. So the guy swung his sword and plunged it into his opponent's neck. However, the blade got stuck before it even reached the middle. Z tried to take out the weapon, but to no avail. The dead man's eyes widened and his mouth began to open. Fearing a bite, the blonde jumped back several times. Then he quickly took out a hammer from his backpack. Pulling his hand back with the tool, the guy shouted for the zombie to die. After this, Zichi threw the hammer straight at the dead man. The tool hit the zombie right in the head, spraying blood. While the living dead was distracted by the hammer, the guy tried to grab his sword, and the next moment he managed to pull the weapon out of his opponent's neck. The tool fell, and with it, the zombie ended up on his knees. Bleeding, the dead man stared at the blonde with his burning eyes. As the corpse began to stretch out its cold hands towards Z, its face became even more eerie. There was a zombie in front and a wall behind, so there was nowhere to run. So the blonde man, holding the sword with both hands, swung. Channeling all his power into the blow, the guy slashed the zombie in the neck. The dead man, whose stats had already reached their peak, fell noisily to the floor, hitting his head. If it weren't for Z's experience and the fact that he had time to prepare, the guy would have lost. Since it was already 8 o'clock, the stats of all the zombies outside had increased by at least 50%. The blonde had been fighting the last zombie for too long, and if he hadn't managed to finish it off, he might have attracted others here. But everything ended well, and Z was able to collect many rewards from the dead, which he dragged into the doorway, blocking the entrance. The guy was in his room 203, preparing for a long-awaited night's rest. He used the Eye of the Explorer, whose protective barrier turned red when a zombie or another person approached, warning of danger, with the help of which it was possible to accurately determine their location. Having installed the eye, Z was able to breathe a sigh of relief, after which he immediately went to the shower and washed off the dirt of today's battles. And the boxes with awards were lying on the table at this time, waiting for their time. Among them were 2 more Explorer's Eyes, a Twilight Ring, 1 liter of mineral water, and Peking Duck. In his past life, Z had to spend a lot of money to buy all this, but now he got it so easily. The bronze-level Twilight Ring was great for concealment at night, adding 1 point to speed and reducing the sense of presence by 30% at night. The guy put this decoration with a blue stone on the index finger of his right hand. Then his gaze fell on something more important. It was a skill book lying next to me on the table. The system congratulated the player on receiving this item, explaining that he could use an unlimited number of skills from this book. The blonde believed that it couldn't be otherwise, since the explosion coefficient of this object was also unlimited. Normal players from level 10 to level 80 could only obtain special skills 3 times, and Zai had seen some unfortunate people who weren't even suited to their skills. Many players in the 60s and 70s only had a skill acquired from their main profession, and the person who managed to obtain the most skills was nicknamed the Skill God, having 25 types of them. Previously, Z had mastered 10 types of skills, which was already superior to 99% of players. Opening the book, the blonde prayed to all sorts of gods that he would get the best skill with which the guy could successfully start this life. Zai was surprised to see that he had been hit with a spin attack. 120% damage was achieved when throwing the weapon, and after reaching the farthest distance or the enemy's body, the weapon returned. The flight distance of the weapon to the target and back was the same, and if it touched the enemy during the return flight, the percentage of damage was 80%, but if it encountered an obstacle, it did not return back. It was a rare skill that allowed the weapon to be returned back and increase the enemy's hit percentage, but the skill's cooldown was quite long, so the guy should increase his energy level to speed up the reload. The blonde man was looking at the book when the system asked if he wanted to learn the skill Spin Attack. The guy agreed without delay, clicking on the pop-up window, after which he immediately decided to try out the new skill. However, his stomach began to growl furiously, demanding food. It was then that Z realized that he should have eaten first. Opening the bag, the blonde took out all the food that was there. As he began his meal, he enjoyed the taste of the dishes, which were just like those in 5-star restaurants. After dinner, the guy began to clear the table. Zai collected all the trash and threw it into the trash can, after which the guy went to the window, looking at the city at night. Since he wanted revenge, he understood that he could no longer follow the game's plot as in his past life, so as not to step on the same rake. Using the system, the blonde took out paper and a pen. On the piece of paper, he wrote 2 words: warrior and magician. Then, he began to write down his knowledge about them. When a warrior leveled up, his strength and body quality increased by 1 point, and 2 points were added to any desired characteristics. When choosing the path of defense, the body quality increased. On the path of a warrior, it was necessary to increase strength. For a hired killer, it was worth increasing speed. When choosing a shooter, it was necessary to increase the probability of hitting the target, and warrior specialists could notice changes in the energy of speed. But the most important thing was to go in accordance with their real strength. When a mage leveled up, he would gain 1 point to energy and speed and 2 points to his optional stats. Most players would mainly increase energy, and if they needed to increase their body quality or strength, they could become a warrior mage. Only 1% of players belonged to the secret specialty, and the probability of activating a top-class secret specialty was very low. The blonde believed that if he could do it in his past life, then everything should work out in this one too. Unlike normal specialties, only 1% had a secret specialty, and there were even fewer players who had obtained a top-class secret specialty. After reaching level 10, a player could activate experience in the system and choose a suitable scenario for themselves. And although the tasks for a secret specialty were extremely dangerous, the reward was also great. Ghost was the highest level of the assassin specialty and increased speed to the maximum, and also gave a huge percentage of enemy damage before changing the specialty when increasing the level, speed, and strength increased by 2 points, and any characteristics were increased by 3 points of choice. If Z hadn't activated this specialty in his previous life, he wouldn't have been able to hide from the Lee family for 10 years. And besides, everyone who received higher specialties would become gods of war or gods of magic in the future. As he continued to take notes on paper, the boy began to think about how he could best distribute points between the characteristics. In the end, he added 3 points to strength and 2 points to speed. The boy then tried to remember where he met the Holy Knight. He wanted to find a diamond-level sword, but he completely forgot where the item was. The impregnable estate of the L family was illuminated by the morning rays. The blue-haired guy angrily broke and threw all the objects around him. He screamed that he couldn't calm down because his plan went awry because of Yao. Jinhan. The guy was unhappy that the girl was still not there, and because of her, he was unable to finish collecting the material, and the video was not sent to Lin Ziluo on time. Haobo was even more angered by the game that had begun, and the young master's personal butler asked him to be quiet, because many of his guards were already mortally wounded, and if they were attacked by zombies again, it was unlikely that they would be able to withstand it. Then, smiling maliciously, the boy asked the man if he killed Lin, would he meet his father? At that moment, the good in the butler's head was asking whether the master had deliberately raised the young man in this way, and the evil answered that he could not be mistaken, because if the L family had only one capable heir, then this should help avoid civil strife. However, the man understood that with such a character, it would not be easy for the young master after the end of the world. Addressing Zhao Bo, the guy said that he would not calm down and asked if his father had told the butler a couple of days ago that a company of hired hunters was supposed to come to the young man. He wanted to know if the time had come when they could be sent to those two. Haobo wanted to find Yao, alive or dead, and also to drive Z to a nervous breakdown. Bo said that these mercenaries had been specially trained for the young master since childhood and were sure to be able to complete his mission. In response to this, the guy only laughed madly. At this moment, while still in the hotel room, Z sneezed. This made the blonde think that someone was remembering him again. Wiping his nose with a paper napkin and picking up his backpack, he jumped out of the window. The guy landed quite quietly among the dead on the street. Z looked around, making sure he hadn't drawn attention to himself. Then the guy pulled his sword from behind his back, and the next moment the weapon was already flying at one of the zombies to instantly deprive him of the rest of his life. Continuing to destroy the walking dead one after another, the blonde moved to the 4th level, and to get the next one, he needed to gain 40 experience points. Once again, G threw the sword, which on its way back ended up in the zombie's neck. Holding the corpse with his foot, the blonde pulled the weapon out of it. Admiring the sword, the guy was happy with how useful the acquired skill turned out to be. However, he would be truly satisfied after raising his energy level, since the recovery time of the blow was too long for him. As he collected the cases of objects, Z decided that he had killed enough for today. This time, the prizes included a clean men's shirt, spicy chicken rice, and a super accurate watch. And in one of the boxes, he found a new tool. It turned out to be a bronze-level equipment enhancement scroll. The blonde noted that he had finally come across something truly useful. The equipment after strengthening also increased in characteristics, and when using the scroll, strengthening was guaranteed, after which its quality depended on the increase or decrease in level. The guy used the enhancement on his weapon, and now the sword added 2 points of strength, had the ability to reduce the enemy's defense by 15%. With consecutive strikes, the strength increased by 10%, and after the battle, it was able to restore damage. Then Z used the trainer, revealing his personal characteristics. On the contrary, a plus sign appeared, which the guy happily clicked on. The blonde was putting items into his backpack when he was congratulated on receiving the Mask of Concealment. It was a bronze-level item that allowed you to hide your nickname, level, and other basic information for 30 minutes, and you could use it twice a day at most. Z scratched his head, looking thoughtfully at the mask, after which he finally applied it to his face. Having successfully activated, the mask began to disappear quickly. The guy lay down on the ground, leaning on his backpack, and decided to rest a little first and then continue later. He thought that if he reached level 5 today, he could go straight into battle without wasting time on quests. Quests were the best way to earn experience points, food, and equipment in Doomsday. The player only needed to find one of the many portals in the quest. There were also separate special quests where you could get a big reward. The blonde eventually decided to go straight to the Lee family's estate. Before setting off, he took a super accurate watch out of his briefcase. And then, with a smile, he put them on his left wrist. Zai was the only person walking along the road strewn with corpses. Holding his sword tightly in his hand, he walked through the empty streets, which were littered with garbage. Approaching the door of one of the houses, the guy looked at the simple lock. Then came a blow that easily cut through the metal. The blonde opened the doors and entered the room, letting in the sunlight behind him. Various things were carelessly lying on the table, and the chairs were quite far from it. Zai carefully scanned his surroundings for enemies. Suddenly, disgusting sounds of zombies were heard from one room. The guy cautiously approached the door, getting ready to enter it. But all of a sudden, dead hands tried to grab him. The blonde recoiled and at that very second cut off the zombie's limbs, after which they fell loudly to the floor. Suddenly, somewhere behind Z, he heard a blow. Turning around, he saw more zombie hands sticking out of the door, and the next moment the living dead man, groaning angrily, destroyed the obstacle. However, his journey was short-lived, because the blonde immediately finished off his enemy. Then Z entered the room from which the dead man had just tried to escape. One photograph on the windowsill caught his attention. On it was the same tanned man who had just been finished off by the blonde. And next to him on either side stood an unremarkable guy and a girl with red round glasses. The blonde froze in place, looking at the people in the photograph from afar. Dissatisfied with what was happening, the guy suddenly began to grind his teeth. And then he left the room, deciding that too many people had turned into zombies to sympathize with everyone. Z sat down on the sofa behind the table and began to examine the contents of the backpack. There was such an incredible variety of food that the blonde simply chose it at random. And then he began to actively absorb the tasty food. Having finished his meal, the guy assumed a reclining position and began to rummage through his phone. Thanks to the map, he knew that he was currently on Pingshan Street, and after lunch, Z was going to head east towards his destination, and along the way, he still needed to kill a few zombies to reach the 5th level. Having rested enough, the blonde stood up and stretched, after which he cleaned up after himself and walked through the rooms. Somewhere behind the door, Z heard the whisper of unfamiliar voices. He crouched nearby, unhappy that he had allowed himself to forget about the rats, thinking only about food. Strangers whispered about whether the blonde man had left the house. 2 of the 3 were the same people Z had seen in the photograph, while the third had a distinctive feature in the form of a bandage on his nose. The latter asked if his comrades had smelled food, concluding that the blonde certainly had a lot of food cards. Meanwhile, Z was climbing out of the house through the window on the other side. Nervously, the girl in red glasses said that taking food by force was not good. Then the indignant guy with the bandage said that they would just threaten with a knife, and the man himself would give them his cards. The blonde was already behind them, behind the bushes, and the conversation between these 3 did not please Z at all. Kaiji decided to think logically and said that since the blonde man broke down their door, it was a burglary. The girl thought about how, as soon as their father became a zombie, she and her brother immediately ran out without taking anything with them, and so they hadn't eaten anything since yesterday, but this guy had food. Since there was no other choice, she agreed to take the food from the blonde. But at that moment, drops of blood splashed on the girl. They belonged to the guy with the bandage who was struck by Z's sword. The girl fell down and screamed out of fear. The blonde said he wanted to save some energy, but he couldn't let the trio attract zombies to him. After that, Z threw a rotating blade towards her. At first, the sword flew past the girl, cutting her neck, and then it flew to her fleeing brother, hitting him in the back. Having destroyed all targets, the weapon returned safely to its owner. The guy looked at the dead people without a drop of regret. Then he said that there was no reason for the young man to live without his little sister. The blonde believed that since they wanted to rob him, they got what they deserved. In his opinion, the dead should have thanked Z for stabbing them and allowing them to die quickly. Otherwise, they would have suffered in this game. As he walked away, the boy said that he had done good again, for which the state should reward him. On this day, the family was destroyed in the same way as the frame with her photograph was broken. It was already getting dark, but zombies filled the entire street. Some of them even tried to climb the wall of the red brick house. The girl with the bob urged her lover to look out the window, where, in her opinion, there was a superhero. The guy didn't understand what she was talking about and explained that they locked the door so the zombies couldn't get to them. However, she asked him once again to look down, where the masked man was skillfully fighting the zombies. She tried to see information about him, but was surprised when she couldn't do so. But the girl still wanted to call him as soon as possible in the hope that he would help. But her boyfriend did not support this idea, saying that in this way they would only show their location, and then a bunch of zombies would come to them. The guy also noted that this person, moreover, hid his information, which means he did not want to reveal his identity and would hardly help the couple. In another room, the girl was actively broadcasting live. Looking out the window, she immediately began to call out to the blonde. Smiling, she asked if the guy would save the poor girl. However, Z didn't care about this and didn't pay attention to the lady's cries. What was more important to him now was collecting the rewards he got from killing zombies. Faced with such indifference, the stranger became indignant and began to declare that she had 30,000 subscribers on the internet. Rich men gave her cars every day, and some simpleton in her mask ignored her, which infuriated the girl beyond belief. She decided to show what she was capable of, so she picked up a heavy flower pot. And the next moment, this object flew down straight at the guy standing with his back to the window. However, the blonde immediately sensed something was wrong. He reacted instantly, taking a couple of steps forward, after which, a pot fell from behind with a clang, breaking into many pieces. The blogger started screaming again for the guy to save her, because she was scared because there were several zombies behind the door. Unhappy that some beggar decided to play games with her, The girl said that she would become his wife if he saved her. However, Z was not at all interested in this proposal. He took out from his backpack meat with a zombie virus, which was called Zombie Seducer, because the dead people who were within 100 meters immediately ran to it. And the blonde threw this meat with a surprise into the blogger's room. Enraged, she screamed that what she needed was not food but a safe place. However, the girl became wary and turned back. The door of the room was broken down by a crowd of zombies, which made it impossible to slip past. Since the blogger was weak and didn't know how to fight, she didn't have a chance to resist the dead. All that was left of the girl was a broken phone with drops of blood on the screen. And the live broadcast continued, accompanied by various comments. This was the first lesson of the end of the world. It consisted in the fact that there was no need to ask for help from just anyone. The lonely Z calmly continued on his way, despite the corpses crawling behind him. While in the Devil's capital, he reached the sports center. It was in this building that the guy's target was supposed to be located. There were 2 hours left before nightfall, and that should have been enough for the blonde. There was a special silver-level treasure chest hidden in this sports center. Quests, robot merchants, or treasure chests appeared in significant places of the city. Treasure chests fell straight to the ground and could be opened by anyone. In order for a boss chest to appear, it was necessary to kill the main boss, and the value of such chests was higher, but they were very difficult to get, and silver chests contained silver-level equipment and weapons. When the guy entered the building, the system gave him a new task. 1 is worth 100. Zai had to show his true strength by killing 100 zombies of any level in the sports center in 24 hours. And the reward for the task was 1 simple trainer and 1 bronze-level item. The blonde was annoyed, because now most of the zombies had already moved to the 2nd level. The guy just wanted to find a chest and hide, not kill zombies. But now suddenly he came across such a building, and the blonde became interested in what would happen if he refused it. Then the system explained that there was nothing to worry about, because it was created to help the player and to ensure that he got pleasure from the process. So there was no punishment for refusing tasks or not completing them. But on the contrary, the player received 100 consolation coins. This pleased the blonde, and he accepted the task, realizing that even if he couldn't complete it, he wouldn't lose anything. As far as he remembered, the silver chest was supposed to be hidden in a warehouse on the 3rd floor. Z decided to get there by the safest route. The guy was planning to spend the night on a bed in the first aid station on the 2nd floor, where he was supposed to get by 8 o'clock, and tomorrow, he was going to continue his journey and reach the warehouse on the 3rd floor around lunchtime the next day. After finding the chest, the blonde man was about to leave the building by jumping from the outer floor. Having finished making a plan of action, Z found the right door. Then with 1 blow of his sword, he tore off the lock. Opening the door, the blonde found a zombie in the dark room. Hearing the guy, the first dead man was in no hurry to attack him. But Z immediately took decisive action. Taking a few quick steps, he plunged his sword into the enemy's head. Then, moving his hand with the weapon to the side, the guy took out a hammer. He finished off the zombie with a blow to the jaw with an instrument, after which a ball fell out of the hand of the defeated dead man. Zai sympathetically suggested that this man probably didn't think that he would come to play basketball and turn into a zombie. The boy's attention was drawn to the materializing reward. She appeared right between the body and the corpse's hand. Then the blonde pushed the dead man aside with his foot, discovering a key underneath him, which he picked up without hesitation. And as a reward for the kill, he received a flashbang grenade that released a bright light, blinding the surrounding enemies, and the duration of the blinded state depended on the sensitivity of the enemy's eyes and how long he looked at the light. Zai was delighted by this thing, deciding that tomorrow he would go to the Lee estate and try out this bronze group control weapon there, after which he quietly put the item in his backpack. Closer look at the key. The blonde realized that it fit all the doors of the center. And of course, the guy decided to use the key because the less he breaks into the door, the less zombies he will attract. Zai carefully unlocked the door and quietly opened it. And then he carefully looked around the room through the gap that had formed. There was a whole team of zombies in identical tracksuits. Trying not to attract attention to himself, the guy slipped over to the tennis table. Hiding underneath it, the blonde began to count the dead. In total, he was able to count 17 pieces. In terms of characteristics, these zombies were almost on the same level as Z, and it would take all the strength of an ordinary person to deal with one. But if the guy worked hard, he could deal with 17. The door was closed, and if the blonde had made less noise, the zombies outside shouldn't have come. Z only had 4 experience points left until his next level, so he decided to finish off the 2 first and then move on to level 5. after which he could show his martial art to the remaining 15. At that moment, a zombie passed by the guy, and he did it completely in vain. The blonde jumped out from under the table and dealt the dead man a slashing blow to the head from behind, after which the corpse fell with a crash onto the same table where the guy continued to hide. The sound was loud enough to attract the zombies' attention. They turned around to look for the source of the noise. Although there were no more sounds and the dead men's vision was weak, they were ready to attack. The next moment, the corpses rushed onto the tennis table. Still sitting in hiding, Z considered his next steps. He held his sword out in front of him and waited for the zombies to come closer. When the distance was reduced, the blonde man damaged the legs of 2 dead men at once. Then he crawled out from under the table and lay down. Pushing off with his legs, he slipped past the zombie. Once behind the corpses, the boy quickly turned around, assuming a sitting position. The third zombie headed towards Zai, but the blonde immediately dealt with it, receiving 2 points for killing a level 2 zombie. At the same time, the blonde's level increased, giving him 1 choice point for his characteristics. And before the next increase, he now needed to gain 100 experience points. Without wasting any time, Z opened the trainer. A display with characteristics appeared, where he increased his speed, after which the guy again disturbed the table by jumping on it. The remaining dead continued to gather around the man who was now taller than them. The zombie behind him was too close to the blonde. Then Z immediately turned around, kicking the corpse. While he was concentrating on fighting the dead, the door suddenly opened. An unknown blonde guy with a red bandage on his head peered out from the crack anxiously. Seeing what was happening, he took a couple of steps back and cursed. This man was indignant because he had been unlucky again. Suddenly, bodies flew through the door, leaving dents behind. Based on the outlines, the guy concluded that they were zombies, and the player in this room probably had good resources. A long time had passed, and this man was still waiting for Z at the door. He wanted to take the blonde's resources, but he could only do so if he was killed. Looking into the room, the man was sure that the player's strength was already running out, and after Z finished dealing with the dead, the stranger was going to help him go to the next world. Smiling slyly, the observer tried to figure out how to lure more zombies to the blonde. Zai continued to fight stubbornly against the dead, who never ended. Another corpse was moving towards him, and the blonde's body was already shaking from the strain. The guy was worried that the screams of these zombies only attracted even more others. Zai looked at the closed door where the dead were breaking down. It was already all cracked, as were the walls adjacent to it. The blonde didn't know how much longer this door could hold, but he tried to remain calm, preparing to kill the last zombies and retreat. While he was looking at the door, another crowd of dead people rushed at him. Once they were close, 3 zombies jumped out, intending to grab Z. However, the guy also jumped up, performing the maneuver. As a result, the corpses fell in the other direction. The blonde, having turned over, was able to land successfully on his feet. 4 zombies responded to this noise and immediately rushed towards the guy. With 1 blow, Z was able to pierce 3 dead men at the same time. Having finished with them, the guy looked at the floor, wiping the sweat from his face. Nearby, as a reward, a stamina potion appeared, after taking which 20% of strength was restored, with 5% of strength being restored every subsequent minute, and the duration of action was 5 minutes, but the freezing time after use was 30 minutes. The guy drank this potion, and it was as if he got a second wind. He threw the sword at the zombie on the other side of the table. The weapon destroyed the dead man, knocking the reward out of him. The blonde had a free minute and began to collect the cases. One of them turned out to be a rather large box, which Z opened with pleasure. Inside was a magical bracelet with spikes, which added 1 point to energy and had an additional function called Spike Attack, which consisted of summoning magical spikes from underground, and the skill recovery time was equal to a day. The guy rejoiced at his luck, amazed that the bracelet also gave him additional skills. He immediately put the item on his left wrist. At this moment, the door finally gave in to the onslaught of zombies and broke, letting the dead into the room. The guy watched as the zombie and the door fell, creating a cloud of dust. Z clenched his fist and said with a satisfied smile that the zombies had arrived just in time. The dead men rose to their feet again and headed towards the blonde. The various corpses were drooling, wanting to taste the guy, but he was not going to give in to them and pushed away from the table. As G flew over the dead, the zombies stretched out their lifeless hands towards him. In flight, he lifted his sleeve, showing the dead his bracelet. And the next moment, thorns burst out of the ground, damaging the corpses and blocking their path. The guy smiled and said that now the fun begins. Once again, spikes burst from the ground, piercing the zombies. The blonde was surprised by such a strong skill. He thought that magicians could only obtain such a skill at level 20. Suddenly, behind Z, he noticed a dead man stretching out his paws towards him. However, the dead man was unable to reach the blonde, as he was struck by the thorns. They almost injured the guy too, but he managed to react and jumped back. Having looked around the room, the blonde was amazed by the number of corpses. For killing several zombies, Z received 7 experience points, 11 coins, 2 short-range torpedo tubes, 2 explorer's eyes, and boots of strong wind. And a 24-hour freeze of the skill began, which had quite a lot of power when first used, and it had to be restored using his energy. The guy continued to collect the rest of the variety of awards. He also decided to look at the characteristics of some items. The torpedo tube allowed a short-range shot to be fired at a designated location, and the maximum firing range was 30 meters. The boots of strong wind added 1 point to physical strength and 1 point to speed, lowering the sound of footsteps. And they also had the skill super speed that lasted for 10 seconds, increasing the player's own speed by 20% with a freezing time of 1 hour. Taking this item, the blonde immediately changed his equipment. The system reported that he had successfully equipped the boots of strong wind, and his basic stats had changed to become close to those of a level 10 specialist. The guy was looking forward to the moment when he would change his specialty and his characteristics would be twice as high as those of ordinary people. Making disgusting groaning sounds, a crowd of zombies entered the room. However, Z was calm as he loaded the torpedo tube with meat containing the zombie virus, and then he fired somewhere far behind their backs. The dead felt the meat flying above them and watched it closely. When it landed, the dead immediately pounced on the meat. The blonde opened the trainer to use the super speed skill. He turned away from the zombie and began his run. The dead, hypnotized by the meat and fighting for a piece of it, did not react at all to the man running away from them. Having run far enough and found himself near the stairs, Z stopped to catch his breath. The blonde looked at the clock, which showed exactly 7 in the evening. He decided that it was no longer worth killing zombies and was going to find a place to rest and think about what to do in the morning. The guy went up to the 2nd floor and started looking for the first aid station. Having found the right door, he pulled the handle, but it did not budge and did not open. Then Z began to rummage through his pockets in search of the key. Having taken it out, the guy stuck the key into the keyhole and tried to turn it. There was a click that made the blonde nervous. He began to think about how it was 7 o'clock when the world ended and the sports center was not yet closed, and the medical center was usually locked after closing. This meant that the door was locked after the end of the world had already occurred. Having calmed down a little, the blonde took the key out of the keyhole. Zai opened the door. He hoped that whoever was inside would be honest with him. He stood like that for a few seconds looking around the room. Then the guy finally entered the room. The blonde turned around and closed the door behind him. But at that moment, an unknown person put a knife to his throat, asking who this guy was and where he got the key to the medical center. With a slight smile on his lips, Z noted that the stranger was very vigilant. The next moment, he grabbed the man by the arm, knocking the weapon out of it. And then he explained that the player had messed with the wrong person. Zai kicked the knife and caught it, and a moment later he was already behind the stranger, twisting his arm. The player began to scream in pain, and then the blonde man shoved a crumpled cloth into his mouth. When the stranger calmed down, the guy opened his backpack. From there, Z took out a blanket with white polka dots. He covered all the windows in the room with similar blankets, and then asked to turn on the lights, to which one of the people present said that in that case they would attract zombies. And Z explained that he had already closed all the windows. The girl, of course, did not want to do this, but she still turned on the light in response to the guy's aggressive tone. Now in the illuminated room, one could also see a female doctor, a nurse, and 2 repairmen. The angry player who held the knife to the blonde's throat, after removing the rag from his mouth, said that the man had been attacked by many zombies and still had not died, and admitted that he wanted to wait until he died and take advantage of the opportunity. Zai told him that he had seen this look many times before and asked why he made such crazy eyes. Squatting down in front of him, the blonde advised that when the end of the world comes, one should never look at other people with hatred. Zai explained that they could kill for something like this, and then cut the player's throat with his own knife. Seeing such a picture, the shocked people became agitated. Zai saw another knife fall out of the guy's sleeve. The blonde concluded that this guy was well prepared, and if he hadn't killed him, he himself would have died at the hands of others. Feeling awkward, the boy told those around him not to think anything bad about him because he was a good person. But the people just stood there in amazement and silence, thinking that compared to this guy they were saints. Then, nervously, Z explained that they themselves saw how this guy tried to provoke him, so the blonde had to do it. And since the player was for common sense, he said that nothing bad would happen to the others if they treated him normally and trusted the guy. Then the doctor took a few steps towards him. She stood unsteadily, adjusting the sleeves of her medical gown. Then she said that they all saw how the guy was actually provoked to such an action. And then she clarified this with those present, who agreed with the girl's words. Then the blonde sighed calmly, satisfied with their answer. He thought that the battle in the ping-pong hall had gone wrong today, but if things had gone a little differently, he would have definitely completed the mission. Zai sat down on a chair and, yawning, told the people to remove the corpse from here and wipe away the blood. Afraid of the guy, they obediently agreed to carry out his words. The men wrapped the dead man in a sheet and began to carry him away, while the girls stubbornly washed the blood off the floor. The blonde watched the long-haired nurse, and it seemed to him that he had seen her somewhere before. In the game, her name was Zhang Yesui. She had no title, and her level was 0. Having learned her name, the guy remembered where he knew the girl from. In his past life, after the end of the world, he had already seen her when she had the specialty of a healer. Then the blonde was wounded and bleeding. He asked her to help, promising to do anything for the girl. Then the doctor replied that this scratch was connected to the soul and could not be cured. Several times the guy was seriously injured, and she treated him. Although the profession of a healer in the world of Doomsday was highly respected and did not pose a threat, this girl's own strength was too weak and she could easily be killed. Everyone had a hard time because of the end of the world, and this girl now looked completely different. And the blonde was surprised that, having been reborn, he met her again on the second day of the game. As he fell asleep, Z thought about how this company had a doctor, a nurse, and a repairman. While the group was cleaning up, the blonde managed to fall asleep. During the night, someone periodically knocked on the door. The frightened people in the room stood in front of her and prepared for battle, armed with whatever they could find. After a few pushes, cracks appeared on the door. This only increased the anxiety in the room, because the people in it did not know how to fight the dead. Z finally woke up from his sleep and looked at the clock, which showed 8:30 in the morning. Then he took out some cards from his backpack. And the next moment, 4 dishes were displayed on the table. The group of people turned to look at the guy eating. They hadn't eaten for a long time, so their stomachs were gurgling and their mouths were filled with actively secreted saliva. The doctor looked at this and envied the blonde man who could afford such a feast. She then asked where he got all this food, hoping that they could get food for themselves too. Z smiled, pleased that his plan had worked. He said that he would help them if they did not refuse his request. The nurse became nervous, expecting something terrible from the blonde. But the doctor was ready to do anything just to survive, so she asked the guy to continue talking. However, she also assumed that the blonde might need something obscene. But he took out a piece of paper and said that all the medications he needed were written on it, and she and the nurse were supposed to get them and bring them to him. Zhang was a little surprised and even asked if Z really wanted them to help him find medicine. The guy confirmed this, not understanding what was wrong, and the doctor considered him too strange. Then she said that everything was fine and agreed to help the blonde. Z gave the repairman a list of items he needed and asked them to make them that night, saying that he would leave at 6 o'clock the next morning so they would get as much food as they could make, which the men also agreed to. The blonde took out some cards and explained that they could use these items. Then he went into another room, saying that he would go to sleep. This place was too close to the door, where zombies were constantly wandering around and preventing him from sleeping. He sat down on the bed and, for safety reasons, activated the researcher's eye around him. Digging through his backpack, he admired the considerable number of items in it. Looking through his information, he found out that he had 22 experience points left until the next level, and to complete the task he needed to kill 55 more zombies. Yawning, Z thought that he still had time to commit so many murders because, after waking up, he should have another 6 hours left. The guy finally lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Finally, morning came, and Z returned to the room where everyone else was. The repairmen and medical workers had not slept all night to complete the blonde man's tasks, so they looked very tired and sick. Seeing many of the necessary items, Z said that they had done a good job. Zhang then woke up the dozing nurse, who became somewhat alarmed when the doctor touched her. The boy informed the group that they would not have to fight and gave them 1 card each, considering it a reasonable price, as it should be enough to last them through the day. People who had been starving for a long time were overjoyed at such a reward. Zhang was even surprised that the blonde kept his word, because she thought that he would simply kill them and take all the things that the group found and made. And now the doctor felt joy also because Tsu turned out to be not as cruel as she considered him. Taking back his items, the blonde said that they had simply made a good deal. He was about to just leave calmly, but he froze in confusion when Zhang asked how to use the cards. The guy forgot that this game didn't even have an introductory tutorial, and in his past life, he himself had learned to open his own warehouse for several days. Z decided to do the girl a favor and demonstrate how the cards work. The blonde took one of them and poked his finger at it. In an instant, delicious food materialized on the table. The pleased guy sat on a chair and listened to the doctor's gratitude. Then the nurse, doctor, and repairman took the cards that the blonde man gave them and activated them as he showed. Several dishes appeared on the table, and people sat down at it, began to eat. And the nurse even cried with happiness. Watching the group and drinking cola, Z thought that it was worth warning Zhang, because in her past life she had helped the guy out many times. And if he could establish a relationship with her now, then it would be much easier to complete the game. The blonde man told the people that they had to leave the center at about 12 o'clock. After that, he walked over to the switch and made the light dim. Zai went to each window and took down the curtains, thinking that by the specified time he had to manage to destroy all the zombies in this building. Having collected the much-needed fabric and put it in his warehouse, he headed towards the exit. But before he left, he said the group had not wasted any time. Zhang, worried about the guy, hesitantly said that it was dangerous outside because zombies were wandering everywhere. To which Z replied, "You better worry about yourself." He quietly opened the door and walked out, and the girl just watched the guy go. A crowd of dead people was waiting for him in the corridor, and they did not react in any way to the appearance of a man. The blonde didn't hesitate and immediately rushed into battle. With one simple blow to the neck, he killed the zombie, receiving a fishing rod as a reward. To avoid attracting the attention of other zombies, he held the dead man and carefully placed him on the floor. In this way, he destroyed one corpse after another. Having finished with them, Z walked on in a relaxed manner, not at all tired from cutting up the dead. Walking through the corridors of the center, he suddenly heard a zombie in the men's room. Holding his sword at the ready, he flew into the room. And then, shocked, he cursed when he saw the dead man without pants. The corpse itself was surprised by this outcome. There was a pause during which Z and the bare-ass zombie looked at each other. She was interrupted by a dead man who suddenly decided to attack the man. He stretched out his cold little hands and rushed forward. However, the lowered pants stopped the dead man, causing him to fall to the floor. The satisfied man towered over the zombie, feeling superior. Zai suggested that they fight as usual, since it was too easy to defeat a dead man whose pants were in the way. And then the guy, not giving the corpse a chance, pierced it with his sword. The blonde crouched down next to the zombie and lifted it up, examining it. He walked around the room and looked at the sink where the zombie's fallen eye lay. As he left, Z thought that there were very few people who survived in this center, and their characteristics were poor, while the zombies, after being converted, had their characteristics increased. So for ordinary players, it was a real nightmare. Suddenly, suspicious sounds were heard in the women's restroom. They caught the guy's attention, causing him to move closer to the door. He was nervous, trying to convince himself that there could hardly be living people in this room. The blonde was embarrassed by the fact that he would have to enter the women's restroom for the sake of the task. Z gathered his strength and, closing his eyes, opened the door. Overcoming his anxiety, he walked into the room and opened his eyes. Looking around, the blonde saw only closed booths and no signs of living people. However, there were definitely two zombies in one of the booths. The guy walked up to the right door and destroyed it with his sword. And then he saw another dead man pressing himself against the zombie girl from behind. Zai was shocked at how this game was becoming more and more interesting. The disgruntled corpses began to growl at the guy who interrupted them for fun. And the next moment they tried to attack the blonde at the same time, but he dodged their hands. Then the couple of dead men decided to leave the booth, but there was a tin can in front of them. Stepping on it, the zombie girl lost her balance and began to fall on her partner. But he too was unable to catch his girlfriend, causing them to fall together onto Z's outstretched blade. Such a stupid situation raised many questions in the blonde, who looked at the dead people who hung on his sword like shish kebab. He put his hand in his pocket to get his phone, after which he began actively photographing corpses, concluding that zombies looked like ordinary people and nothing changed except their brains, while these, in complete chaos, did not forget to indulge in human passions. The guy looked at the dead men more closely and remembered that he had already seen them. It was a zombie couple that was first seen at the sports complex. They were inseparable and understood each other without words, and their strength was so high that together they could confront the god of war or the zombie king. Zai never thought that on the third day of his new life he would get rid of such a famous couple. For killing them, the blonde received a fusion stone as a reward. It was a one-time use item that allowed two bronze-level items of the same type to be fused together, resulting in a new item with a higher silver level. The guy chuckled contentedly as he took his reward. Having cleared the room and received the reward, the blonde was already about to leave. But suddenly he decided to look back. Z's attention was drawn to the blue glow in the middle booth. Keeping his sword at the ready, the boy carefully approached the door. Behind it was a bronze-level chest levitating above the magic circle, which made the blonde incredibly happy. For such a find, the guy received an additional 10 points, and to open the chest he had to spend 30 seconds. Zai waited the required amount of time without any problem. Then a card appeared in front of him with an ordinary-looking green apple. Taking it in his hands, the blonde hoped that this fruit added strength or speed. As it turned out, the chest contained a bronze stat fruit, or immortal fruit, which was a rare item that could permanently increase basic stats. The information about the increase in characteristics raised the guy's spirits. Without thinking twice, Z began to wash the apple in the sink, after which he immediately took a small bite of the fruit. He chewed the pulp thoroughly, trying to better taste the apple. And the taste that the blonde felt was incredible. This fruit was the best he had ever tasted. Opening the stat board, Z discovered that they had indeed increased by 2 points. In addition to this apple, the guy also received a regular large carpet. Whistling a certain melody, the blonde dreamed of quickly killing the last zombies in this sports center full of surprises. Coming out onto a more open area, Z encountered a huge number of dead people. Right in front of him, he laid out that same large carpet. The zombie immediately rushed at the blonde, stepping on the soft surface. Zai was confident that he would not disturb the dead in other places like this. The blonde began to quickly cut down zombies, gaining experience points. So the guy was able to move to the 6th level and get 1 point to the characteristics of his choice. And to move to the next one, he needed to gain 200 experience points. In addition to the new level, Z received several resource cards and a bronze-level super flashbang grenade. Using the trainer, the guy added 1 point to his strength and learned that he still had 38 more dead people to kill to complete the task. Thanks to one of the killed zombies, the blonde received bronze-level lion wristbands. They had the strength of a lion, which could make others tremble in fear. And this equipment also added 1 point to strength and body quality, increased attack power by 10%, and had a frightening effect that would reduce the enemy's coordination. And if they used a skill, the skill would be blocked. Zai opened the equipment board, and the system announced how to put it on correctly, and also explained that the player could only activate the effect of one item. Each equipment had different properties, and the player could put on these items depending on the needs. The guy put on the wristbands, and his strength increased by 2 points. Having dealt with the zombies, the blonde headed to the 3rd floor. He sipped a drink from a plastic cup through a straw as he opened the door. Z looked around the room and didn't like the picture he saw. There were 6 bloody corpses lying in the corridor. The guy knew that ordinary zombies didn't have such strength, and the most they could do was bite a person and turn him into one of themselves. True, if they were in a bad mood, they could eat the brain, but only 2 could do this, and the first of them was the zombie boss. He was on a higher level than ordinary dead people, and therefore had more strength, loved to feed on people, and if there were none nearby, he could eat his own kind to get his fill. And second on this short list were zombie animals. Stronger animals turned into zombies more easily, while weaker animals, such as mosquitoes, turned into living dead extremely rarely. Zombie animals had a particular weakness for people and loved to eat their brains, but they also did not miss the dead. After examining one of the corpses, the blonde suddenly became nervous. There were many scratches on the dead body, which suggested that a zombie cat had been there. The blonde hated them, because they had high sensitivity and excellent hearing. So this creature knew for sure that Z was here. The guy wanted to see if this cat wanted to attack from behind or directly. He listened, trying to determine the location of his enemy so he could strike first. Zai felt that the cat must have appeared from somewhere behind. And indeed, a zombie animal quietly crept up from behind. The cat tried to attack, but the blonde managed to dodge. And the next moment, he threw his sword at the creature. A zombie cat with sharp claws, whose body would turn into a ghost state when attacking, was a boss, as it had an additional property in its name. This boss had excellent abilities and surpassed Zai in speed and strength, and also had the ability to terrify people with just a glance, causing the enemy's main stats to decrease by 20%, affecting their combat strength. Because of the animal's talent, the speed of wound healing decreased, and the bleeding time, on the contrary, increased. So if the cat had injured the guy's hand, it would have taken a long time to recover. Considering these facts, the blonde was going to kill the cat using his rich combat experience. He smiled slyly, looking straight into the eyes of the beast, which was hissing at him. At this moment, Z received a task called Revenge on the Zombie Cats. Cats with special talents were frequent guests on the 3rd floor of the sports center, as people who loved to feed the furry creatures came there every day. However, after the onset of Judgment Day, Animals infected with the zombie virus immediately began to kill people, and their sharp claws dug into the skin of the victim, who died in agony. For killing the beast, the reward was 100 reputation points, 200 coins, 100 experience points, and 1 bronze item. 8 hours were given to complete the task, and for failing it or refusing it, there was a penalty in the form of a decrease to the first level and a decrease in all characteristics by 1 point. The trainer system stated that it would optimize related questions related to the task. After a few moments, the loading bar finally reached 100%, and then windows appeared notifying that the time for completing the task had increased to 24 hours, and there was no penalty for failure to complete it. And at that moment, it dawned on the blonde that he could complete the tasks an infinite number of times. In his past life, all the tasks he completed were of a high level of difficulty, and it didn't matter whether Z lost or refused, the game severely penalized him. Only 1% of players found the quests easy, but when they encountered a bronze-tier boss, only a few were able to win, and the reward for completing it was 50 coins. Although the blonde thought that it would be better if they didn't exist at all. Now, this task of killing a cat brought a big reward, and also did not carry a penalty for failure to complete it. Without a moment's hesitation, the guy accepted the assignment. Zai stood calmly in front of the animal, which did not even try to attack. The cat sat peacefully and licked its fur. The guy knew that if he fell for the boss's provocation, he could lose, so he decided to wait for the zombie to attack first. The cat was surprised when Z simply sat down nearby. He took out his phone and started reading the manhwa. At some point, the blonde laughed casually at the contents. His indifference angered the cat, who was unable to deceive Z. She took a step and pushed off the floor. The next moment, the dead beast was already flying towards the blonde, releasing its claws. During the flight, the creature wished death on the man. It tried to scratch Z, but the guy managed to dodge. He held one of his cards behind his back. The guy used it, and a sword immediately appeared in his hand. The cat bared its teeth and, turning to Z, clicked its claws on the floor. The animal then jumped, making a loud meow. The beast failed to grab the blonde man with its paws. He raised his sword, intending to attack the cat standing with its back to him, but it did not escape her attention. The creature grinned slyly, guessing what the enemy would do next. The guy swung his sword and the cat dodged, saying, "You treacherous man! Didn't you expect me to know everything in advance?" However, the blonde was not as simple as she thought. He thrust his sword forward and struck again. The animal, not expecting such an attack, became nervous. The beast failed to escape injury, causing him to say that Z should not expect mercy from him. However, the guy replied that now she was left without her claws, which meant it would be difficult for her to attack. The creature was angry, because the blonde's caustic words were true. The animal meowed loudly and used its cat's eye ability. Under the terrifying gaze of the creature, everything around was transformed. Zai realized that this was how the cat created hallucinations. The light in the room seemed to change to red, and the beast's head became huge, and hands reached out from its eyes towards the blonde. Then the guy explained that he had been playing this game for 10 years, and that this method would not scare him. Hearing this, the poor cat meowed in confusion. The illusion created by the zombie was scattered across the room in small pieces, and the animal itself was subjected to another blow. Because of this, the cat plopped down on the floor away from the guy and growled indignantly. She did not intend to continue the fight with such a dangerous opponent, so she tried to escape. However, Zai was not going to let his target go so easily. So he launched a spinning sword at the retreating cat. The weapon quickly passed across the unfortunate zombie's neck, immobilizing him. The system notified that the guy had completed the task and received his reward, with the help of which he was able to move to the 7th level, having acquired 1 point of characteristics of his choice, and for the fact that he was the first to kill a boss of this level. He was given a new title, Bronze Fighter. A certain green-haired guy was indignant, wondering who this Yazi was that information about him had been published again. And one red-haired girl began to admire the owner of the new title, waiting for him to come and take her as his wife. Another man, who didn't give a damn about these announcements, believed that Z was simply chasing fame. At this moment, the head of the Lee family was sitting in a chair and sipping wine. He was sure that the bronze fighter was definitely from their dragon state. He also understood that if such a strong player wanted to join them, their power would have to increase many times over. Z looked at the notification that the announcement of his receiving the title had been published with satisfaction. He assumed that this time he would create a sensation that would force him to hide his beautiful face from his fans. The blonde used one of his cards and a chair appeared in front of him, which he immediately sat down on to rest a little. All of this cat's stats were higher than Z's, and although he had to spend a lot of energy and resources to defeat it, Killing a bronze-tier boss was still a great bonus. The guy wondered what would happen to him the next time he met a boss stronger than a cat. But at that moment, a notification appeared in front of him that for receiving the title of Bronze Fighter, he received 1,000 reputation points, 1,000 coins, 3 experience points to the characteristics of his choice, as well as 1 square meter to the storage. Seeing this, the guy opened the game panel. The considerable reward that the blonde man had received appeared before him, and in addition to this, he decided to use a potion to reserve strength. The new title added 2 points to all stats and reduced the power of bosses or simple creatures below the bronze level by 5%. With great joy, Z exchanged his first drop of blood for Bronze Fighter, which would take effect within an hour. The blonde was sure that with such characteristics, even if this cat came to life, he could easily deal with it. And now he was wondering what his characteristics would be after changing his specialty. After resting for half an hour, the guy could finally continue with another task. A box suddenly appeared above the defeated boss, forcing Z to come closer. Inside was a forge of zombie cats, with the help of which it was possible to summon the corresponding animal and control it in battle for half an hour. While the cat could take over 60% of the player's characteristics, and the experience of killing and coins of the beast passed to the owner even after the death of the cat. The freezing time was 2 days. Zai was incredibly happy that he now had an eternal assistant. In addition, the fur, meat, and claws could be turned into gloves, food, or a weapon. So the cat was a real treasure from the ears to the tip of the tail. Zai placed the beast, for whom he was a real devil, in storage. He then calmly continued his way through the corridors of the sports center. The boy remembered that the silver chest was supposed to be in the warehouse. Having found the right place, the blonde opened the door without any problems. There were several skulls and many eyes in the room. Z noted that these cats had unusual taste. Any person would be overcome with fear from such a picture. But such a stacking of eyeballs was fully justified by the end of the world. The guy was sure that he could find something valuable in the warehouse and began to look through the boxes. There he noticed a treadmill with a small dumbbell tied to it. The blonde imagined how the cat played with this rather unusual teaser. Everything else in the room was trash. But Z still didn't lose hope. The guy was going to finish the job by finding something worthwhile, and all that was left for him to do was to look at what was hidden under the white sheet. The blonde removed the cloth and saw a silver chest in front of him. Zai was even surprised at how easy it actually was to find him. For this find, he received 20 reputation points. To open the chest, it was necessary to spend 60 seconds, which the guy just had in reserve. Upon opening the chest, the blonde received an additional reward in the form of an expansion of the square meters of storage, as well as 360 coins, 50 experience points, a winged cape, and a skill book. Also inside were explosive swords that allowed 2 attacks to be carried out simultaneously, each of which was equal to 70% of the power of the characteristics, and it was also possible to cause an explosion with the same power. The difficulty level of such an ability was quite high, and a beginner would not be able to master 2 attacks at the same time. But the blonde was confident that his abilities should be enough to master this skill. The system processed the skill and asked whether Z wanted to learn it. And then she congratulated him on his successful mastery of the explosive swords. Now the guy had 2 whole skills in his repertoire. He took a winged cape made from the feathers of rare birds, which covered his back, and also had special magic, giving him the ability to fly for a short time and increasing his body quality and speed by 2 points. An additional feature was the ability to freeze time for a short period in the event of a jump or fall, with a recovery time of 20 minutes. The blonde was shocked by such incredible equipment and immediately used it, increasing his basic characteristics. Zai was surprised that he had become so rich by defeating just 1 cat. Tonight, he wanted to deal with Li Haobo, but now that goal seemed too small for him. Now the guy wanted to deal with his enemy's entire family at once. In this sports center, the blonde had only 1 last task left to complete. 1 is worth 100. Once again, Z found a crowd of zombies who had once played tennis. Leaning against the door, the guy knocked on the wood. The zombies immediately all turned towards the source of the sound. Additionally, the blonde stamped his feet, calling the dead to action. However, this time he was going to attack first. So Z began his run towards the corpses, and hungry zombies rushed towards him. Finding himself too close to the dead, the boy jumped, and then the running corpses lost their target. At that moment, the blonde was flying above them, raising his sword above his head. He then pierced the head of one of the zombies. The defeated enemy had no choice but to collapse to the floor. While he was falling, Z continued his flight. The guy turned around in the air and looked at the pathetic zombies. He targeted one of them and said that he was just about to try a spin attack and that this dead man was the best fit. Showing off his appearance, the blonde aimed his weapon at his opponent. Then he put his hand forward and pulled the sword back. The next moment, Z launched a flying strike without releasing his weapon. The boy was amazed by the amazing skill that created a wave of air. This allowed the dead to be destroyed from a distance without the risk of being bitten from the other side. However, killing the zombies in this manner caused an explosion. The blonde, unprepared for such an outcome, covered himself with a cape. He screamed as the shockwave hit him too. Z didn't want to fly into the wall, so he tried to stop his uncontrolled flight. He raised his sword and thrust it into the floor, barely keeping himself in place. The attacked corpse had stats that were at least 30% higher than the others, but he was unable to withstand the blow. The effect of the explosive sword was much better compared to the rotating one, although the speed of these attacks was the same. Everything around calmed down and the guy's trials were over. Now the blonde was ready to get down to business in earnest. He continued to diligently cut down zombies and was able to complete the task, for which he received the opportunity to collect a reward in the form of 1 simple trainer and 1 bronze-level item. The guy pulled the sword out of the last dead man and turned around. He was even surprised to realize that everything ended so quickly. Since the zombies were no longer advancing, the blonde began to collect the cards. However, all of them were only with material resources, which made Z somewhat upset. The guy decided not to worry about his luck suddenly evaporating and decided to rest a bit before looking for something else. He was already sitting on the couch and thinking about what item to take as a reward for completing the task. The blonde considered taking the piece of equipment first, hoping that he would get a better trainer if he waited a little longer. Having decided on the subject, Z clicked on the pop-up window. The system then congratulated him on receiving the blood-absorbing ring. It was able to take away the enemy's strength during combat and added 1 point to the strength and quality of the body. And thanks to it, 5% of the enemy's damage was transmitted through the weapon and transformed into strength. Zai was even glad that he got an item with such an excellent ability. He took advantage of the system and put on the given equipment. The guy thought that since he got such a good thing, the trainer could have been worse. Then the system explained to him that all simple programs had a practical effect and were useful to the owner. In that case, the blonde nevertheless decided to immediately take the second coach. Zai was eagerly awaiting what would happen to him. The blonde got the first-level automatic collection. It allowed collecting items from killed zombies within a half-meter radius, which were then placed in storage. But if the storage was full, then collecting could not continue. That is, now the guy could not only get a 100% explosion coefficient from killing zombies, all dropped cards could automatically collect items. Zai jumped off the sofa with unspeakable joy. Initially, he was afraid that there would be many problems due to the high explosion coefficient, but now they have been solved. The blonde checked with the system to see if this first-level trainer really belonged to a simple program. Then the system explained that with the receipt of another automatic collection trainer, his level increased, and along with this, the radius of collection of items expanded, and other functions could also appear. And tasks from the trainer appeared in accordance with the situation and the player's condition, while he himself could not set the place and circumstances. Zai became curious about what functions the other trainers had and what he would get next time. There were still a lot of undead around that hadn't been looted, so this was a great opportunity to test out the new ability. With the help of automatic collection, the guy got barbecue seasoning, a power bank with 50% charge, an explorer's eye, and a tasty crab. Then came the notification that the system had detected that the quality of item collection was poor, so it was optimized. And now the blonde would receive messages about collecting equipment and items, and the cards would be automatically moved to the storage. Next, the blonde opened the warehouse to check how the collected items were arranged, and also to get rid of unnecessary things. One of the pleasant bonuses was the fact that the automatic collection divided everything into categories. Fighting the cat, then the zombie, and then getting the trainer. Z completely forgot about time. The guy looked at his watch and was amazed at how quickly it had flown by. Because the blonde spent too much time clearing the building, he didn't have time to eat dinner, because it was already time for him to go to the Lee estate. As planned, he ran to the window from which he jumped. The Lee family's mansion seemed to be impregnable and could avoid any trouble. Inside, in one of the rooms, a young gentleman was having fun with young ladies. Lying on the lap of one of them, he laughed cheerfully, but at one point the smile slid off his face. Halbo glanced at his watch, which showed that it was already noon. The young man sat down and his face darkened, which made the girls nervous. The guy's displeasure was so great that he slapped one of his guests. Halbo was outraged that his people had not returned yet. and thought that it was a waste of time to feed them if they could not find a couple of people for so long. The butler explained that the mercenaries had left for the university at 7 in the morning, but there were too many zombies there, which is why the search was delayed. But this fact only made the guy even more angry. Now he was outraged that he didn't get experience points for killing the dead. Halbo hoped that the promotion in the game would strengthen his body, so he dealt the final blow to the zombies that his guards had previously dealt with, but he received too little experience for this. The butler and the young master were suddenly attracted by the sound of the door opening. The silhouette of a well-known man stood in the doorway. It was Uncle Rong, whom Halbo asked if he had found the orphan boy and girl. Before answering, the man came closer and threw a black bag on the floor. Then he reported that he had found the girl, but the guy had disappeared somewhere. The impatient young man, dissatisfied that the girl dared to hide from him, asked where his uncle found her and demanded that she come to him immediately. But Rong explained that the girl had been killed, but she was in the bag. The man's words seemed crazy to Halbo, and he certainly didn't expect to hear them. Uncle said that according to the master's instructions, they found the roommate and then Yao Jinghan herself in the university warehouse. To prove his words, Zhang unzipped the bag, which indeed contained the bloody body of the girl he was looking for. My uncle said that she was killed and put into a barrel, inside of which were men's clothes soaked in blood. He also explained that before her death, the girl was severely tortured, and the blows were inflicted on painful points. Rong reported that the killer apparently had a good understanding of acupuncture points and used a special technique to stab the knife into the most painful spots, grinding Yao's muscles into mincemeat, and Halbo ran to vomit after hearing these words. Smiling, the man said that this man was a master of torture, and even the most brutal killer could not have done it so perfectly. The uncle assumed that the girl was killed out of revenge, and that the killer perhaps wanted to deal with the young master as well. The guy was surprised because Yao was the most beautiful girl in the university, and it was unlikely that she could date such trash. While fixated on the word trash, Halbo suddenly thought of Lin Ziluo. However, the young man doubted that this guy could have such skills because he was a complete orphan and could not do something like that. Halbo said that he hadn't managed to send him the video he had prepared for him, so Ziluo couldn't know that Yao was going to frame him. So Rong asked if the gentleman was talking about Lin Jian's son. The boy confirmed this, and the uncle agreed with Halbo's thoughts, but explained that Ziluo could have helped, and if he was really capable of doing this, he posed a great threat. Moreover, even 100 warriors would not be enough to confront such a person, so the Li family needed more security. Halbo was surprised that the man was short of people, because he was one of the top 10 mercenaries in the Dragon State, and moreover, he had an excellent team of assassins. Fearing for his life, the young master demanded that Rong recruit more people, even from those who had just begun training, and his uncle replied that he would do everything for the sake of the family. He was truly ready to even sacrifice his life to protect his loved ones. Meanwhile, Z continued to destroy zombies on his way to the Li estate. He even managed to move to the 8th level, although he thought that he would do this no earlier than the 4th day. Since the guy was leveling up so quickly, there was no longer any need for him to fight in quests. Not wanting to stop, the blonde grabbed a chocolate bar for a snack, and thanks to his haste, Z quickly found himself at the gates of the estate of those whom he hated with all his soul. He asked himself whether Halbo was ready to pay for all the pain he had caused the guy in his past life. By the time the blonde arrived, the mansion was completely filled with guards. They patrolled the area in groups of 6, and all these people couldn't notice the guy who was hiding in the tree. Zai waited for the moment when the guards were far enough away that he could jump down without revealing himself. When there was no one else around, the blonde finally descended to the ground, finding himself among the bushes. Between them, the guy was trying to find something, and then he pressed a hidden button that was barely visible in the grass. While the secret passage was opening, Z was pleased with his good memory. The blonde pressed the button again, setting the stroke to its original position. The guy decided to leave Halbo a way to retreat, and then catch him when the enemy hoped to escape. And this was a famous move by one of the great warriors of the Dragon State. Z noted that Halbo had prepared well this time, and perhaps he could even defeat the blonde. After walking a bit through enemy territory, the guy hid around the corner from the guards coming out. Looking at their backs, where a white eagle was trapped in a red circle, the boy realized that they were part of the mercenary squad that had been Z's worst enemy in his past life. And it was them that Halbo trusted the most. Now the blonde was well acquainted with these people. However, he was never able to find out the plans of the Li family. The guy chose a suitable way to enter the house and was already thinking about all the nuances. But when the guards began to greet Rongjan, he became nervous. Z tried to look out to make sure that there really was a person nearby that he knew. Rong was one of the gods of war and a hired killer of the Dragon State. Before the end of the world, he worked as a military man, was the leader of the mercenary army during the times of military turmoil, was directly subordinate to the Li family, was strong in various types of hand-to-hand combat, army command, and also pursuit of the target. In the past life, after the game started, the man began to chase the blonde man on Haobo's orders. After several attempts to catch Zai failed, he decided to kill the guy. This man had driven the blonde into a dead end several times, so it could be said that he was Z's strongest enemy. However, the guy was cunning and used his cards wisely. Because of this, he became the greatest disgrace of the military. And since the blonde had eluded Rong several times, the man had lost his reputation as an invincible mercenary. For this reason, whenever these two met, both of their eyes would become bloodshot. Suddenly, Rong felt someone else's gaze on him. However, Z had good reflexes, so he managed to hide around the corner. Hearing the approaching footsteps, the blonde was sure that this time the former military man would definitely die. If the guy kills him, then it can be considered that he will get rid of the main protector of the Li family, and then half the job will be done. But it was too early to attack the man now, so Z put on a mask of concealment. Thanks to this action, the guy remained unnoticed when the opponents approached from both sides. One of the guards told Zhang that the young master was looking for him. Watching the men go, the invisible blonde understood that he must not miss his chance. He then successfully left the place where he was hiding. As Rong walked away, he kept glancing sideways at that corner, feeling as if someone had been there, even though they hadn't been discovered. The man didn't want the person who wanted the Li family dead to leave the mansion alive, so he ordered patrols and protection of the estate to be strengthened. It was getting dark outside and it was approaching midnight. Yawning, Haobo asked his uncle if he could go to bed, since it was already quite late and the zombies were in an active stage, so it was unlikely that anyone would come to them. But the man said that it was better to wait a little longer, since his instinct told him that they were being followed. The guy threw his watch on the floor and cursed, unhappy that he had to sit up all night without sleep because of some scum of society. Then Bo suggested to the young master that he come up with some entertainment since he was bored. The young man slammed his fist into his palm and declared that he really wanted to have some fun. Haobo then asked about the corpse that was captured today, and Rong replied that he wanted to conduct tests on the zombies to invent a better weapon against corpses for the master. Then the guy said that there were already enough dead people, so he asked to give this one for the young man's games, but the man was in no hurry to agree, as he was afraid that this zombie could harm Haobo. Although using a dead man to calm the young master down was indeed a good idea. The young man said that he would be fine. Besides, he was not afraid of zombies at all, and there were a lot of guards in the estate. Finally, Rong ordered one of his subordinates to bring in today's dead man. After some time, Haobo's room was filled with several guards who were holding the enraged corpse with chains. He was tied with ropes. His zombie legs were held in shackles, and his mouth was hidden by a metal mask. Madness played in the young man's eyes, and he ordered that a large cage be brought to him. And in this cage there were several exhausted girls. Their necks were hidden behind thick iron collars. Smiling devilishly, Haobo picked up the bell and began to shake it vigorously. The girls stood up in alarm and rushed to the iron bars. Then the young gentleman put down the bell and said that he was bored, as he had been playing with the same girls for several months, and he was getting pretty tired of them. The guy wanted to get new toys, but he also found a use for these girls, deciding that their time had come to pay for feeding and watering them. He stood up and, shuffling his white slippers on the floor, walked closer to the cage. Haobo then ordered the zombies' shackles to be removed and he was thrown into the cage. Like a madman, he declared that he wanted to watch the dead man eat them. Some of the guards were surprised by the guy's perverted desire, but still remained silent. Others happily volunteered to carry out the order, as they themselves loved to do such things. The young gentleman gave one of those who volunteered the key to the cage. The guard immediately hurried to open the door with the unfortunate girls. The same guard holding onto the chain approached the zombie. Then he removed the mask from the dead man, preventing him from biting anyone. Feeling a grain of freedom, the zombie turned sharply towards the man, showing his grin. Haobo ordered the other two mercenaries to hold the corpse until his shackles were removed, and then to put him in the cage. At this point, some guy asked Mr. Li if this was too cruel and suggested that he let the girls go. The man next to him knelt down, made the upstart bow low, and asked the young man not to be angry, explaining that this mercenary was called Wang Dahu, and he was sent to replace the guard who died yesterday. The guy was unhappy with this prank, and Van continued to ask him to let the girls go. The guard sitting next to Dahu began to apologize again, saying that it was his mistake. Smiling predatorily, Halbo approached the new guard and, laughing, said that no one had tried to argue with him for a long time. Asking rhetorically if he knew how to fight, the boy ordered the mercenaries to show Van where his place was. Then 2 guards approached Doc, one of whom twisted his arm. The one who was larger and seemed stronger began to strike the man. However, Wang was able to stop the fist with his free hand. Seeing this, Rong was even a little surprised. Now he too became interested in watching what was happening. Dahu squeezed his enemy's hand tightly, causing it to shake. The mercenaries became worried, realizing that they had lost to this guy in strength. The man whom Wang managed to disgrace wanted to kill the new guard for it. He turned around, asking his comrades to help him teach Daka a lesson. However, first they mocked the mercenary. Realizing that Van was not to be underestimated, the distrustful mercenaries rushed to help their comrade. Now Dahu's hands were held by 2 men. Feeling his strength again, the insulted mercenary swung his arm to strike. His fist landed right on Van's jaw, and the next moment the doomed guard was spitting blood. Halbo demanded that the mercenaries not kill him. Since Wang wanted to protect the girls, he had to watch them die with his own eyes. Obeying the master, the mercenaries led Dahu to the cage, holding his head so that he could see everything clearly. One of those present began to untie the dead man. Then the 3 mercenaries, using long metal sticks, began to push the zombies into the cage. The ugly corpse still found itself inside without incident. He looked at one of his victims and drooled. The dead man began to tear apart the flesh of one of the girls, who did not react to this in any way, completely resigned to her fate. The mercenaries holding Wang watched his reaction with a grin. The disappointed guy shuddered and tears welled up in his eyes. He tried to break free, tried to shout something, but the men held the guard tightly, covering his mouth. When Dahu calmed down, the mercenaries let the guy go. At that moment he felt a lot, but at the same time he was devastated. Halbo, wanting to see who was stronger, ordered the mercenaries to throw the guard into the cage. Some people cheerfully supported the gentleman, while others understood that, even despite the end of the world, it was not worth neglecting human lives. 2 men grabbed Van and dragged him into the cage. He hung in their arms as if he had already died. The zombie continued to torture his victims, tearing off their limbs. Without ceremony, Dahu was thrown onto the floor behind the dead man. Hearing the guy's hard landing, the zombie turned around. The boy began to feel fear, seeing the creature smiling. Clenching his hands into fists, Wang was in no hurry to get up, but the dead man headed towards him. Closing his eyes, Dahu remembered his mother, who said that she would wait for his return and asked him to be careful. Crying, the guard asked for forgiveness from his mother, whom he could not return to continue caring for. But suddenly he opened his eyes. Since his mother was waiting for him, Van couldn't give up so easily. He gathered all his strength into a fist, waiting for the dead man to approach. Grinning, the zombie eagerly ran towards the guy who had taken an attacking pose. A blow followed, causing the dead man's tooth to fall out. Dahu then lunged forward, grabbing the creature's waist. Screaming, he tried to knock the dead man down, dragging him forward. The zombie couldn't resist this force, but suddenly blood began to flow from Van's mouth. This happened because the dead man plunged his hand into the guard's back. A furious pain spread through the guy's body. This made Dahu's legs buckle, but he couldn't stop. Seeing the delay, Halbo demanded that the fighters continue fighting. Then Wang, bleeding and coughing up blood, pulled his hand back, clenching it into a fist. He then delivered a blow of incredible force to the dead man's head, defeating him. However, this was the last blow dealt by the fighter for justice. The next moment, Dahu fell on his back next to the defeated zombie. Bleeding and crying, he mentally asked forgiveness from his mother, whom he had let down. Rong was disappointed by his death. The disgraced mercenary was surprised that the guy was able to kill a dead man with his bare hands, and someone was outraged that he died so quickly. At this time, the zombie virus was quickly spreading throughout Van's body. A few moments later, he was no longer a man, but a zombie. The morning of a new day arrived. Z sat on a tree branch, not wanting to miss the opportunity. The guards who had been patrolling all night were at their most vigilant, and the blonde man had no choice but to choose his victim. Finding himself behind one of the mercenaries, the guy put a knife to his neck. The guard didn't even have time to react when his throat was cut. Zai quickly removed all traces and put on the victim's clothes. While moving around the estate, the blonde ran into one of the mercenaries, who mistook the guy for one of his own, and who was wondering what the guard was doing there. Zai explained that he noticed one guy falling asleep, so he wanted to wake him up, and the mercenary, not noticing anything suspicious, was indignant that the commander was having fun with the others in the Great Hall while they were guarding the gate. More mercenaries approached them and continued the conversation, expressing their dissatisfaction with the terrible treatment they received from their superiors. Z himself tried to support this conversation. However, one of the guards asked when the guy had managed to grow so much. Realizing that he had been exposed, the blonde was ready for the next step. The boy believed that people who were unable to keep secrets could not live in this world. While on the mansion's premises, Z killed one mercenary after another. Turning around, he noticed one of the guards trying to escape. However, the blonde caught up with the man without any problems and cut his throat. Only the mercenary managed to fire a signal flare. Then the guy masterfully threw a knife at her. The blade pierced the projectile, preventing it from communicating the danger. Then they fell to the ground together, and Z pulled out his weapon from the rocket. The reason he was so lucky today was because in his previous life, he had researched all of the Lee family's military supplies. The system announced that all the guards in the outer part of the estate had been destroyed, and now the path of revenge began. And after that, the blonde received a special task, an eye for an eye. To complete it, one had to kill the remaining 269 people in the manor. The reward was one simple trainer and one piece of bronze-level equipment, and there were 12 hours to complete it. Now Z had another reason to kill Haobo. Having accepted the task, the guy went into a magical barrier of revenge, which meant that if after killing 269 people one got out, the blonde could use the equipment to find the target. Zai wanted to know more about this barrier, and the guy decided to look at its characteristics. It was a high-level tool that placed people in a barrier, and if someone went beyond it, the owner of the barrier could see the location of that person, and the minimum duration was 1 month. In his past life, the blonde encountered this thing when the Dragon State placed a barrier of revenge in the capital of Japan, and those who escaped from it were killed within a few days, so they were able to destroy the whole of Japan. And today, Tsu himself had the opportunity to use this thing and find out how useful it is. The system wished for a successful execution, but something was wrong. Several murder alerts followed, shocking Z, who had not yet had time to do anything. He ran into the house to check what was going on. One mercenary asked another what he was doing, since he was given a girl to have fun with, not kill. And the second apologized for overdoing it and breaking her spine, which is why the men now had no toys. Someone asked if they would play with him, which scared several people present. The situation became so gloomy that even Rong frowned. Someone kept repeating the same phrase over and over again. Realizing that massive bloodshed was inevitable, Uncle stood up, ready for battle. He had never seen a person capable of creating such an aura of death before, and compared to him, the man was just a little boy. Falling from fear, Haobo screamed hysterically that they had come to kill him after all. The butler tried to calm the young master, assuring him that Rong and his army of mercenaries would not allow this to happen. The uncle offered to talk to the ill-wisher, realizing that this man was able to deal with all the guards outside. Although those guys weren't well trained, each of them was worth a dozen soldiers. So the fact that the enemy was able to kill them so easily seemed incredible. The invisible enemy said that, although he was a man, he was now the god of death for his enemies. Rong waved his hand, calling his subordinates to action. The mercenaries split up and began to look around in an attempt not to miss an unexpected attack. They became alarmed when something fell between them. The projectile activated, and the room filled with bright light. The blinded guards, not understanding what was happening, began to scream, and one of them even said that he was dying. Then Z was able to enter the room unhindered. The guards, focused on their own eye pain, didn't even notice. Taking advantage of the moment, the guy launched an attack with spikes. Stone spikes burst from the ground, impaling the men. The blonde struck his other opponents with spinning swords, cutting off their heads. Noticing the enemy's figure behind him, Rong was horrified. Once again, Z threw a grenade at his haters. It broke when the guy was far enough away. The man tried to get a better look at the blonde, but his back was turned to the soldier. While covering himself from the explosion, Zhang was indignant that he could not see the enemy's face, and his entire team had already fallen. He stood among the many corpses of his subordinates in shock. One of the mercenaries said that the enemy used magical spikes, which killed almost all of the young master's servants and guards. And those rotating swords even killed the crocodile, bear, and wolf. An angry Rong demanded to know how many people were left, and the mercenary replied that besides him, Haobo, Zhaobo, and the squad leader, there were still 66 guys left. Among them, 10 were seriously wounded, and several still had not recovered their sight. The nervous youth screamed, asking who the man was who was ruining his plans and spoiling his fun, and also demanded that his uncle take revenge on the enemy and show him his corpse. The angry man then ordered the remaining survivors to find the killer, saying that the enemy could not cope with so many people alone. Rong asked Bo to take the young master and Skinny to the secret tunnel, while he and the remaining men detained the assassin outside, and the butler agreed to this, but said that he suspected that the enemy had not gone anywhere and was still watching them. Then Rong walked up to Bo and just put his hand on his shoulder, as if saying goodbye. Then the butler, without further ado, went to carry out the man's order. Z stood nearby and sipped his cocktail, mentally noting that this servant was unexpectedly smart. As the blonde thought, the commander-in-chief decided to split up and go outside to protect Haobo, and the guy himself was going to first deal with the remaining mercenaries to make sure that he could leave without problems. He used the system to view information about his opponents. Z found out that in such a short time, Rong had already managed to obtain 3 pieces of bronze-level equipment. The mercenary began to call the blonde to come out, and the guy considered this a stupid attempt to buy time for Haobo to escape. However, Z couldn't allow this to happen, so he opened his vault. From there, he took out the horn of a zombie cat and summoned the animal. The guy also took a knife from his warehouse. Then he took aim and threw the gun up. The blade flew over the chandelier, cutting through the mount. Then she fell to the floor where Rong stood, barely managing to jump away. Glass shattered across the room, injuring the mercenaries. However, this was not the only danger that reached the men. The number of guards capable of fighting became fewer and fewer due to the cat, which successfully gnawed their necks. Zai also actively slaughtered his opponents. Soon, most of the mercenaries were lying on the floor in their own blood. The commander-in-chief tried to look up information about the enemy, but was unable to do so because of the concealment mask, which angered him. The man was angry and demanded that the blonde reveal his identity. Zai saw that the mercenaries' technique was weak, their stats were low, and even their personal qualities left much to be desired, and they would only reach a good level in a few years. Turning to the survivors, the blonde said that he now knew what disappointment was. After that, holding the knife at the ready, he rushed towards June. Several guards tried to block his path but were brutally killed. Now all the mercenaries were dead, and the commander-in-chief was left alone in the face of death. The man was so frightened by this situation that he began to tremble, temporarily losing his speech. And then, out of despair, he fell to his knees. Z ordered his cat to track down Haobo and the others. The beast immediately ran to carry out the order, and the guy, looking at the magical barrier, knew that his target was still in the estate. The blonde put his foot on Jun and tried to get him to talk. Zai also added, "Almost all of your people died. Can I still call you commander?" The boy knew that he had stifled almost all of the man's will to resist by killing all of the mercenaries before his eyes and destroying all of his work. Having come to life a little, Zhang asked the blonde to tell him who he was, admitting that otherwise he would not close his eyes after death. Then, smiling, Z said that it sounded good. Realizing what this meant, the mercenary pressed himself against the wall in horror. One sharp wave of the hand, and life left the man's body. Rong fell to the floor and hit the ground, making a soft sound. The blonde stepped on his head and said that he remembered the day when the man insulted him by trampling him into the ground. While mocking the body, he confessed that the mercenary taught him not to talk nonsense in front of someone you were going to kill, because actions were better than talk. The killer found it funny that the commander actually did not close his eyes after his death. With the Li family's main protector dead, it became much easier to take revenge. Having finished torturing the dead man, Z moved on to his next target. Behind him, he left corridors strewn with corpses. While in the secret room, Haobo was nervous that assassins would soon come for him. The butler tried to calm the young master down, saying that Rong would deal with these people. Suddenly, someone's body crashed into the wall, leaving a dent. The boy was overcome with horror and was sure that this man had been sent after him by Ziluo. But Bo said that there was nothing to worry about since they had passed through a secret passage. Haobo then asked how this guy knew about his relationship with Yao and where he found such a strong mercenary, and the butler suggested that it was Lin Jian who might have left an assistant for his son. But the young master objected that this could not be, because when Jian was killed, they destroyed everything that the Lin family had. He admitted that if the leader hadn't ordered them to leave someone alive, then this Zilo wouldn't exist. At that moment, a blonde man was standing behind the door. He overheard the entire conversation and now knew that he had been followed for a long time, and then he only said, "This is how." Haobo heard a familiar voice and wondered how Ziluo could come here. The blonde himself, sighing, realized that there were many more stories behind his back. The young master said that the boy should have died by his hand many years ago, and Z said that he was interested in knowing who Jian was and why the Lins destroyed the Li family. Then, Haobo laughed at the fact that the boy didn't even know his own father's name. He explained that Lin Jian was going to report his father just when he was about to get promoted, which would destroy everything their family had worked towards for many years, and that was why the Lin family was reduced to ashes. The young master said that if it weren't for the leader, Z would be dead, and also asked who helped him. because if the guy was alone, the guards would easily deal with him, to which the blonde replied that Haobo's words were meaningless, since he would destroy the Li family anyway. The young gentleman said arrogantly that the boy had overestimated himself. The door swung open and a masked man with a zombie cat appeared in front of Haobo. Then the butler tried to hit the killer, but the blonde dodged. Then the man was attacked by an animal that had crept up from behind. However, Bo successfully fought off this attack, and the cat began to disappear just at the time that Z had expected. The guy grabbed his mask and began to take it off. The butler was surprised when he saw a blonde man behind her, and Haobo was covered in cold sweat from fear. Bo couldn't believe that such an orphan could enter the Li estate and kill the commander of the mercenary squad. And Z replied that the old school people would not survive the Judgment Day, because once the first 7 days of the game passed, their well-trained soldiers would not be able to cope with even one zombie on the street. The young gentleman nervously asked how the boy had managed to become so strong. But the blonde did not reveal his secrets, saying only that he could easily deal with them alone. Zai then engaged in a fist fight, trying to hit the butler. However, the man was able to successfully block the attack. He staggered but managed to stay on his feet. The blonde concluded that Bo was quite strong, since even Rong fell from such a blow. Since it came to this, the butler had to use another method. The man then clenched his hand into a fist, tensing all his muscles. Suddenly, the man's clothes tore, revealing his muscular torso. This caused the blonde to arm himself with a sword to gain an advantage. Z tried to hurt the butler, but he dodged it with the words that the guy doesn't understand anything about the morality of wushu. And the blonde replied that he wants to cut off his head and should not ask anyone for permission to do so. Zai then threw his weapon at the enemy using the skill Spinning Swords. The first time the man managed to dodge. However, he had no idea that the blade could return back. Therefore, the next time Bo was unable to avoid being injured. The butler had been practicing Chinese boxing for 50 years and could not believe that he would lose so quickly. He said he was not going to stop and wanted to add something else, but his speech was interrupted. The man was interrupted by an explosion intended for him. This was meant to serve as a diversionary tactic, after which Z would attempt to attack the enemy. The blonde delivered a crushing blow from below, saying that he could not leave the matter unfinished, and only after making sure that the enemy was dead could he calm down. The boy thought the butler was a pathetic, backward old man who, despite the end of the world, still thought that wushu would help him. Killing Bo proved that strength alone was not enough in this world, and it was necessary to change one's technique and develop speed. Otherwise, the road was only to death. Looking at Haobo, Z saw him lying unconscious. Because of this, the boy considered the young master useless. Then the blonde came closer and stabbed him in the leg with a knife. The young man immediately came to his senses and screamed in pain. Z grinned and asked, "Are you awake, or were you pretending to be dead?" Then, with particular pleasure, the blonde continued to pierce his enemy's limb with his sword. Haobo started calling for help and telling the killer that his father would deal with him. In response to this, Z only smiled without saying a word. Then he pierced the leg of the man he hated once again and twisted the sword. Tormented by pain, Haobo asked to kill him faster, but the blonde only verbally mocked the martyr. The killer opened the vault and took one item from there. It turned out to be a dull, convulsive knife that Z had saved just for his revenge. He then tried to thrust the blade into the enemy's hand, causing him to scream. The blonde apologized for not being able to thrust the weapon inside because it was too dull. And then he raised the weapon over his victim again. While piercing the young master's hand, Z said that this knife reflected his essence. It also reflected his 10-year journey full of risks. And now the killer felt sorry that Haobo's suffering did not make up even 1% of his. The young master was shocked to hear about 10 years. And then he admitted that he only started thinking of ways to torture him 3 years ago, when he found out about everything. A devilish smile adorned Z's gloomy face, saying, "This is for my suffering." He once again thrust the blunt knife into the victim's hand. And the next time the blonde stabbed the young gentleman because he was having fun. Haobo stuttered and asked him to stop, but the blonde man only continued to smile, once again causing pain to his victim, who was bleeding all possible bodily fluids. Z said that this was for his entire family, for whom it was necessary to avenge, although he had never seen his ancestors. Stopping for a second, the blonde realized that he could no longer find a reason to torment the victim. However, he continued to do it for fun. When the assassin got tired of stabbing Haobo, he took out the crucible pliers from his storage. Zai extended his hand towards the victim, clicking his pincers, causing the young master, scared beyond belief, to ask what the boy was doing. The killer admitted that he had to thank the young master because it was he who came up with the most cruel methods of torture, sending many people to the next world. However, Haobo was surprised because he had never done anything like this before. The blonde swung the knife, cutting into the victim's skin and causing her to scream. After this, Z stuck the pliers into Haobo's mouth and pulled out the tooth. The young gentleman tried to resist somehow, but the killer was much stronger and continued to confidently pull out the teeth. So the blonde guy stripped the guy of the entire bottom row and then asked, "Is that not enough for you?" Zai said that in his previous life, Haobo had learned a huge number of new methods of punishment, and the blonde man had not done even 1% of all the tortures to him. The killer felt sorry that he couldn't use the things the young master had researched on the victim now, because torturing Haobo was no longer interesting since he was practically dead. Thinking that the victim might be faking, Z stabbed her a few more times as a test, but Haobo really didn't react to anything anymore. The guy realized that he had overestimated his enemy's acting skills. The blonde had killed the young master's psyche, meaning his body was no longer capable of withstanding any more torture. As he left, Z threw a spinning sword at Haobo. Then he took out an umbrella and opened it behind him. Blood flew in all directions, staining the fabric, but not the killer himself. A clock tower towered above the mansion, illuminated by the light of the moon and small lanterns. Stepping out onto the balcony, Z noted that the Lee estate looked good under the night sky. The system suddenly notified him that changes had been detected in his mental state, and he now received the talent Thirst for Revenge. The guy was surprised that he was able to activate the talent. Wanting to learn more about this, the blonde took advantage of the system's capabilities. Talents could be activated under certain circumstances, mental state, personal experience, and personal characteristics, while skills could be obtained through a special book. Thanks to Thirst for Vengeance, once the blonde deemed someone as an enemy, he could increase skills according to the degree of hatred he had for that person, with the highest percentage of stat increase being 20%. Zai never thought that such talent would be so useful. After all, the higher his stats were in the game, the more he could increase them with this talent. This meant that such talent could be improved infinitely. The system notified that the guy had completed the quest, receiving one simple trainer and one piece of bronze-level equipment, and was now asking if he wanted to take it now. After thinking for a bit, the blonde decided to take the equipment first. He was given a piece of equipment from the magician's specialty called the Magic Wand. It allowed one to increase one's magical abilities and also added 5% to skills and the activation speed of a magical skill, while the speed of energy recovery increased by 20%. Z knew that he couldn't use such a thing, but this equipment was necessary for magicians, so the guy decided to take it to sell in the future. The blonde looked at his storage and was glad that he had automatic collection, and he also noted that the tools for killing people in this game were simply barbaric. When you killed a person, his storage disappeared, and you could not get things from there. You could only examine the corpse and find something interesting. But when players learned ways to kill people, a fight to the death began. Although the game did not encourage this, seeing the purification pendant in his backpack, Z became interested in the item and decided to look at its characteristics. It added 1 point to energy and had the ability to purify, eliminating negative states of the body, and the freezing time was equal to 12 hours. This thing could save lives during a battle, but the meditation pendant looked useless against its background, so it ended up in the storage. The guy sighed, thinking for a while longer. He then told the system that he wanted to get a coach. A window popped up showing the percentage of the program loaded. The resulting first-level trainer was called the Absolute Slave. It allowed one zombie to be enslaved, whose strength did not exceed the strength of the owner, while the zombie slave had to obey all orders of the owner, protecting him even under the threat of his own life. And the corpse also possessed a part of the owner's panel, so the player could develop with him. But if the dead man died, the trainer lost his strength. The guy was shocked that he could get a zombie as a slave. He even pinched himself to check if he was dreaming all this. Zai thought about the abilities of the dead man he could obtain. The blonde also realized that if this zombie was truly completely loyal to him, then he would be able to avoid all the dirty work. Ever since the boy found out that Yao had betrayed him, he could no longer trust anyone and was planning to be alone for the rest of his life. But since he now had a hard-working dead man to accompany him, perhaps his heart wounds could be healed. Zai asked the system if this trainer's efficiency would increase if he raised his level. She replied that with each new level, the guy would be able to get another zombie slave. The blonde imagined himself commanding an army of the dead, but dismissed the thought as too unrealistic. However, he still wondered how much he had to level up to achieve such a result. Z also thought about which zombies were best suited for slavery, and decided that the ones that were most suitable were the ones that were supposed to progress to the status of zombie kings. And although all the zombies had potential, It seemed to the boy that after they became his slaves, they would no longer be able to make as much progress as before. Leaving these thoughts behind, Z decided to go down to the Lee family's basement, where, according to rumors, many treasures were hidden. After walking down a long corridor, the blonde finally came across the right door. Entering the room, the guy saw a lot of precious jewelry and gold. However, now that the end of the world had come, all these things were worth nothing. In this place, as useful things, Z found dubious scrolls with some inscriptions and a knife in which precious stones were inserted. The blonde man left a real mess in the Lee family's basement after himself. When the guy found himself back in the yard, it was already dark. Neither in his past nor in this life had he lived in such a luxurious estate, but today he decided to make up for it. When Z entered the house, he saw a large human figure in front of him. However, the guy was sure that there could not be living people in the room. So the blonde took out a flashlight and, shining it forward, saw the same zombie who, when he was a human, had once tried to protect the girls from Haobo. He was level 4 with decent stats and an epic level talent where the player's strength could increase as he leveled up. All strength-related items increased effectiveness, and the skills he used only consumed physical strength but not energy. And the dead man had a strike with all his might skill that was worth 50% of his stats. The zombie was very strong, and at night it was completely indistinguishable from a bronze-level boss. And it was an incredible coincidence that the guy had just received the absolute slave trainer and immediately found a suitable undead. Hearing this, the zombie opened his eyes wide in surprise. He stood completely calmly looking at Z carefully. The blonde even found it strange that the corpse didn't try to attack him. The corpse's energy was only 3 points, and if he were placed in human society, he would be considered feeble-minded. And this fact somewhat disappointed the guy. But overall, the corpse's characteristics were quite good, so Z asked the system if he could choose this zombie as a slave. The system responded that since the dead man's spiritual power was small, then, when all the characteristics were added up, they did not exceed those of the guy. Although the corpse was a bit stupid, his enviable talent and possible obedience won over the blonde. So he agreed with the system when it asked if Z wanted to choose this zombie as the absolute slave. After this, the dead man was surrounded by a red glow. He tensed up, not wanting to obey anyone. The blonde was surprised that the zombie tried to resist. The dead man did not give in for a long time, which made the guy wonder if he would regret his choice. In the end, the system announced that the enslavement was complete, and now it was necessary to come up with a name for the zombie. Since this guy was so big, strong, and had epic-level natural strength, Z decided to call him Foolish. After that, the player panel of the Fool was introduced into the system. But it was impossible to restore data about the storage, reputation, experience for killing zombies, and rewards for tasks. He had to develop like an ordinary dead person. He could receive coins for killing zombies, and also had 1% of explosion from equipment and items. Zai didn't believe that this cage was capable of holding a dead person with such characteristics, so he ordered Foolish to prove his strength, which the zombie began to do. He took hold of the iron bars and tried to push them apart. And then the dead man was able to calmly leave the cage. He did not attack the man or react to him in any other way. Expecting something different, Z sighed, but he was still glad that Foolish understood the orders. The blonde put a leather wristband on the zombie. Then the guy revealed the main characteristics of the dead man. Now his strength was 23, his energy was 3, his body quality was 27, and his speed was 18. Z wondered what would happen at night if the zombies already had such high levels. Moving away from the Fool, the blonde ordered to wait until he was asleep and to guard the entrance from unwanted guests. At last the morning came, leaving behind the darkness. The guy woke up and, stretching, headed towards the door. Z opened the door without hurrying. In the room he saw his slave and several corpses lying around. For such work he praised Foolish, who suddenly smiled. Looking at the corpses again, the guy asked, "Didn't you eat the other zombies?" The dead man shook his head, and the blonde was convinced that he really was different from the others. Then Z silently walked into the room, and Foolish watched him. Having taken several cards from the storage, the blonde man set the table. He took the chopsticks, a bowl of salad, and was about to start eating. Suddenly, thick saliva fell loudly onto the floor behind him. The guy turned around, trying to understand what was happening. The Fool diligently pointed his finger at his mouth. And when Z asked if he wanted human food, the dead man nodded his head vigorously. Having laid out additional dishes on the table, Z called on Foolish to eat, and the zombie was sincerely happy about this. He savored every piece with pleasure, and the blonde thought that before he didn't know what to do with the many food cards. But now the dead man could help him with this. Z originally wanted to take revenge on Haobo at the 5th or 6th level. But now it was all over. The guy was on level 8, and going on quests was pointless. The blonde decided that with all his gear and the help of Stupid, it might be worth trying to change his specialty. So his next target was the Museum of the Capital of Mo. Zai remembered that there was a scroll there that could be used to change specialties. To do this, it was necessary to activate the specialty change space, after which the player had to pass 3 tests, and only then could he receive the scroll. But if a person did not complete the tasks within the set time, then the transition did not occur, and the player was killed. At this moment, the blonde man began to thank Haobo. In his past life, Z and his roommates found out that there was treasure hidden in the museum, so they wanted to go there and find out if it was true. But on the way there, the boy received a message that Yao had cheated on him with a young master. The blonde wanted to take revenge on him, but he didn't know that Haobo would bribe his comrades. The traitors dragged Z into the space of changing specialties. It was then that the blonde received his first scar on his face. The haters wanted the guy to fail the test and die, but they didn't even think he could pass it, and the resulting scar stayed with Z for 10 years, reminding him of this event. It was the 8th day since the start of the Doomsday game. Now it was the 4th day, and there were hardly any people left in the museum. And without Haobo, the blonde should have been luckier. But Stupid attracted too much attention. The blonde looked at the dead man, and suddenly a great idea burst into his head. 2 guys came out of the mansion, one of whom was Zai, and the other was a big guy in a tuxedo, with sunglasses, a cap on his head, and a broadsword in his hand. This image covered up most of the problem areas, returning the zombies to a more human appearance. Sometime later, the team finally reached the museum. At the entrance, the guys met the walking dead, some of whom were already completely dead. It was clear that someone had already been in this place, so it was worth being careful. The blonde rushed into battle, cutting down many zombies. Thus, Z was able to obtain a one-time use bronze-level item called the Fireball Scroll. After using it, fireballs appeared, with which you could attack the enemy, as well as cause an explosion. The blonde turned around and saw a funny picture. The fool nervously scratched the back of his head, surrounded by zombies who wanted to make contact with him. Hiding around the corner, the guy decided to watch his dead man. The fool did not attack the zombies of his own free will, and the other monsters did not touch him either. This meant that Z's personal dead man could approach zombies and attack them unexpectedly, as well as open treasure chests, which would help avoid a lot of trouble. But if Foolish had opened the chest, he would not have received any experience or reputation and would not have been able to expand the storage, so it was a waste of resources, and the guy decided to act in the future based on the situation. In the past life, on the 8th day after the end of the world, most of the zombies had already been killed by players. However, there were too many of them in the museum now, so it would be difficult for the team to deal with them all. The scroll for changing specialty could not be moved to another place. Otherwise, the blonde would simply send a fool for it. On the balcony of one of the nearby buildings, Z noticed a group of strangers. They were going to kill all the zombies and enter the museum, but they didn't have enough people. This is exactly what the blonde was able to read from people's lips while watching them through binoculars. Now the boy knew that it was they who left all these traces of the fight. If he had managed to join this group and go to the museum with them, he could have avoided a lot of problems. A large number of fighters gathered in the building's warehouse. Led by Gaodong, they discussed the circumstances under which the visit to the museum would take place. It was decided to set out on a journey when 200 people had been recruited, and they were to prepare their own weapons. Several guys from the crowd began to shout out their dissatisfaction with this decision. The rest of the crowd joined in, angry that their food cards were about to run out, which could cause everyone to die, allowing the leader to take their cards without hindrance. Suddenly, the girl slapped one of the group members. The guy even fell to the floor from this, and the lady demanded that he stop hitting her. Then the offender told Tian Ningjing that she had not become better than him because she had received a bronze-level weapon, and the guy also noted that if the girl was kinder to him, he would not quarrel with her. Extending his hand to Tian, the boy asked if she would think about it. The girl, holding the weapon in front of her, said that she knew what he was thinking, and if she was nicer to him, she would throw up, which would hardly suit the impudent fellow. Insulting Tian, the guy explained that he was a gentleman and would not kill her, but as soon as he had the opportunity, he would have fun with her so much that her own mother would not know. The girl answered him sarcastically, which made the guy angry and ready to fight with her. The offender asked to show him how beautifully her body bends during a fight, and someone from the crowd mocked the fact that this guy challenged Tian to a fight. At that moment, the leader asked them to stop arguing and listen to him. But suddenly the attention of those around them was drawn to the elevator. which took someone down to the lower floor. The doors opened and Z appeared before the crowd wearing a mask of concealment with his zombie disguised as a human. Seeing the head of the group, the blonde recognized him. In his past life, the boy saw him on the day he activated the scroll, but he didn't remember his full name. Someone from the crowd began to ask Z who he was and why he had come. But before answering, the blonde silently approached the group. Dunn stepped forward and said, "I don't know your name, but why did you come to the Death God Club?" People were worried, not understanding why they couldn't see information about the stranger. They also found it strange that the second player was called Stupid. Zai explained that he was passing by with a friend, and when they saw a group of people, they decided to ask if they could join them. Gao was delighted by this and welcomed the blonde into the Death God Club, introducing himself as the chairman. After such a greeting, Z feigned surprise that the leader himself was standing in front of him. Then the blonde man nervously said that his name was Lin Luo. He also introduced his friend Stupid, who was a bit dumb and mute and used to be a bodyguard for rich people. Dong began to shake Lin's hand, inviting him to join his club. The blonde accepted the chairman's proposal, and from that moment on, he and the zombie were part of the group. The guy was even surprised at how easy it was to join the club. Dunn and the new recruits moved away from the group and sat at a table, where the chairman admitted that Foolish and Lin were like old friends to him, so he informed them of his willingness to help them in any way. Then Z explained that he and his friend loved to fight, and their main goal was to become stronger. They loved to kill zombies and level up, and they came here precisely to develop. To this, the chairman replied that he had many books with skills, and he was ready to give them up for the sake of friendship. The blonde was amazed that Gao was willing to give away such items for free. The boy protested, saying that these books were probably very valuable, but the chairman said that since they were brothers, they should share. Dong actually put out the skill book, after which Z thought that he was doing something wrong. Or maybe in this life, all the players were so generous. The book contained the combat skill Blind Fury, and it consisted in the fact that after activation, the player was plunged into a state of loss of control and reason. Becoming a fighting machine, all characteristics were increased by 20 to 50%. Depending on the degree of rage, the duration of the action was 2 minutes, and after this time, the player was placed in chaos. The time spent in which depended on the degree of rage. After reading the characteristics, the guy did not understand what difference a person had from a zombie when using this skill, although he knew that the combat power in a state of loss of mind was higher than with it. The chairman said that although the side effects were quite dangerous, this skill could save lives at the most difficult moment. Zai was mentally indignant that he was considered stupid and tried to be given such a bad skill, but at the same time he was amazed that Gao reacted so quickly. The blonde closed the book, taking it for himself. Pretending to be happy, he thanked the chairman for such concern and said that he liked the item. Zai then asked Gao if he had anything else he wanted to say, and if he didn't, he and his friend would go level up. Since the chairman, who noticed Z's fleeting smile, did not say anything else, the boys stood up and prepared to leave. However, Gao shouted at them sharply, trying to stop them. Turning back, the blonde asked what happened. Since the chairman was fooling the guy with that skill book, he thought he should give him something good as compensation. So he said he had a card with a bucket of fried chicken and suggested they eat together. But Z refused, explaining that he and Stupid would rather go and look for zombies to earn experience points. He already felt uneasy about taking the skill book, and if he had taken the food card as well, he would have died of shame. Putting the card in the blonde's hand, Gao said that if they were short of food and water, they could simply take it all from the warehouse. The guy admitted that in that case he should thank the chairman for both of them. Dong then dismissed the recruits, saying that if they needed help they could contact him at any time. The chairman smiled and thought that Z was not a bad guy, since Gao gave him such a bad skill book, and the blonde did not refuse it. Z and Silly left Dong's office and went about their business. 3 men walked confidently towards them. Ahead of the others walked a man with white fur on his collar, smoking a cigarette and folding his arms across his chest. Once he was next to the blonde, he said that he had not threatened him, but simply warned him not to have too much to do with Gaodong. The man then placed his hand on Z's shoulder and continued, "Otherwise, even if your friend knows how to fight." However, he stopped short when the blonde shook his hand off. The guy then asked the zombie why he was standing there and urged him to deal with the ill-wishers. The man noted that Foolish was a big guy, but he was only at level 4, like all his guys. The other 2 men drew their weapons and grinned, but the smiles quickly disappeared as the dead man approached them. The zombie then dealt the gang leader an incredibly powerful blow that wrenched his head apart. This sent the man flying several meters away, spraying blood across the corridor. After the ill-wisher fell, Z asked the others if they wanted to die too. They shook with fear, saying that they did not want this, to which the blonde nodded his head to them without further ado and left. Looking at Jia Tai, who had always competed with Gao for the chairman's position, the boys were amazed that Foolish had broken his head with one blow. They even started discussing that it was Dun who called these guys to deal with competitors and at the same time warn others. Seeing a gathering of gossips, the chairman demanded an explanation. Then one of the guys immediately reported everything to him. Gao was surprised that Z and his friend killed Tai. The speaker replied that they didn't know that guy, but there was another one with him named Foolish. The chairman was delighted that the new recruit had given him a great gift. He killed the man in front of others himself, unaware that he had helped Gao, and now it was unlikely that anyone would claim the post of head of the club in the near future. The chairman told one of his subordinates to find people and bury Tai's body with all dignity, and to divide all the valuables that they found on him among the guys. Then Dun, happily whistling a song, walked back to his place. At this moment, Z was sitting somewhere in the dining room and looking at the skill book. He asked the system if Foolish could attack him or do something evil towards him. She reassured the guy by saying that in any situation, a zombie will protect its owner, and this has nothing to do with its level of awareness. The blonde closed the book and approached the dead man who was eating. Z, realizing that he could control his behavior, came to the conclusion that he could use the skill Blind Fury on Foolish, thereby increasing his stats. So the guy distracted him from his food by handing him a book. Then the blonde put his hand on the zombie's shoulder and asked him to study well. The dead man burped loudly, emitting a disgusting smell directly at his owner. After such humiliation of Zai, the zombie began to learn the skill. The guy himself, sitting next to him, was glad that he had such a stupid dead man under his command. But he understood that he himself had to try and move to the 10th level, because after that, as well as after changing his specialty, his strength should have increased at least twofold. The blonde interrupted Silly's meal again, explaining that they needed to go to level up and try out a new skill. And the library, where the game store was supposed to be, was a great place for it. Without wasting any time, the guys set off towards their goal. As they walked down the club building, on one of the floors they found a door that stood out from the rest. It had an unusual notch, highlighted in blue. Z and his subordinate approached her cautiously, expecting a zombie attack. However, everything was quiet around, and no one stopped the guy from putting his hand on the door. Then a window popped up, welcoming the blonde to the game store and wishing him good luck with his shopping. The door opened, letting Z into the room. The room seemed bottomless, without walls, and was filled with a multitude of systemic blue windows. This was the very place where you could buy weapons. Jewelry, masks, and many other items were also sold here. For all the completed tasks and zombie kills, the guy accumulated 6,000 gold coins. If we consider that one piece of high-quality bronze-level equipment cost about 2,000 coins, then the blonde would be able to buy pants, gloves, and a breastplate. While Z was choosing his items, Foolish remained outside the door. He protected the entrance from other zombies, and the blonde calmly looked through the contents of the store, not paying attention to the noise. Suddenly, a zombie's hand reached out to the guy from the window, frightening him with its unexpectedness. But thanks to his quick reaction, Z managed to jump back. Clutching his neck, he felt relieved that the dead man had not been able to hurt him. There were no damaged areas in the store, meaning the dead man was most likely originally inside. The zombie girl, who dreamed of tasting the blonde's brains, approached him screaming. Holding the sword in front of him, the guy concluded that this dead man lived in the game store. In his past life, he encountered such zombies, and he believed that the game should deal with them. But for some reason, she still allowed the dead to remain in areas that were supposed to be safe for humans. The drooling zombie girl lunged at Zai, but she didn't even have time to attack him, as the blonde cut her throat, after which the dead man fell to the floor with a crash, spraying blood. Not wanting to do everything manually, the guy asked the system to activate automatic collection. Zai hoped that he would receive weapons with high stats from the zombies or equipment that would change them. He opened the black box with trepidation, which was supposed to contain an incredible thing, and inside was nothing more than toilet paper. This received material resource made the blonde incredibly upset. The system congratulated the guy on his purchase of 6,000 gold coins and informed him that the store was closing. Everything around began to change, and Z was already in a completely different room. Now the room was filled with shelves of a variety of food. Disappointed by his mistake in wasting so much money, the guy looked around. Resigned to the fact that he had missed his chance, the blonde took a bag of chips and decided to check if everything was okay with Stupid. He left the room and found his subordinate, who had managed to kill several zombies during this time. Zai gave him an approving gesture, delighting Foolish with praise. At that moment, a large dead man appeared in front of them. and the guy entered into battle with him. He dealt with it quickly, as well as with other zombies, from which he was able to obtain a disposable tool, old straw man, and equipment double strike gloves of the bronze level. Continuing to cut down the dead, the blonde man obtained the bronze equipment Huangshu sword. The system notified that this item was a match for the Tang sword, so it could be fused and leveled up using a special stone. Zai checked his level and found out that he had 40% of experience left to reach level 9. Then the blonde was pleased with the useful automatic collection, with the help of which he would not miss a single thing. He decided to look through the characteristics of the new items and press the required button. The guy found out that after installing the effigy, the attention of hostile creatures switched completely to him, and after the destruction of the tool, the enemies began to attack the player again. Double strike gloves increased the effectiveness of strikes by several percent when used, also added 1 point to strength and body quality, and after an attack with increased effectiveness by 5%, a second strike followed. The Huanshu sword was made of steel, had a straight blade that had been tempered by fire, and added 1 point to strength, and if you pushed the strength to the extreme limit and discarded all the side effects, then this weapon was the strongest of all bronze-level weapons so far. Zai decided to put on the double strike gloves and also fuse his swords. He was sure that it couldn't get any worse. The blonde understood that he had a system trainer that guaranteed the explosion coefficient, but it could not guarantee the rest. The boy sighed, wondering if he really should use the stone. At worst, he will break one sword. Z decided to carry out the merger anyway, and the system asked if he really wanted to do this, since after such a procedure the weapon would be impossible to restore. The blonde agreed with this, and the merging began, which took half an hour, and the guy decided to eat during this time. He set the table and the boys began to eat. Finally, the system announced that the fusion was complete, creating a silver tier item called the Demon Slayer sword. Zai was shocked that he succeeded. He immediately rushed to the system window where the merge was taking place. This sword added 4 points to strength and 1 point to body quality. It also had the ability to gradually restore damage after a fight. Its passive skill was called Decapitation, during which the speed increased by 20%, and after a successful attack, the player could get additional points to strength for 3 minutes. The maximum superposition was 2 layers. The blonde was amazed by such amazing characteristics and was sure that with this weapon, he could become the strongest player. Now it was time to take the scroll from the library, which he informed Foolish about. The guy then began to look at the map of the building to choose the right path. He explained to the dead man that this time there was no need to worry about protecting the owner, but to go on the attack head-on to enter the library. The zombie, as Z had asked, went straight ahead to the library, scattering enemies. The blonde followed stupid, finishing off the surviving zombies. Once in the right place, the guy himself began to kill the dead along with his subordinate, skillfully using his skills. Soon he was able to move up to level 10, gaining 1 free point to his stats. Z breathed a sigh of relief after killing the last of the zombies in the room. However, he was alarmed by something he had not noticed before, having focused on the murder. The boy looked at Foolish and asked in shock what he was doing. The dead man growled, clenching his hands into fists. It was noticeable that he had grown in size, causing most of his clothes to be torn. The fool looked like some kind of humanoid beast. As he was leaving, the blonde told him to stay here while he cleaned the toilet, and in 10 minutes to go up to the top floor, where the guy would wait for his subordinate. Half an hour later, the team was already on the top floor, teeming with the dead. There, Z ordered his calmed-down subordinate to activate Blind Fury. The fool obeyed and began to make a menacing roar, increasing in size. Taking advantage of his subordinate's state, the blonde pointed at the crowd of zombies. The guy said that those few dead guys ate all his fried chicken, so Silly Boy had nothing left for tomorrow. An enraged zombie rushed into battle to take revenge on the unsuspecting dead. Z himself sat down and began to drink Longjing green tea. He watched stupid, surprised that Blind Fury was so strong. His subordinate's characteristics doubled, and now the blonde admired the natural strength of the fool, who easily scattered his opponents. Soon, Blind Fury entered a frozen state. Stats were rapidly declining, as were his muscles. The transformation ended, and the tired dead man sat down noisily on the floor. There were many cuts on him from which steam was coming. Zai didn't expect that something like this would happen in the Doomsday game. Now the rate of feeding of the foolish increased by 30%, and the absorption of food corresponded to the severity of the wounds, and also compensated for the expended energy. Throwing a potion to restore strength to his subordinate, the blonde asked the system to activate automatic collection. So, his warehouse contained 4 equipment enhancement scrolls, 3 elixirs of strength, and 2 elixirs of energy. A bronze-level protective chest plate made of gold was also obtained, which had a protective function and added 1 point to the quality of the body and speed. This equipment also created a transparent protective layer for 3 seconds. But when struck with a force exceeding a certain degree, the armor could break, and the freezing time was 1 hour in case of damage, 12 hours. The energy elixir was a one-time use bronze-level item that restored 10% of energy after consumption, with an additional 5% being restored with each new minute. The duration was 4 minutes, and the freeze was half an hour. The guy was happy with the new equipment and put it on right away. Z also decided to use the scroll on his blood-absorbing ring. The boy waited for the enhancement to complete, hoping that the equipment would be equal in strength to the expenditures he had incurred during the battle. The process was completed, and the blonde smiled slightly. Now the equipment added 1 more point to strength and body quality. Everything worked out quite well for Z, and he put the ring back on. Then, the guy went on to actively crush the dead, testing the effect of the enhanced equipment. After that, there was a quiet minute, and he checked his characteristics where strength was equal to 20 points, energy 19, body quality 20, and speed 24. Having looked at this, the blonde went on, telling Foolish that the rest time was over and it was time to go upstairs. They were able to get to the right place without any problems. Entering a dark room lined with bookshelves, the team discovered a mess. Zai was sure that only the boss could do such a thing and possess such power. When the blonde came there in his past life, all the bosses had already been destroyed, but this time, the team made it in time. And now he was wondering who was the main zombie here. Walking even further, the guy found himself at a door with the sign, Mo Capital Store. Zai pressed on the handle and it creaked as it gave way. When he entered the room, the system congratulated him on finding the store, for which he received 10 reputation points. Each player could only be in it for 30 minutes a day. If the set time was exceeded, a fine would follow, but if the player refused to pay it, the system would destroy the person. Since the guy visited the store for the first time, he received a one-time discount of 50%. Pleased with the discount, the blonde ordered his subordinate to guard him, to which the zombie growled in agreement in response. Then Z entered the capsule where he could buy something. Inside, as expected, everything was blue with a system window. First, the guy was greeted in a store in the capital. He then clicked on the View Catalog button, after which a buyer's guide popped up in front of him. In the store, force could be used, but if the walls were damaged during a fight or if they or the floor were dirty, it was necessary to pay compensation for repairs or cleaning, and the amount was determined according to the situation. As he read this, Z hoped that no one would barge in while he was shopping. Then he decided to select instruments from the catalog. However, all the proposed items were already in the guy's stock in fairly large quantities. Therefore, the blonde was even a little surprised that he was too rich. Somewhere on the edge of the window, he saw a red cross, which he had never seen before. Z clicked on it, and the store informed him that since he was unhappy with the products on display, hidden products would be revealed to him. All the shops in each city had special hidden goods that were only available to players who had contributed heavily to the city. And the blonde man fit that description. The guy was even amazed by this, not knowing what contribution he had made. But still, the blonde decided to see what hidden goods were here. Then he saw a text in the window that completely shocked him. The text greeted the respected and devoted citizen. Z asked the system if it was sure it had made no mistake, and was told that he could verify this by going to the store's main page. There were the Badge of Honor of the Capital of Mo, the Coat of Arms of the Guardian, and the Imprint of the Protector. Taking into account the discount, the blonde had enough money for the last 2 pieces of equipment, so he decided to buy the more expensive policing officer costume. Instead of the stated 12,000, the guy was able to buy the item for 6,000, and next time he planned to buy the Imprint of the Capital. Suddenly, the store asked Z what product he wanted to buy, and the guy replied that he didn't need anything anymore. The blonde man came out and was thanked for his visit. Once outside, Z decided to check the characteristics of the item he had purchased. The Mo Capital police officer's costume was of diamond grade and excellent quality. After putting it on, thanks to metamorphosis, all the equipment was hidden, but the effect remained in force. And in addition to this, the suit had the function of self-cleaning, temperature regulation, self-healing, blood isolation, and others. Also, thanks to greatness, players with a bad reputation could not attack, and their stats were reduced by 10% for 5 minutes. With the help of the order function, it was possible to establish order in the capital, publish tasks approved by the system, while the rewards and penalties for them depended on the reputation level of the owner of the suit. The complexity of the task was determined by the content, while the one who gave the task did not have to pay a reward. Zai wanted to see what this suit was capable of in reality, so he decided to put on and activate all the equipment at once. The blonde's clothes changed in an instant, and first he was going to test the metamorphosis function. The guy took out the protective chestplate, and the system asked if he wanted to use the effect on this equipment. He answered in the affirmative, and suddenly armor appeared on him. So Z put on and took off the breastplate several times, and Foolish stood nearby and watched in amazement as the armor disappeared and then reappeared. Suddenly, a notification appeared that the 30-minute limit was already ending, and the guy smiled, thinking that if he put on the suit, his activity, mobility, and stealth would immediately increase to the maximum. Then the blonde took the zombie by the hand and led him somewhere, asking him to be faster. They walked out of the store and the guy stopped, folding his arms across his chest, while Silly Boy was already squatting and looking at him questioningly. Zai wanted to use the order function on his zombie to destroy the entire world. The dead man even became alarmed because he had never been aggressive enough to do something like that. But he was lucky, because the system said that it did not approve this task. Killing a legendary level boss and destroying the library with one blow was also impossible. But the task of spying on a girl changing clothes was approved. The system asked if the guy wanted to publish it, and the blonde, blushing, began to nervously press the decline button since he was just joking. Then a brilliant idea came into his head. Zai decided to publish a quest to kill the library boss. This task passed the test, and the system asked for confirmation, which the guy did. The blonde believed that this way he could determine whether the boss was nearby. As he left, he told Stupid that it was time to deal with the main dead man in this building, to which the zombie growled. It was already night, and in a tiny room adjacent to the library, a couple was sitting. The girl asked if the monster would find them, and was told that this was not supposed to happen. She looked at the door and saw something that made her panic. There, from the crack, a terrible eye was visible looking straight at her. The girl screamed and began to sob in horror. The guy covered her mouth and hugged her, trying to make her shut up. He looked at the door and began to panic himself. A disgusting naked creature with pointed ears and a tail hung from it. It ran its long, slobbering tongue across the boy's cheek. He shook with fear and hugged the girl tighter. The boy then told Xiaomei to run, and they rushed forward together. So they came across a door that seemed like salvation. However, the couple did not have time to run out, because the monster grabbed the girl by the leg with its tongue. He forcefully pulled the girl towards him, tearing her out of the guy's hands. The creature then began to devour human flesh. The guy wasn't going to run away. He saw a broom behind him, which he armed himself with. As he attacked the creature, he shouted that he would avenge Xiaomi. The night was in full swing, and all the zombies with increased characteristics were already rapidly destroying the poor souls who did not have time to hide. Zai entered the library with his partner. There they found two corpses, a girl and a guy, and next to them sat a zombie. The blonde knew that such people did not live long, even after going through the survival instructions, so it could be considered that they had suffered enough. Besides, if it weren't for their screams, he would never have known that the boss was hiding in this very place. The system congratulated Z on finding a special zombie. Such dead people went through the same process as human specialists and could have their own paths of progression. The bosses progressed the fastest, and differences could be detected even at the initial stage. The killer zombies were similar to assassins, had high mobility and strong attack capabilities, and fed on human brains, enhancing their intellectual abilities. And in front of the blonde there was now a climbing zombie, so-called because of its talent for crawling on any non-slip surfaces. He had the ability Backstab. That is, he could inflict a wound with his claws at 10% of the force, and if the attack occurred from behind, the severity of the wound doubled. There was also Illusory Attack, which allowed the dead to merge with the floor or the wall and suddenly attack. And if he attacked the enemy from the front, he would deal damage equal to 80% of his strength. The guy noted that this zombie's abilities and talent were a perfect match. Zai was completely calm when the enemy appeared behind him. The system notified that after finding a bronze-level boss, he received a new quest, Hate of the Climbing Zombie. She then announced that she had scanned and optimized the task. According to the system's story, a library worker stole books, for which the director scolded him right before the end of the world. But after the Day of Judgment arrived, the worker turned into a zombie and killed him. The blonde ordered Stupid to drive the climbing zombie up the wall and not let other dead ones come. The subordinate obeyed and began to carry out the master's order, which caused the enemy to climb the wall. The fool came closer and tried to attack the zombie. The subordinate swung and aimed the blow at the enemy. but the boss suddenly disappeared just at the moment when the metal was about to touch him. The weapon hit the wall, making a dent, which puzzled Foolish. On the same wall behind the dead man, a shadow appeared, from which a climbing zombie emerged. This creature attempted to attack its subordinate using illusory attack. However, the guy, saving Foolish, threw a spinning sword and cut off the hands of his opponent, who suddenly became somehow smaller. Z asked the climbing zombie if he was scared, then added that there was nothing special about the enemy. The guy tried to attack him from behind, but suddenly additional arms grew on the dead man's back, stopping the sword. However, the blonde made several more swings with the weapon, cutting off the hands of these arms as well. The enemy suddenly began to cry and shake from the pain and fear he received. He started to run away and in his zombie language said, "Save me! There's a man killing zombies here!" Yawning demonstratively, the blonde said that he was giving the enemy a chance, and while the dead man was running, he would count to 1. Then Z actually started counting from 3 to 1. After finishing counting, Z activated the acceleration function of the Boots of Strong Wind. The space delay function was also activated for a short time. The blonde ran at high speed after the dead man, who simply didn't have a chance. The guy then used a spinning explosive sword on the boss. The zombie became nervous, feeling his end approaching. The attack quickly reached its target, creating an explosion and destroying the 10th rank undead. For completing the task and killing the zombies, Z received 100 experience points, 700 coins, 350 experience points, and 1 piece of bronze equipment, which allowed him to move up to level 10 and get 1 point to the characteristics of his choice. Since the guy had reached level 10 but hadn't changed his specialty, he couldn't level up anymore, but experience points were still accumulating. The system also asked if the blonde wanted to take 1 super trainer for a new level now, and Z himself was thinking that the rookie period would soon pass, and if he moved to another specialty first, then this would be announced to the whole world. The guy decided to take the trainer right away, and the system reported that it was loading. A super trainer, Yin and Yang twins, was obtained, thanks to which the blonde could have 2 specialties at once, while the other players were shown only the first one. There were no restrictions, but with stable development of the same characteristic, it was possible to get the highest result. And for the second specialty, it was possible to use only 50% of the free characteristics. The blonde was shocked to receive such a thing because it was against the rules. He even believed that the game wanted him to become the king of this world. Zai was of course happy, but he understood that it was unfair to the other players. Suddenly the guy heard the footsteps of approaching dead people. Without any nervousness, he used the spike attack. Earthen spikes rose from the floor, piercing and throwing zombies around. At that moment, a silver chest appeared in front of the blonde. Since it could be moved, unlike the wild chest, instead of opening it right away, Z decided to take it with him. He told Silly that they needed to go upstairs. They walked up the stairs to the 5th floor and did not encounter a single zombie. But there were plenty of them in the corridor. However, they were all of low level. Therefore, the blonde, realizing that his subordinate could handle it alone, left the dead men to Gloopish. As he walked away from the battlefield, Z thought about how, according to the new trainer's explanation, the ghost specialty added strength and speed, which meant that he also needed a specialty that would add body quality and energy. The best specialty was a secret one called Holy Swordsman, which was hidden on the other side of the ocean, and it was unlikely that something like that could be found in the Dragon State. Having finished thinking about this, the blonde opened his warehouse. He began to look through the items he had received, checking their characteristics. Among them, the guy found a very impressive warhammer. He came closer to Foolish, who was killing enemies with his bare hands. Zai gave the hammer to his subordinate, who was delighted to have such a weapon. The zombie took the weapon and tried to bite it off, and the guy, having checked something else in the system, said that they were finished. The dead man continued to gnaw on the hammer, while the guy decided to open the silver chest. For opening it, Z received additional storage space, experience points, gold coins, and the durable combat pants. This high-strength silver-level equipment was a great help during battle, adding 3 points to body quality, 1 to speed, and as a function, it could reduce negative external influences by 20%. The guy put these pants on and happily checked how his characteristics had changed. He then ordered his dead man to collect all the tools from the dead zombies and meet them downstairs. The rookie protection period had not yet passed, and the specialty change system was still closed. So the blonde decided to first prepare for the transition to the ghost specialty and think carefully about the second one. And Z also hoped that the Death God Club members would gather together, and he could make a punitive expedition to the museum early. The 8th day of the game had arrived, and the defensive period for the newcomers was about to end. The elevator in the building where the Death God Club was based suddenly announced its stop with a short signal. Z and Silly came out of it and immediately met the chairman with a megaphone in his hand. The blonde asked him when they would go to the museum, and Gao replied that they had attracted several people in the past few days, and since there were about 200 people in the club, they could set out tonight. Since the blonde man came, the chairman was going to go and call his brothers. Dunn was confident that if their campaign was successful, then no one would compete with him, and he also wanted to figure out how to keep Z by his side. In the open area, the chairman used a megaphone to call people to march in a rather simple manner. He said that all the club members would be heading to the Mo Capital Museum today to exterminate the zombies and bring back the Dragon State's cultural heritage, so they had to gather up and prepare for the expedition. Some shouted that they would kill all the zombies and find bronze-level equipment. Some wanted to get rich, and some wanted to rise to level 5. These players perceived the game as an easy battle where they could kill the dead and get a buff. But Z knew that when the protective period ended, many would die. Although the club members were inspired, things were not that simple. Someone in the crowd couldn't find his bitter tea, and a major conflict ensued. There were a lot of zombies swarming around the building where the club was located. Gao followed their movements through binoculars. He asked Z if he was confident in his fighting ability since there were quite a few dead people here, and the boy answered positively, and also said that if the chairman organized the people to act quickly, there would be no casualties. The blonde walked up to the chairman, who was sitting on the windowsill, and put his hand on his shoulder, explaining that it would soon be 7 o'clock, and if he missed this opportunity, there would be no other. Besides, everyone approved of their plan so they could act. Even though Dunn wasn't confident about the expedition, he decided to do such a crazy thing for the sake of everyone else. Since Z had the highest speed in the club, he asked to be allowed to attack the dead first. The blonde decided to leave his subordinate to the chairman. At that moment, the fool was playing with a hammer, swinging it up and down. The guy thought that this weapon, which the zombies clearly liked, really suited him. Not wanting to waste any more time, Z ran towards the zombie. Everyone admired his speed and dedication and supported the guy. He ran with a few other guys, holding the meat with the zombie virus in his hands and attracting the attention of all the dead. Now everyone else could calmly go outside to the museum without immediately encountering a huge number of opponents. Once close enough to the museum building, the blonde handed the guys the meat, telling them to keep running while he killed the zombies. Z also asked them to find Gao when the boys returned, and explained that the entire reward would belong to them. Admiring the blonde, they thought that this guy was a good person. However, Z simply deceived them. Because killing the dead was not his main goal, he had to find the scroll before someone else did it. The blonde accelerated as much as possible, throwing zombies around, and the guys were amazed at how fast he turned out to be. Finally, the guy reached the right room, and the door opened in front of him. In the middle of the room there was a pedestal, and on it was a scroll inside a glass box. It was the very thing that made many people chase after it, sacrificing their lives, which was more like a deception. Zai walked closer to the pedestal and began to stretch his arms. Then he hit the glass that separated him from the beauty. However, the barrier was not damaged in the least by one attack. Then the blonde began to actively strike with his fists. At some point, the glass began to weaken, causing it to crack. Victory was close, and the guy continued to wave his arms vigorously. And finally, the barrier that had made Z's fists bleed was broken. The system reported that he had found a strange scroll that clearly contained a big secret, and for this he received 500 reputation points. She also said that the scroll was calling for a guy, so she asked if he wanted to answer the call. The blonde agreed, and a bright light began to emanate from the scroll. Since Z answered the call of the scroll, he had to be placed inside. A bright light enveloped the boy, making his eyes hurt. The next moment, he found himself in a stone room, and the system announced that the transfer to the scroll was complete. Z opened his eyes and found himself levitating. He stepped onto the floor and saw several fireballs flying above him, illuminating the room. The blonde walked up to the wall, on which something that looked like outer space was glowing. The guy put his hand on that space and it started to fall through. Now he was sure that he was not mistaken, and this place was right here. Zai entered the space completely, and the system congratulated him on activating the test. Based on the description, it was necessary to complete 3 tasks without using equipment and skills. For failure, the player would die, and time here passed completely differently, so there was no need to worry about it. Suddenly, the system changed everything and said that if it failed, it would provide a safe exit from the space, and a new task, Ancient Test, was given. It said that this legacy, which had existed for several thousand years, was waiting for a strong player capable of inheriting it. After reading this description, The blonde decided that it was not at all suitable for the ghost's specialization. It came from the ancient legends of the Dragon State's assassins, but they only existed 1,000 years ago. Thinking about it more deeply, the boy asked what it meant. The system tried for a long time to find an answer, but could not. Then her window disappeared shamefully without explanation. But despite the lack of an answer, Z still accepted the task. He walked forward and the system announced that the first level of the test had begun. On his way, the blonde came across a glass orange ball, and then heard a request to put his hand on the pearl of lie. The boy obeyed and placed his palm on the ball. For a while nothing happened, but eventually light began to appear around the pearl. Then the same light began to surround Z. It was so bright that it was impossible to just look at it. When the light dimmed, the blonde was still able to see where he was. He stood on a stone, around which absolutely everything was scarlet. The guy crouched down and put his hand down, and when he pulled it out, it became clear that there was blood around. He clenched his fist, knowing this was not going to be easy. It was unpleasant to realize that Z found himself alone right in the middle of a bloody ocean. Suddenly, a whirlwind appeared above the guy, at the end of which the sky acquired a purple hue. All this had a detrimental effect on the blonde, causing mental anguish. In his past life, Z had gone through this level relying on his hatred for Yao, and he had gone through it terribly. This test was created to see if a person could overcome himself in order to avoid the mistakes he would have made if he had been the same. This time, everything was supposed to be different. Many years have passed since the first time he passed this test, which was able to almost completely change the guy's personality. In his past life, he clutched his head and shook all over from the mental anguish he experienced caused by hatred. Now the blonde was completely calm and continued to stand steadfastly with his back straight. Suddenly, all the unpleasant sensations stopped, and Z realized that he had managed to pass the level. He was glad that he was finally able to prove his abilities. Then something purple in the sky said that the boy could come back. Everything around suddenly began to boil, staining the blonde with blood. Then he began to rapidly dissolve into thin air. Z appeared again in the stone space without a single drop of blood on his clothes. The ball under his hand shrank several times and lost all its shine. It was amazing that such a small pearl could transport people to such a terrible place. The second level of the test was activated, causing a portal to appear in the wall and the system to ask to go forward. In his past life, the guy went to the second level just as filled with anger, and at the very end he couldn't take it anymore and fainted. And when I woke up, I found myself on the third level. This time, Z walked diligently through space, feeling strong pressure from the outside. He was going to stand firm until the end, when suddenly he began to urge himself to give up, because the guy could move on to the next level even after losing consciousness. However, the blonde brushed this thought aside, realizing that he should never give up. And besides, he had already been through this in his past life. Zai felt he had to stand firm because he had another chance to take revenge. With difficulty enduring the pressure, the strength of which increased with anger, the boy closed his eyes, trying to gather his strength and concentrate. So the blonde saw the image of an unhappy man with many scars and a small stubble. It was him from a past life. However, now the guy changed every event, turning it to his advantage. That is why I continued to stubbornly walk towards the radiance that appeared ahead. He moved further and further away from the darkness, approaching the light. Finally, the distance shortened and Z was able to see what he had been working towards for so long. It was a rectangle with a bright white light coming from it, as if someone had cut out space. The blonde was amazed that he was actually able to hold out until the end. Because he had succeeded, he felt happiness, which even brought tears to his eyes. Entering the unusual door, Z thought that now a truly new life awaited him. Then the blonde man found himself back in the original testing location. The system congratulated him on successfully completing the level and asked him to move on to the next one. There was one last level left, where the guy was waiting to meet his enemy. In his past life, Z fought him armed with a spear. However, it wasn't of much help against the enemy, and now the blonde wanted to take revenge on this creature for the scar it once left him. Once again, the guy entered the wall, which turned out to be a portal. He moved into the cave and the system announced that the third level had been activated. Since Z had to kill the guardian beast, he armed himself with a sword in advance. For some time, the blonde man simply made his way along the cave paths, accompanied by a fireball. He became wary, sensing the imminent appearance of the enemy. Somewhere behind the guy's head, a whirlwind formed on the wall. Then a black cat gracefully jumped out of it. He landed deftly on the floor and looked at his opponent with disdain. Looking at Z, the cat began to mentally become indignant. He waited so long and ended up meeting a psycho. The blonde remembered how in his past life he had tried with difficulty to defeat him, changing his sword for a spear. At this moment, the system analyzed the ability breakthrough conditions, and the epic-level talent Comprehension of Omnipotence was transformed into the legendary level Omniscience. It was a combat talent that allowed one to easily master new combat techniques and weapons. Suddenly, the cat tried to attack the guy in a jump. Without worrying about anything, Z concentrated on his strike and swung his sword. Then the weapon passed across the beast's face. The cat received exactly the same wound that he had once inflicted on the blonde in his past life. Zai then dealt the beast a few more blows before it landed. The defeated cat, unable to fight any longer due to its many wounds, fell to the ground. And the system congratulated the blonde on killing the guard beast and passing the third level of the tests. For completing the mystical trial, the guy received a reward in the form of 1 level and a scroll of the ghost specialty. The system reported that after switching to a specialty, the reward for leveling up is summed up. Z seemed to have passed the test, but he was still in the cave, so he became worried. In his past life, after killing the cat, he immediately exited the test, but this time, nothing happened. The guy approached the rock and tried to find the portal, but it was useless. He began to think that it was probably not the game itself that had trapped him here. The system explained that it was necessary to pass the test, take the scroll, and receive its legacy. Then the blonde realized that it was precisely the inheritance that he had not received. Apparently, obtaining the scroll was only the first step in completing the quest, and the second step was to activate the scroll, after which it was possible to take its power. The system asked the player to move forward, and he was glad that he was not stuck in the cave due to a bug. Then Z asked where exactly he was supposed to go. However, he never received a response from his system. Surprised by the silence, the blonde even thought that she and the scroll were in cahoots. Or perhaps the system knew about everything that happened to the guy in his past life. There was no choice, and Z went forward as she said. However, he came across a wall that was impossible to pass through. The guy noticed cracks in it, which seemed to form some kind of pattern. The blonde ran his hand over them, and they suddenly began to shine. Silhouettes suddenly began to appear in this place, and soon the same drawing that was depicted on the scroll appeared. Then something strange continued to happen, and the next moment, a door with this drawing appeared in front of Z. He opened the door and saw a room with a stone table in the middle, and on it lay a scroll and a small yellow ball. The guy entered cautiously, expecting an attack. However, there was no one in the room, and the blonde could calmly approach the table. Then he took the scroll and unrolled it. The scroll, which seemed empty at first glance, suddenly began to glow. Its glow became brighter and brighter, illuminating the room. Only 2 words appeared on the parchment: Chi-Yu. Zai became nervous, not understanding what this meant. But then the text continued, saying that the ox and the bird were the totems of the Julie tribe. Chi-Yu was killed by Emperor Huangdi, who beheaded the tribal leader, and according to legend, the soul of the murdered man was preserved through witchcraft. Chi knew that his soul would eventually dissipate, so before that he created a scroll with a trial, where the very last level was guarded by a cat that possessed the blood of a mage. The trial was designed to test one's will to win, determination, and fighting skills, and Z met these standards, thus earning the right to inherit the great power of the Julie tribe. And to do this, you had to put your hands on the scroll. Admiring the power that was hidden in the paper, the boy did as he was told. The system was not aware of such a thing, and it analyzed the force. This energy came from the blue star, and now the system was carrying out the combination of its culture and the Doomsday game, which was successful, as was the digitalization of power. Having received new power, the boy staggered and fell. The system congratulated him on his transition to a specialty that was given the name Commander-in-Chief. Initially, the blonde was going to get the Ghost specialty, but in the end, he passed Chi-Yu's test, which was a great success. The new specialty was unknown to Z, which aroused his genuine interest. He also became curious about the ball that was lying on the table. Suddenly, he stuck to the blonde's hand. The guy started shaking his hand, but the ball still didn't come off. The system then explained that it was the Julie ball that Chi treasured the most, because it was his weapon. It was attached to the player and then existed in his mind. It could change shape according to the player's desire and give him special abilities, and also absorb power, increasing the power of equipment and characteristics. Zai concluded that this thing could grow without limit. The guy was looking closely at the ball when suddenly it flew straight into his head, where it disappeared. The blonde rubbed his forehead from these unpleasant sensations, considering such a weapon to be very specific. As Z was finally ready to return, the boy pressed the button to end the test. The first to appear in the area were dead zombies. Then everything else returned, including the pedestal with the scroll. The system announced that the test was prohibited, and the blonde's specialty was undergoing digitalization. At first, without using equipment and title, his characteristics were not so high, but digitalization was completed, and now, with each increase in level, 3 points were added to strength, body quality, and free characteristics. Zai had reached level 13, and thanks to the specialization he had received, his stats had increased significantly, which left the blonde incredibly amazed. The system congratulated the guy on receiving the title of Discoverer and published this news for all players. Z opened the specialization panel and learned information about several abilities. As the leader of a 10,000 army, he could turn the ball into a military weapon and thereby obtain the skills of a warrior specialty. The player could pour power into the ball, increasing its characteristics and level, and there was also a third unknown ability that had not yet been activated. When the guy read this, he was shocked. He didn't believe what was happening, so he pinched himself hard to make sure it wasn't a dream. The new level of skill was truly incredible. Having calmed down a little, Z decided to test his abilities. He took the bat and let the ball swallow it. The ball glowed and began to suck in the weapon, so the guy continued feeding things to the gun. The system notified that the ball had absorbed enough power and had become a silver-level instrument. It grew in size and contained strange matter inside it. Zai stared at the weapon, wondering what he wanted to get. Matter suddenly began to move, trying to take on a certain form. Thus, the sword Julie appeared in the hands of the blonde, adding 4 points to strength and 2 to body quality, and also had the property of penetrating 10% of armor. He also had various abilities. Julie Attack released the power of the sword onto the enemy and could deal damage at 130% of its strength, and the pain from the blow reached 200%. With Repeat Strike, the sword saw off the enemy, dealing damage at 200% of its strength, but it could put the owner of the sword into a state of numbness for 2 seconds. But it was impossible to obtain skills. They could only change together with the ball. The ball's ability was so amazing that the guy couldn't even describe it. Zai did not stop there and wanted to see the bow and arrows in his hand. The red matter began to change again, forming a bow capable of collecting energy and transforming it into arrows. Flame arrows had a power of 120% of the stats, and when they hit, the enemy would go into a state of continuous combustion, while ice arrows had the same power. But when they hit, the enemy would slow down. Then Z began to transform the matter of the ball into a weapon of an assassin, a tank, and a swordsman. When the boy decided to get the bow again, the ball blurred. Then he plopped down on the floor and looked like some kind of jelly. The blonde grabbed his head, feeling pain, and the system warned that his energy was depleted, and if he continued to change the state of the instrument, he would feel dizzy. Zai took the ball and, yawning, left the room. The world announcement stated that the blonde man had become the first player to reach level 10 and advance to a specialty. The next notification said that his speed was amazing, and he was the only one to receive the title of Discoverer and a huge reward. But other players should have worked harder. One of the players was unhappy with these messages because they were preventing him from sleeping. Another was shocked to hear Z's name again. And the third player at level 6 really wanted to try harder. The blonde himself was trying to get rid of his dizziness at that moment. To do this, he drank the elixir of restoration, and the necklace of meditation also helped him. The system announced that everyone now knew the player as the Discoverer, and also congratulated him on the reward of 1,000 reputation points, 2,000 coins, 2 free attribute points, and 2 cubic meters of storage space. Then, the guy decided to check the characteristics of the new title. It gave 2 points to each stat, and it also allowed him to suppress 5% of the stats of players who had received the specialty, which was of no use to Z. Next, the yawning blonde wanted to know what silver-level equipment he would get from the gift box. After some loading time, the box finally opened. Inside was the Mask of the Evil Spirit, which added 3 points to energy, possessing the power of a magical evil ghost. But the system warned against becoming a servant of darkness under any circumstances. With the help of the mask, it was possible to hide information about oneself, and only players above the 5th level could see it. And thanks to the demonic gaze function, for 3 seconds, players looking at the mask fell into a state of horror, in which their characteristics were reduced, as well as physical indicators. Z changed his equipment, putting on a new mask. The system asked whether to activate the metamorphosis effect, and the guy refused. He put on his hood, and with that fanged mask and glowing scarlet eyes, he looked quite terrifying. Now it's time to pick up the coach. It was a limitation break in terms of equipment, allowing one to equip 2 rings instead of 1. The blonde was glad that he would now have one more piece of equipment than the others. He decided to wait until he had a new good ring to wear. Opening the stats window, Z found 12 free points. After thinking for a bit, the guy began to actively distribute them. Now the strength was 52 points, energy 33, body quality 49, and speed 36. By the time the blonde man left the building, the battle was already over. The members of the Death God Club gathered on the roof of their base and rejoiced at the successful completion of the expedition. Gao, smiling, climbed up to the podium, and Foolish followed him with food in his hand. The chairman said that today's battle against the museum zombies will go down in history. Then Dunn began to introduce the leader named Fool to the crowd, holding out his hand towards him. However, the zombie did not pay attention to this, enchanted by the piece of meat. Then the chairman reached out his hand to the food to take it away. But the dead man turned away resentfully, and Gao said that Foolish couldn't live without chicken legs. Zai suddenly appeared, which made the chairman very happy. He admitted that they had been looking for the guy for half a day, and everyone had already begun to think that something had happened to him. Ignoring these words and the girl's loving glances, Z asked how the situation was. Gao reported to him that they had destroyed 1,500 zombies and also gained quite a few people as allies, received many new material resources, and Foolish alone had killed more than 100 zombies today. Then the chairman asked the blonde man to follow him. Dunn brought him to a warehouse with many boxes and said that they managed to get all of it today. The chairman explained that they had a lot of new guys, and it was all thanks to him. So Dunn asked if the guy had any free time to say a few words to them. Gao gave the blonde a friendly hug and whispered in secret that the more people they had, the greater their strength. And now they could achieve greater results. Zai thought that since there were more people, it would be possible to find more equipment, and the Julie Ball could advance to the diamond level. Perhaps he could exchange the cards for coins from new people, or even for equipment and tools. And all of this was precisely what was needed to increase the level of the ball. So the blonde man suggested to the chairman to discuss the deal. Putting his hand on the guy's shoulder, Gao asked what he was talking about. The chairman explained that Z and Foolish had helped the club a lot in this battle, and so he could give him everything he needed if he just asked. Then the blonde said that he needed equipment. Z smiled, admitting that he thought so. Putting a certain object into the blonde man's hand, the chairman said that he had prepared a surprise for him. Gao was sure that the ring must have come in handy for the guy. He then noted once again that if he needed anything, Z could just say so, since there were so many people in their club that they could find anything, for which the blonde thanked him, saying that he would come again at 8 in the evening. Dunn was sure at that moment that with this ring the guy would stay on his side. Azai explained to him that at 7 o'clock the protection period for newcomers was about to end, so he wanted to familiarize himself with the new rules, and at around 8 o'clock he needed to make a deal with the Death God Club members, so he asked to gather them together. The blonde thought that the chairman would hardly go outside at 8 o'clock, and in this way the guy would save his life and thank him for his help at the museum and for the ring. Gao admitted that he had already forgotten about this period, but asked not to worry, because they had long ceased to be newbies and should have been able to cope. The chairman said that he would definitely help, but specified what kind of deal Zai wanted to make. The blonde replied that she was talking about cards with material resources, and he would explain everything else later. Dunn noted that they had plenty of such things, but Z did not continue to talk and left with Foolish, leaving behind a joyful crowd. He was already lying on the bed in his room and continued to feed the ball various objects. After absorbing enough energy, he entered the gold level. The guy didn't expect that everything would work out so successfully because he thought that he would need to go to level 30 and kill a silver boss before getting such a tool. Having summoned the Julie knife, the blonde noted that the weapon's characteristics had almost doubled. While examining the sword, he suddenly heard the growl of a zombie outside the window. Z looked out and said that they had arrived just in time, and then he threw his untried weapon at the dead men. During the flight, it unexpectedly split into 3 parts. The blonde was even a little surprised by this turn of events. The knife parts swirled among the zombies, killing each one in turn. Then Z himself jumped from the window into the slaughterhouse. He called Foolish to follow him, and he obeyed without question. And now the team together cut down hordes of zombies. After some time, many corpses lay around the area, and the blonde was able to reach level 15. The guy looked at his watch, where it was 10 to 7, and realized that there was little time. He ran to the nearest building, urging his subordinate to hurry. Zombies were running from all sides, pursuing the team, but the guy still managed to reach the building, avoiding the fighting. The fool slammed the door in front of the zombie, not letting him in to see his owner. However, they began to break in, hoping to have dinner. The blonde looked at his phone, where the time was 7 o'clock. Suddenly the sky turned red, just like before the game started. The protective period for newcomers was over, and the dead began to evolve sharply. The system explained that the game was based on the principle of absolute equality, so the players were responsible for their own progress. The time of easy play had come to an end, and everyone had probably already become familiar with the fun environment, so now the real end of the world had arrived. All zombie stats increased, their development speed increased, their sense of hearing and smell improved. Some zombies acquired new forms such as hunters, mad, highly toxic, giant, cursed. Also, the dead could gather in groups at any time and make mass attacks, and their infectious properties spread only to those players whose stats were at a lower level than those of the zombies. Night was now equivalent to death, because the zombie stats increased several times and the dead were able to find players by shadow, and the player stats, on the contrary, decreased at night. The geological structure, building materials, natural environment, blue star, was strengthened in all respects to make the game more enjoyable. All food and drinks not produced by the game rotted faster and lowered the player's stats that could not be restored. All resource cards increased in level, and the nutritional properties of such products increased. The environment and air deteriorated greatly, and only high-level equipment could counteract its negative effects. All channels for transition to specialties were open, and all cities were equipped with platforms for transition to warrior and magician specialties. In order to transition to a specialty, it was necessary to go to the platform. The state skill rating was already uploaded to the network. Tables with levels, reputation, equipment were available to users. All players occupying a place in the table could receive rewards, as well as participate in competitions in opening locations. The system was fully configured, a combination of players was made, the level of content and quests was increased. All cities were delimited. The boundaries between them, it was impossible to pass. The next update should have happened when the specified conditions were met. All these innovations were as harsh as in Z's previous life. The real day of judgment was only just now coming, and the system asked players to try to survive. The zombies changed, completely losing their normal human appearance. Now in this world, you were either alive or dead. The game forced people who were already living a miserable existence to fight to the death. All the food in the club building went bad quickly. Someone called for help, begging the zombies not to eat him. Zai understood that there were now only two categories in this game, dead or alive. The blonde turned to his subordinate and noticed something strange. He forgot that Stupid was also a zombie. The dead man was surrounded by something that looked like an electric charge, and the zombie himself stood motionless in place. Then Foolish tore his clothes, scaring the boy. Because of this, Z asked the system trainer what happened. She explained that there had been changes to the Fool's panel and his progress, so the system was changing permissions. According to the changes, the zombie could not take on a new form, and its characteristics increased by only 50%. And since the dead man was the blonde servant, he was no longer subject to game changes, but at the same time he could make a transition to a specialty. Since Foolish could do this, Z wanted to organize a secret specialty for him. Reading the changes related to his subordinate, the guy was delighted. Suddenly, the system began to congratulate the blonde on the fact that he topped the rankings of level, reputation, and equipment in the Dragon Country. She also asked if she should hide the guy's name, but at the moment he wanted everyone to see it. Zai opened the level ranking panel, where the rest of the players were no higher than level 7. However, the guy was amazed by the fact that Gloopish was in 3rd place. Continuing to look at the ratings, based on which no one could compete with Z, the guy thought about whether to hide the information and become invisible or leave it so that everyone knew who they were dealing with. In his past life, the blonde hid his identity because of the Lee family, as he wanted to take revenge on them when they least expected it. But now these people had not yet regained their former strength, so they did not pose a threat to him. The blonde thought it was great not to hide, and if anything happened, he could use the mask. He also wondered how many more people he could use to help him get new equipment and make the Julie Ball stronger. The system explained to the guy that if he remained in his place in the rating for 24 hours, he would be able to receive a certain amount of experience points, coins, and reputation. And the more time he would lead the ratings, the greater the reward he would receive. Since Z ranked first in all the rankings, he received the reward and title of the epic level, the only one in the world. But it could be lost if he stopped ranking first in any ranking. Thanks to this title, all characteristics were increased by 10%. All shops, including secret ones, as well as quests, had a 10% discount. The explosion coefficient was increased by 1%. The reward for the task was increased by 10%, and a new skill, the only one, appeared, thanks to which one could gain immunity to any injuries within a second after activation, and the freezing time was 24 hours. The blonde was so happy with this title that he decided never to lose first place in the 3 ratings. The guy activated the title and had to wait another hour for it to take effect. Since Z's explosion coefficient was 100%, he asked the system why it should be raised by 1 more. She then explained that if the level was raised by 1%, the guy would receive 2 items upon explosion. The blonde decided to return to the club and trick the other players, and at the same time check the system's words. He opened the door, but a dead man immediately rushed at the guy from the street. The zombie tried to scratch Z, but he managed to dodge. The blonde instantly armed himself with a sword to get rid of the enemy. Then, he dealt the finishing blow to the dead man. Bleeding, the zombie fell noisily to the floor, which the blonde did not want to look at. It was a big shame that the team went out and immediately ran into a zombie hunter. Continuing on their way and hiding around corners, they suddenly came across dead people from whom strange green clouds of smoke were emanating. These were highly toxic zombies that the blonde Zai decided to escape from. He didn't have the strength to fight them now, and even their saliva was toxic. However, there was no point in simply running away from them. First, it was necessary to break away. To do this, Z ran around the building with Stupid, and this really helped to break away from the toxic zombies. Now the team could safely return to the club building. To avoid being caught by the zombies on the lower floor, the blonde decided to climb through the second floor window. Down below, in front of the headquarters, people were screaming as they were being eaten by giant zombies. In the building itself, many people were also dead. As he rode the elevator to the top floor, Z heard people losing hope. They worked hard for half a day. But after the announcement, they could no longer kill zombies, unlike the undead themselves, who killed people at any time. And in a few days, the club could run out of resources, condemning everyone to death. One girl suddenly shouted that she had food and suggested that they all eat together while they still could. For Z, this situation was a great opportunity. So, not missing the chance, he climbed onto the container which served as his platform. Then he began his speech. "I am here to help you survive, to give you hope for the future. You heard right. For coins, equipment, or tools, you can buy food for the whole day. Hurry up and buy it." All those present immediately rushed to him, advertising themselves and their things for food. During this day, the blonde was able to earn 10,000 coins. The offers ran out and the guy was about to leave, leaving people happy with the deal. However, before this, he asked them to try to behave more quietly, since night had come and it was not worth attracting the dead to themselves. Also intimidated the group by saying that they shouldn't be offended later if he ordered Foolish to flatten them with a hammer. Then the guy went to his room. But there, around the corner, a nervous Gao was watching him. Then the blonde man turned to the chairman. "Brother Gao, do you recognize me?" Then Dong said that he should call Z brother and asked the boy to take him with him, promising to do everything that was said. Then the blonde man approached the chairman and whispered something in his ear. Gao understood this and promised that he would do everything. Z put his hand on his shoulder and told him to go, and Dong obediently ran to carry out the order, and the blonde hoped that this man was smart. But if the matter was carried out, then the blame would be on him, and in any case it would not affect Z in any way. Now the guy could finally return to his room and rest. The day after the end of the protective period had passed, and tomorrow the blonde was going to go hunting for new zombies and earn more coins and equipment. Then he planned to see how the chairman did and whether he would come to exchange equipment for cards. They stood together under the red sky in the middle of a pile of dead people. The smarter zombies began to look back at Z and Stupid. Then they rushed towards the team in a crowd. However, these guys weren't going to give up that easily. A fierce battle ensued between man and the dead. No matter how hard the zombies tried, they were unable to damage Z and fell shamefully. The guy called on Stupid to deal with a few more dead people, giving the other players a chance to catch their breath. He was going up to the 5th floor and suddenly heard someone wanting to settle there. Behind the door, they said that there was a store here, so you could charge an entrance fee and get rich. Besides, the zombies in this place were already dead and there was no danger. And if you took resource cards as payment, they would always have water and food. Only another person became wary, assuming that the dead on the 3rd, 5th, and 4th floors could have been killed by some very strong group that could have found the store and captured it, creating problems for those who were already there. Z opened the door and people turned to look at him in fear. One of them began to rudely question the aliens who they were, wanting to drive them out. And another bald guy covered his mouth, saying that behind the first one who entered was Foolish. He was ranked 2nd in terms of levels. Hearing this, The blonde even turned around in surprise at his subordinate. By killing new zombies, Stupid gained his experience and took Zhang's place. Yuanzhong. People suddenly smiled and lined up in 2 rows, letting the guys through to the store. The fool stepped forward from his master and growled at the other players, frightening them. Zai asked the zombies to leave them alone and went to buy something. The club members looked nervously after the boys. Baldy said that it was immediately obvious from Glopish that he was an influential person. But even though the player was strong, there were more of them. Another man stated that their numbers didn't matter, since Stupid had clearly killed more zombies than they had ever seen, so the group couldn't match him in strength. Meanwhile, Z discovered among the hidden goods of the store an honorary badge of the city of Mo, which he did not want to miss. So the guy bought the item at a 10% discount for 10,000 coins. The sign was then placed on the card so that the purchase could be collected. The blonde took the card and immediately activated the item. The Mo City Defender's token was a special type of diamond-level tool, and once activated, it could be used on any equipment except weapons. Zai activated this tool by putting it on his suit. The speed of recovery of the equipment with which the sign was used was increased, but this did not work if the equipment was damaged by more than 40%. And when in the city of Mo, the characteristics of enemies were reduced by 10% for 5 minutes. And also once a day, it was possible to summon a robot defender to help in battle for 10 minutes, the characteristics of which changed depending on the characteristics of the player. The store warned the guy that one player could only buy one sign, so it was impossible to buy a similar thing. And the blonde thought that if he had enough time, he would be able to buy whatever he wanted. Zai realized that he wouldn't be able to summon an entire army of robotic guards, but the store didn't say that the calculations were based on the player's characteristics, and didn't say in what proportions. But it was too late to ask about it now, and the guy decided to find out everything the next time he went shopping. Somewhere in the city square, the ground sank in a stone room without a roof. Windows or doors arose. The upper part of the walls was covered with ominous inscriptions. Inside stood an unfinished column, on which were depicted weapons of various kinds. Next to the huge stone ball, there was a cylindrical pedestal on which a blue sphere was shining. All the zombies in this place had already been killed, and a group of people were trying to descend into this rectangular space. Once inside the mysterious room, one of the guys guessed that this was the very same platform for transition to a specialty that was mentioned in yesterday's announcement. Another suggested that they split up and look for something useful, to which one of the girls agreed. And another girl came up to the sphere and touched it, asking why this crystal was here, which looked quite special. The first girl shouted at Xiaofei not to touch that thing. The one who touched the crystal turned questioningly to her friend. Suddenly, a blue glow began to spread over the group and a wind formed. They screamed, losing their balance from the shockwave. A barrier suddenly began to appear around them. This created clouds of dust in the confined space. Clearing his throat, one of the boys asked Xiaofei why she always touched everything, which always caused problems. The girl replied that she could not have known about the existence of the portal and said that next time she would be more careful. Taking out a candle lantern, the guy asked to stop arguing. Instead, he suggested looking for a way out. And another guy tried to warn him about the threat behind him, seeing the silhouette of a huge zombie in the dust. But this man did not have time to save himself, as the dead man crushed him with one hand. From the zombie's info window, players could only learn that he was a level 18 bronze boss. The only thing they could do in front of this giant was to shake with fear, but the monster was not averse to feasting on people. Screaming in fear, the group tried to escape, but it proved pointless, and they were all mercilessly destroyed by one undead. Approaching the wall, the zombie touched the barrier with his finger. The creature then clenched its hand into a fist and tried to destroy it. Looking at his hand, the zombie realized the pointlessness of this action. Then he screamed, realizing the hopelessness of the situation. Suddenly, clouds of smoke began to gather around him, and the next moment the dead man disappeared into thin air. Following the zombies, the barrier also began to disappear, and at the top, next to the depression, stood an unknown man who asked the others if they had seen this very tough ending. He also explained to his comrades that if they continued to touch and pick up whatever they came across, they would be next. Somewhere behind him, the man heard strange voices. Then 2 guys and a girl ran to hide behind an overturned truck. From there, they watched Silly and Sue as they approached the site. The serious-minded team moved towards their goal without fear. The hidden man called them more idiots and suggested that they watch other people's deaths again. And the other guy noted that one of these idiots was Foolish, who was a top player in the Dragon Country. The girl asked if Foolish could kill that zombie, and she was told that it was quite possible. However, the guys who had just been killed were about the same level as the people hiding. But they couldn't do anything to the boss, so despite his strength, this player might not be able to handle it. The group decided to wait until it was over and collect the equipment in case Z and Stupid lost. They then became alarmed when the blonde told his subordinate to follow him, ignoring the other 3 naive players. The guy remembered that the boss who guarded the specialty platform in this city was a mad type and was protected by the game. Without hesitation, Z jumped onto this platform. In his past life, the boss was killed by a group of hired hunters, and the blonde man didn't know how strong this zombie really was. The system explained to the guy that the platform could be activated using a crystal or a fingerprint, after which a protective layer would appear, and the zombies with the players who were inside could not leave. But those who were outside could enter. And when 30 participants were reached, an automatic forced isolation would occur, while the boss, absorbing the players, would increase his level. Zai remembered one zombie who had raised his level to 40 in this way. As a result, no one in that city could get a specialty, and only when the borders between the cities were opened were the players able to leave. Blondie and Silly Boy moved closer to the shimmering sphere. And behind the podium, the guy noticed 2 cards. Looking at them, he thought that he might not have activated the task, and there weren't 30 players here. Then, continuing to look at the cards, Z leaned against the crystal. A protective layer formed, and a group of people remaining in the safe zone began to carefully observe what was happening. The system explained that the blonde man had received the task of activate the Mo Capital Specialty Change platform by touching the spiritual crystal of the mage specialty. The reward was increased due to the fact that there were 2 players on the team and the boss guard was about to awaken. The system detected that Z had started the task, so it began optimizing. The quest description stated that, in order to resist the terrible zombies, specialty change platforms for players appeared in each city. And in order to make the transition, you need to prove that there are already people with sufficient abilities in this city. As a reward, there were 500 reputation points, 2,000 coins, 1,000 experience points, and a secret scroll of a high-level specialty. The completion time was 12 hours. There was no penalty. The blonde told Fool that he would take the magician's scroll for himself and give him the warrior's scroll. Finally, the giant mad boss woke up and appeared in front of the team. His strength was 56 points, energy 30, body quality 55, speed 30. Thanks to his talents, zombies broke through their strength and body quality, received injuries were reduced by 10%, at the same time the ability to recover increased. After the attack, a dizziness effect was created. With the help of skills, it was possible to create an earthquake by hitting the ground, due to which enemies were injured in 120% of their characteristics, and the wave from the roar, heard over a long distance, increased their own characteristics by 20%, and the enemy's characteristics were reduced by 10%. The guy suddenly started making approving gestures to the zombie and praising him. This undead had only eaten a few people, so his level had not yet increased, and he had almost no combat experience. Unlike Z, who had killed countless zombies, could replace a group of 30 people, and had the Julie Ball and other enhancements. So the blonde could still fight with this boss. The system notified that it had detected a battle with a zombie titan, which is why it gave the guy a corresponding task. It was necessary to kill the undead guarding the specialty change platform, and the reward was a normal trainer and silver-level equipment. The blonde aimed at the zombie using the Julie bow, and the enemy at that moment saw not an enemy but a delicacy. Before firing, the energy was concentrated in the arrowhead. Zai released the bowstring, and the projectile flew straight towards the zombie's head. However, the dead man managed to cover himself and the arrow hit his hand. Then the blonde told Fool to use the hammer. Then the subordinate accelerated and jumped, raising his weapon above himself. He struck a blow that landed on the same dead man's hand. And at that moment, energy began to accumulate at the place of impact. It gathered quite quickly, forming ice. The blonde praised Foolish for such accuracy. A bracelet of ice crystals had already formed around the enemy's arm. The angry zombie used one of his skills and let out a loud roar. The wave from it made the guy grab his head. Then he dropped to one knee. It was that same dizzying effect after the sonic attack. Because of this, Z temporarily lost his coordination. Taking advantage of the moment, the enemy attacked Foolish, throwing him aside. Then he hastened to pull the arrow out of his hand, due to which the ice bracelet began to disappear. The boss armed himself with a hammer and struck the ground with it. The resulting earthquake almost made the blonde man fall. The guy stood in a stance and pulled the bowstring. When Z let go, energy arrows flew at the enemy. They wounded the zombie in the leg, arm and back, and the last arrow went straight through the dead man's head. But instead of piercing, she shaved the boss. Then the offended zombie ran away to the side. He started to assemble something from bricks, and the blonde thought that before turning, the dead man was a builder and decided to take up his old work. Aiming at the monster, the boy said that it was better not to turn your back on your enemy. Then the arrow quickly flew towards the zombie. However, the dead man turned sharply, deflecting the projectile with a huge stone ball that he had made himself. This action did not please Z, causing him to make a displeased expression on his face. The guy told his subordinate to activate blind rage. He also explained that while Stupid was unconscious, this guy ate 5 of his chicken legs. And these words really helped to activate the blind rage faster. The subordinate grew to the size of the boss and jumped on the enemy. So the two zombies started a fierce fight. While they were fighting, Z waited for the right moment to shoot. The fool, holding tightly onto the dead man's wrists, forced the enemy to turn his back to the blonde. Not missing the chance, the guy shot at the boss. The arrow, filled with energy, flew beautifully, straight to the target. When she reached the zombies, everyone had a lot of emotions and Z even grabbed his butt. The angry boss knocked out Foolish with one blow, and then he pulled an arrow out of his butt. The dead man turned to the blonde and said in his zombie language that he had dishonored his honor, and the guy swore that he had not done it on purpose. But such explanations had no effect on the boss. He rushed towards Z, intending to attack him. However, Foolish did not allow this to happen, saddling the enemy. The subordinate, holding tightly to the dead man's head, fell backwards, causing the zombie to fall. But the boss was not going to give up so easily and was able to break free from this grip. Then he got down on all fours, hanging over Foolish. And the guy fired at the enemy again, hitting him right in the ass. The pain even made the boss shed tears, and Z stood in complete shock. The offended zombie turned to the guy and growled angrily, and the blonde again nervously made excuses that it had happened by accident. Once again the monster, crying, pulled the arrow out of his bloody bottom. Blind rage entered a frozen state, and Foolish shrank in size. Aiming several arrows at the enemy at once, the blonde asked his subordinate to step back. The fool obeyed and immediately tried to run away as quickly as possible, after which the shells instantly flew at the crying boss, who was lying on the ground. This caused clouds of dust to rise, hiding the enemy. Suddenly, the system began to warn the guy about changes. Because his fighting method was too offensive to the zombies, he reached the ultimate level of rage and also activated the Titan Blood, becoming a silver tier boss. Zai knew that bosses could evolve, but he didn't expect that it was possible to do so even on the brink of death. The boss growled, changing his appearance, acquiring various marks on his body. Now his strength was 70 points, his energy was 30, his body quality was 65, and his speed was 45. And the dead man also acquired a new legendary talent and new skills. Because of the true Titan body, the strength and quality of the body increased. Injuries received from physical attacks and magic decreased by 20%, while the ability to recover greatly increased, and all attacks created a dizzying and tearing effect. Thanks to the Titan Fist, a zombie could create an earthquake by punching the ground, and at the same time, enemies would receive a wound equal to 140% of the strength characteristic, and the wave from the roar would be heard over a large distance. Their own characteristics would increase by 20%, while the enemy's characteristics would decrease by 15%. Titan's Wrath would increase subsequent attacks by 10% when attacking a single target, but the effect only lasted for 8 attacks, and if the target tried to escape, the zombie Titan's speed would increase by 50%. Since the system discovered that the dead had evolved and the difficulty of the quests had increased, the reward for completing them was also increased. But Z didn't have time to look at her, as the boss began his attack. Now the blonde needed to come up with a way to fight the approaching enemy as quickly as possible. To avoid missing the blow, the guy jumped away from the dead man. He then fired several arrows at the zombie. Blood was gushing out as the boss pulled them out. However, the wounds from the shells quickly healed. While the monster was distracted, Z summoned the Julie sword. Then he began to attack the enemy in a jump. The blow landed on the chest of the embittered Titan. However, this did not cause much damage to the boss. The boy became nervous, realizing that there was no point in relying on Foolish, who was looking at the food with love. However, he remembered that he had more than just zombies as subordinates. The first thing the blonde did was summon a robot protector. Then he took out a cat calling horn from his bag. Now he had both a robot and a zombie animal on his side. Gathering power into the sword, the boy intended to use Julie's attack. The boss wanted to cause an earthquake with his fists. The simultaneous attacks were approaching each other, and one could only guess which would be stronger. Zai jumped and collided with the dead man's hand, knocking him back. The system suddenly reported that the boss had entered the final stage, so the player froze for 2 seconds. At that moment, the monster fell, breaking the floor with its weight. When the zombie stood up, there was already a robot above him. He struck the dead man in midair. The cat also ran forward, protecting its owner. The enemy was falling, but the beast did not stop and jumped on the boss. In flight, he already released his sharp claws. Finding himself above the dead man, the cat scratched his hand and hurried away from his enemy. The zombie grew increasingly angry as he looked at his damaged arm. The frozen state ended and Z could move again. So he flew over the boss and injured him. Then the guy suddenly stopped himself, thrusting his sword into the ground. Standing in front of the dead man, he felt tired from simultaneously controlling 2 beings with his mind. The zombie hit the ground several times, trying to attack the blonde in this way. However, Z jumped, avoiding the shockwave. Feeling the earthquake, Foolish, who had finished his meal, became alarmed. The consequences of the enemy's attack were heading straight for him. However, Z's subordinate did not have time to react in time and lost consciousness from such a blow. The guy himself, along with the cat, whose time had come to disappear, landed in a safer place on the platform. The blonde felt that the monster had completely lost its shame, using Titan's wrath in such a situation. According to the description, the enemy's blows were supposed to become stronger and stronger, which Z might not be able to withstand. And if the blonde ran, the zombie's speed would increase by 50%, and it would be much more difficult to hide. Although one of the boss's arms was badly injured, it was unlikely that he would be able to reach his maximum attack speed. Therefore, the guy could well defeat him on the very edge. While the dead man was attacking, Z ran towards his fist. However, he managed to jump before the blow itself. As soon as the blonde landed, he was met by a second fist. The guy was able to fight off this blow with his sword. Then, in a jump, Zai himself attacked the boss, injuring his neck. He landed somewhere behind the monster, while the dead man was clutching at his new wound. Suddenly, the system began to notify that the player's team was adding members, for which the reward for the building was reduced. Together with his assistant, the blonde attacked the zombies again. And after this attack, the robot also disappeared. The guy turned around and saw other people coming down onto the platform. The most important of them invited players to enter the platform to receive a reward for the task. Some of them were overjoyed, assuming that the opening of the site would make them famous throughout the world. One of the girls at the top refused to come down and asked the others to go back, since it was already difficult for the fighting guy to defeat the huge zombie. However, the leader told her to shut her mouth and admitted that he had long tolerated the girl, who had been pretending to be a saint from the very beginning of the game, and he also promised to punish her as soon as he returned. She wanted to answer something, but she shook with fear when she saw Z. This alarmed the leader himself, who stood with his back to the blonde. Zai exuded a terrifying aura that was made even worse by the mask. The leader turned around and said that he was a fan of Z, who was so strong. He explained that he saw the guy fighting and decided to call his guys for help, and the rest picked up on the idea and also began to say that they were fans of the blonde. Then the guy asked again, "Fans, have you come to help?" He then noted that these people had been hiding nearby from the beginning, so it was strange that they had only come now. The leader became nervous, trying to find some kind of justification for this, but Z didn't wait and simply killed the man. And before this man finally died, the blonde called him a liar. Someone from the crowd screamed in fear, while the guy demonstratively splashed blood from his sword. Then Z confessed that he hated liars the most. He looked at the players using his demon mask skill. The alarmed people looked at the blonde man for a few seconds. They were afraid of being killed as well, and then the anxiety gave way to a state of horror. People started killing each other, seeing zombies instead of players. Zai mentally insulted them, realizing that these people could not only share his reward without putting in any effort of their own, but would also contribute to increasing the boss's strength, thereby finishing off the guy. Someone from the crowd said that Yazi was a hero of the Dragon State, and therefore should have helped them. Another player explained that they just wanted to cover for the guy and had no bad intentions. The blonde was asked to think carefully, because if he killed the players, then no one would consider him a hero. But the guy didn't want to listen to this, so he threw a sword at the player. While the weapon was being returned to its owner, the other player almost threw up. Z asked to remember his name, explaining that his name was synonymous with vengeful. He said that he was not a hero and did not intend to help anyone, did not want to save the world either, and lived only for himself. And anyone who would irritate him, hinder him, or do something bad to him would face death. Therefore, every player who descended left the mission, dying at the hands of Z, and the guy's reward increased. The blonde man who defeated the boss destroyed other people, considering them useless trash who dared to teach him. When he was persecuted by the Lee family, no one lectured them on goodness, so everyone around him was a bunch of scum who feared the strong and bullied the weak. For killing the boss, Z received 400 experience points, 500 coins, and the only title in the world, Silver Fighter. Also, for completing the corresponding task, the blonde received an increased reward in the form of 2 simple trainers and 2 items of silver equipment. The guy turned around and discovered a golden chest that had materialized. A pleased Z hurried to take the item. Suddenly, a pedestal rose up from the ground next to Z. On it, shining, lay a pen and a scroll. First, the blonde took the scroll and unrolled it. The scroll said that after the initial activation of the platform, this agreement would appear, after signing which it would be possible to activate the platform and receive a reward, and it consisted of the following provisions. On the second day, a statue was to be erected on the platform, commemorating the glory of Z, in honor of his enormous contribution to the city. And if the city was not captured by the enemy, the blonde man would remain forever revered in it. In order to use the platform, the player had to complete the task, which consisted of killing zombies. Without hesitation, the blonde signed this agreement with his real name. The system notified that the guy had completed the task, for which he received 500 reputation points, 3,000 coins, 1,500 experience points, and a scroll for changing his specialty, which was called Ruler. Z's level was increased, and 3 points were added to strength, body quality, and free stats. For being the first player to activate the platform on the blue star, the blonde received the title of Master of Specialty Change. The guy was glad that the system tried and increased his reward. Suddenly, somewhere above the platform, Z heard strange footsteps and voices. He had completely forgotten about the other players, but now he wanted to find a quiet place to count the reward, and besides, he was not in the mood to lecture others right now. Trying to bring Foolish to his senses, the blonde hit him on the cheek several times. When the zombie woke up, the guy said he would give him a chicken leg. Then the two of them went off in search of a quieter place. Meanwhile, a strange blue glow appeared in the sky, puzzling the other players. They assumed that Z had activated some kind of mechanism to feed them to the zombies. And now they couldn't understand how the blonde could do this to them, because they just wanted to share the reward with him, which was nothing for the guy. The system then announced to the world that Z was the first to kill a silver tier boss, and other players should follow his example. And he was also the first person to activate the job change platform, members of which made a huge contribution to the city. Since most city was the first to activate the specialty change platform, all players in it received a reward. Their level increased by 1, the reward for all killed zombies doubled within 24 hours, and the experience points and coins received increased by 10%. A pillar of light suddenly descended from somewhere in space across the entire city area. This phenomenon alarmed the players, who expected the worst from him. But then they were glad that the level had actually increased and someone began to consider Zai their hero. Someone at this moment continued to kill other players. One of the survivors was surprised that the blonde man was able to cope with the platform that appeared today in half a day, which a group of 30 people could not cope with. Some guy who killed dead people in the middle of the night was happy about the announcement. He knew that Z would become famous, and now he was delighted that 3 reports had been published about the blonde. Another unknown person told his subordinates that he was sure that this player named Yazi was actually from their country. But before the game started, he went on a trip to the capital of Mo, and now he couldn't get out. However, his heart always belonged to their country, and sooner or later such a valuable player had to return to his homeland. Meanwhile, the blonde was finally able to find a place to stay for the night. The fool sat next to Z with a certain object in his hand, the characteristics window of which was open. And the guy was looking through today's notifications about the awards and titles he had received. He also looked through the information about himself. The blonde had a 16th level, 12,000 coins, a storage of 7.2 cubic meters, and 6,220 reputation points. Zai was pleased that he was leveling up even faster than during the beginner's protective period. And now, even if he wanted to lie low, he wouldn't be able to. The guy opened the warehouse and took several specialty change scrolls from there. One of them was called Overlord, and the description said that it was a power that could move mountains. Thanks to it, with each new level, you could get 4 points of strength and 3 points of body quality. And with the help of the skills of this specialty, you could destroy everything that exists or change everything that exists. Since this specialty increased stats, the blonde decided to distribute his free points between energy and speed, which would allow him to immediately increase his strength. The system also congratulated the guy on receiving both automatic collection and information breakthrough. Now it would be much more convenient for him to deal with bosses and other zombies. Zai remembered that the system's message said that the explosion coefficient would be doubled, so he asked if each player would be given an additional 1%. Then the system explained that the original explosion coefficient would be increased, and the blonde would be given an additional 1%. The guy stood there for a while, counting everything, trying to figure out how many things a zombie could collect. Now his explosion rate was 201%, which was already incredibly high compared to the rest of the players. The system then rewarded Zai with silver-level equipment called the Demonic Chainmail of Concealment and Demonic Pants of Concealment. The Demonic Chainmail was created to combat mages, so thanks to it, damage dealt by magic was reduced by 10%, and 2 points were added to strength and body quality. Demonic Pants of Concealment was designed for the same purpose but reduced magic damage by 5% and added 2 points to speed and energy. The blonde put these items on himself, and together they gave another point to all characteristics and also added 10% to magic resistance. Speed and energy were a little behind the other stats, so the guy decided to split the 12 free points between them. Now the strength was equal to 56 points, energy was 40, body quality was 53, and speed was 42. Zai then informed the system that he wanted to take one of the 2 coaches. Among the new items, the guy came across an elixir for physical strength, after using which his physical strength was instantly restored by 24%. The blonde's latest acquisitions were not inspiring, and he thought that he probably already had too much. Z looked over his ranks, which also didn't impress him, and the only thing that calmed the guy down was that he signed the agreement after killing the silver zombie on the platform. Then the blonde decided to check the second specialty change scroll. While the specialty was loading, Z began to pray to all the gods, hoping to get something more worthwhile. And he came across a butcher, the description of which stated that the player had inherited the craft of his ancestors of cutting up cows and pigs for programming. Such a reward was useless to both the blonde and his zombie, but the guy decided to keep the scroll just in case. Next, Z began to put his warehouse in order. There he discovered a golden chest, which he hastened to open. Upon activating the item, the storage was increased, and Z also received 104 experience points and a treasure of 560 coins. Hua Watermelon Knife. Chang Gold level. When attacking an enemy, one could shout, "Is your watermelon ripe?" which would give a fear effect for 2 seconds. The blonde decided to feed this weapon to his ball, Julie. Filled with enthusiasm, Z stated that they had no time to rest and only had 24 hours to receive the increased reward, so they had to take advantage of this chance. Then the blonde took out an elixir for physical strength from the storage. After drinking it, the guy was able to fully recover. Zai kicked the door open, alarming Foolish. He told his subordinate that it was time to work, and he also asked him not to finish off the zombies to death today, leaving them to the guy. Unlike the owner, the zombie didn't really want to go to the slaughter, so the blonde said that for every 20th dead person, Foolish would get an extra leg. Dreaming of chicken meat, the zombie also became filled with enthusiasm. As he walked outside, Z simultaneously summoned the Julie sword. There he ran past one zombie, who stood and scratched the back of his head in confusion. The guy stopped and turned around to look at the healthy dead man. He was so big and fat that the blonde thought the zombie had eaten too much rastishka. Concentrating all his strength, Z assumed a fighting stance. He then took off and cut the dead man in half, wanting to get 2 sets of equipment or even more. After killing this undead, the blonde ordered Stupid to attract more zombies by creating an earthquake by hitting the ground with his hammer. As soon as the subordinate carried out the order, a wave of dead people immediately rushed towards the team. Zai killed one zombie after another, receiving coins and experience points from them. However, the number of dead people only increased due to the loud sounds that attracted them, and the blonde was only glad about such an influx of enemies. Meanwhile, 3 people somewhere in their headquarters were looking at the equipment rankings, in which Z had captured places from 1st to 6th inclusive. The mustachioed man with square glasses, who was the head of the Yun family, guessed that Z had obtained new equipment by killing a silver-level boss, and the young head of the An family said that it was obvious, and he wanted to know who this strongest player was. The head of the Lee family, Haobo's father, demanded that the young man be more serious, because they were discussing important matters here. And if the head of the An family had not turned into a zombie, the boy would not be sitting with them now at all. The young man laughed at this and explained that he did not need to be lectured, since he was not one of Lee's disgusting offspring. The boy also noted that Haobo was in the capital of Mo, and it was unlikely that his father could help him from another city, so An was ready to bet that the young master did not last even a few days. Lee got angry and stood up abruptly, hitting the table. And then Yoon asked the man not to forget about their topic today, which was Z, and it was not worth discussing family matters here. Yoon had never heard of this person in the Dragon Country before, and admitted that he couldn't believe that a common citizen could reach such a level in just a few days. Lee believed that they should have found him, because with his current fame and rating, the player could greatly help them if he joined them. Then Anne said that this end of the world was a great opportunity for them. Since everything in this world was turned upside down, they could try to take over it completely. And if Z couldn't be useful, they could simply take his equipment. After that, they would simply finish off the player. What the young man said caused Lee and Yoon to glance nervously at each other. In the city of Mo, 3 girls united into a group and successfully dealt with zombies. Somewhere there, an unknown guy was looking through his storage, pleased that he had already managed to earn a lot, but he was going to kill a few more dead people. And the other guy just finished clearing one of the buildings. Zai stayed in one of the capital's hotels. He chose a cozy room for himself, where he summoned a fireball to illuminate the room. The guy looked out the window and noticed a man who was sweating and dealing with a zombie. It was Zhang Yuanzhong, who was previously ranked after the blonde man, was now working hard. Z remembered that in his previous life, by this time Zhang was still at about level 8. The next day he was supposed to move to level 9, and only the day after tomorrow complete the transition to the hidden specialty. But now, the player did not receive the same reward as last time, so he had to progress more slowly. Judging from the current situation, Z's reincarnation has had a great impact on the world. In case things went the other way, the blonde had to try hard to be able to resist anything. To begin with, the guy took out a lot of unnecessary things from his storage. He then fed these items to the ball in an attempt to raise its level. The ball absorbed everything, and Z put away his weapon. Finally, he was distracted from all the important things and smelled a terrible smell. He looked at Foolish, who was holding his nose with his fingers, and asked if the stench was coming from the zombies. The subordinate denied this and pointed to the owner. The blonde sniffed his clothes and realized how wrong he was. He completely neglected himself and washed himself only once a month. The guy ran to the shower, and Foolish remained in the room, thoughtfully scratching the back of his head. Zai washed off all the accumulated dirt and was already contentedly wiping himself with a towel. Coming out of the shower, the blonde bumped into Silly, who was taking off his pants in the process. Taken by surprise, the guy threw a towel at his subordinate and told him to go to bed. Then Z got dressed and happily plopped down on the bed. He laid his head on the soft pillow, thinking that in his past life, everyone had gotten used to a bad lifestyle and had forgotten what a shower was. The night was in full swing, and the full moon in the bloody sky stubbornly illuminated the city. The blonde man was snoring sweetly on a comfortable bed in a hotel room, and Foolish was sleeping, sitting under the blanket, leaning against the wall near the toilet. Suddenly, strange sounds were heard from the toilet, after which the water from it suddenly disappeared. And at the very bottom, someone's eye was looking straight into his soul. Its owner was a rat of considerable size, making one wonder how it could possibly fit there without getting stuck. Zai woke up from these splashing sounds. He looked to the side and came face to face with a disgusting fat rat. She was an excellent hunter, so she deftly jumped on the blonde. At that moment, the guy was amazed by the size of the beast and wondered if all zombie rats were that huge. Zai had the fastest hands, so he was able to easily fight off such a brazen attack. And now the blonde was standing right in front of the bed, on which lay 2 halves of an animal that had ruined the bed with scarlet liquid. The sound of rats' feet could be heard throughout the city. They crawled out of houses, out of sewers, and generally out of all the cracks from which it was possible and impossible to crawl out. 3 boys ran along the road, hoping to escape from the rat army. The owner of the blonde hair suddenly screamed both from horror and from the pain that the animals were bringing him. These filthy animals sank into the poor guy with both their claws and teeth, tearing at his human flesh. These unbearable rodents literally took over the entire capital, causing enormous damage to everything that came their way. Foolish and Z became alert when they heard a noise outside the door. It was difficult to tell from these sounds whether a crowd of ordinary zombies was approaching them, or whether it was a pack of zombie animals. But the system did not give any notifications, so it seemed to the blonde that nothing serious was happening. The guy wondered if it was his rebirth that had affected the zombie world in this way, and he decided to scout out the situation to be prepared for any situation. The blonde walked around the building but did not find any more rats. To make sure his suspicions were allayed, Z decided to check everything again. At that moment, he heard a loud sound outside the window. It was clear that a couple of rats could not have made such noise. It had to be a huge pack that could already be in the building, and the blonde even assumed that these animals had come to attack him. The guy looked out the window and saw a lot of rats crawling out of the sewer manhole. They were all running in the same direction. Judging by their organization, Z was sure that they were led by a boss with fighting talent. And apparently the guy couldn't stay in the hotel, since he was about to fight again. Therefore, the blonde decided to go up to the roof, where he also invited Foolish. Climbing to the very top of the stairs, Z cut the lock with his sword. He opened the door and saw no one. Then the guy and his zombie walked closer to the edge of the roof. There were bars there that prevented anyone from falling so easily. The blonde looked at what was below them. There was a huge crowd of rats gathered around the building, some of which seemed giant, and now Z was even glad that they did not attack him. The guy thought that he could make some good money by killing these bosses. However, the blonde still decided to take care of himself and not take risks, since he did not know why so many rats had gathered there. Zai ordered Foolish to stand still and not run away. He then looked at his twilight ring, which he had used successfully. After making sure everything was okay, the guy followed the zombie animals moving along the rooftops. Finally, the blonde reached the place where all the rats of the city were running. It was an estate where the lights were on. The day of judgment had already come 8 days ago, and Z wondered how many simpletons there were left in this world who thought they could save themselves by staying at home. Using the skills Dash Forward and Momentary Freeze, the blonde could easily climb onto the roof of this building, but that would be a waste of useful skills. So he decided to simply observe the animals to understand what was the best course of action. So the guy sat for some time on the roof without moving. Zai kept waiting for something, but nothing happened. He began to suspect that there was a hidden quest nearby, and it might have the same protective dome as that specialty change platform. The guy couldn't even imagine that he would be so lucky today. He mentally alerted Foolish that it was time to work. The zombie accepted this and headed towards the owner, just like him, across the rooftops. A couple of minutes later, the subordinate reached the guy. Zai was about to rush into battle, but suddenly he heard the sounds of fluttering wings, after which a flock of crows rose above the team. These birds were unusual. They were also dead, from which the blonde and the Foolish hastened to hide. The boys managed to hide in time from the crows, who were purposefully flying to the same point. In a whisper, Z ordered his subordinate not to move, as there were too many of these zombie birds for the team to handle. When the crows flew by, the boy looked down from the roof. There were many birds and rats there, which did not attack each other. Not only did they communicate with each other, but they could also enter the estate in an organized formation. Because of this, the blonde became curious about what was in the mansion. So he decided to climb down from the roof using a rope. Once at the bottom, Z landed deftly on the ground, while Foolish fell on his back. The team then ran to the nearest corner from where they could observe the strange gathering of animals. Another crowd of animals suddenly appeared ahead. Among them were lions, tigers, boars, rabbits, a bear, and many other creatures, and they all headed to the same estate. Watching the procession, the blonde thought that this bear could easily crush someone. The animal zombies entered the mansion where they encountered a portal. They walked one after another, eventually disappearing from this world. Some group of dead beasts even broke through the wall to get into the portal. Finally, morning came, and there were only a couple of animals left in the city. All this time, Foolish and Sue sat on the roof, waiting for the procession to end. Since everything was quiet, the guy went down and started looking for animals. Not finding anyone in the area, the blonde was delighted. He then called a subordinate hiding in the bushes to come with him into the mansion. Entering the house, they discovered the very portal that was absorbing all the animals. The system notified that Z had found an unknown quest, and the guy was surprised that there were no further clarifications. Quests in the Doomsday game were divided into two categories, the first being a competition between players, the difficulty and conditions of which were usually set in advance, but could vary depending on the level of the players. The second category was that the player was transported to a place and given a task, the difficulty of which was set according to the player's strength. And before it began, the person was given instructions, and an unknown quest appeared for the first time. In his past life, the blonde had completed many quests, so he had a wealth of experience that matched his current strength. And the guy also had a system trainer, so completing this quest shouldn't be difficult for him. Z asked the system after he entered this quest if the same defense system as the secret training would be activated. She replied that the system was designed to make the game more fun, so he could finish the quest at any time and be transported back. Since the blonde didn't risk anything, he decided to complete the quest. The activation was successful, and the guy was soon supposed to move to the venue. Z suddenly thought that Foolish, unlike him, had a system trainer. For this reason, the blonde ordered his subordinate to remain in the mansion, and the zombie obediently sat down. Sitting in a certain pose, the dead man seemed so naive that the guy even began to worry about him. But he still left foolish and went off to meet adventures. And of course, Z armed himself with the Julie sword in advance. The guy walked through the portal space and carefully watched how everything changed. He found himself in an empty room with high brick walls. The only dim lighting in it was provided by a couple of fireballs. After walking around the room a bit, the blonde knocked on the wall. Wondering what to do next, Z held the sword tightly and gathered energy into it. Then the guy hit the unfortunate wall. A crack appeared on it, but nothing else happened. The system notified the blonde that he had activated a special legendary level quest, the Labyrinth of Despair. For 1,000 years, no one could leave the labyrinth, which deprived many players of hope. It was inhabited by many zombie animals, killing which you could get a reward. Also in the labyrinth, there were many traps and 1,100 roads, of which only one could lead to the exit. In this place, it was impossible to use the storage, equipment, and titles. 10 years were given to complete quests, after which the player was killed as a penalty. The system reported that Z entered an undiscovered quest in a special way, so the data was optimized. The guy got nervous and suggested that the special method was a portal. The blonde guessed that the zombie beast entered the labyrinth through it, after which the portal should have closed. This meant that Z was brought on the quest like some kind of animal. The thought seemed humiliating, and the guy brushed it off. The labyrinth had not yet been opened, which proved the danger of the system, which would hardly be suitable for ordinary players. But the blonde was not like that. Besides, he was not at all afraid of the local animals. In this place, titles, tools, and equipment should not work. But the guy was still holding the sword in his hand, which meant that the game had a bug again. But no one could take the Julie orb from him, since they were spiritually connected. The system reported that data optimization had been completed and the quest had been adapted to the player's strength. A scarlet whirlwind suddenly appeared above the labyrinth. Then everything in it began to change, traps were set, animals ran away. Z noted that it was now much more pleasant to be in the labyrinth, and the difficulty had also decreased. The system explained that since he had entered the quest early, violating the order of passage, the difficulty had been increased by 50% as a punishment, and the blonde was indignant that this game was not trustworthy. The penalty was removed, allowing the player to exit the quest at any time, and the Exit the Labyrinth quest was also activated. The guy accepted this task, for which he could get 2 simple trainers. A door opened in front of him, leading to a labyrinth, which Z confidently entered. Walking along the corridors, the blonde deliberately touched the wall with his sword. Suddenly, an arrow flew out of another wall. She was heading straight for the guy's heart. Z barely managed to cover himself with his sword from this projectile. The blow was so strong that the blonde almost fell. After pushing the guy back further, the projectile finally fell. Now Z understood why the quest was closed. Holding the sword tightly in his hand, he prepared for another shot. The guy understood that this time it wouldn't be easy. The blonde looked forward and heard the traps click. Then a barrage of arrows rained down on Z. He stood confidently before them, not afraid of being wounded. And at the very last moment, the blonde jumped around the corner. The arrows flew past without hitting the guy. He even became a little scared, although he initially thought that he would take a few arrows for defense. Zai pointed his sword into the passage and waved it. This allowed him to understand that the trap had ceased to operate. The guy could continue his wandering through the labyrinth. Now he relied only on sensations and memory. Somewhere at the fork, the blonde felt a strange excitement inside, and he went to the right, since the sensations were better there. Z stepped carefully and looked closely at the walls. He stepped on something that crunched under his feet. The guy's gaze dropped down to where the human skeleton lay. The blonde dropped to one knee to examine the remains. There were no clues, and Z did not understand why the skeleton had been left behind at all. The nervous blonde stood up and looked forward. There was a door there with the number 1 on it. The guy approached her, knocked, and was answered with strange sounds. Opening the door, Z found a disgruntled rat behind it. She immediately rushed to attack the guy and jumped on him. However, the blonde swung his sword and cut her throat. The system then announced that 6 experience points and 8 coins were received for killing this animal. Also, a food card fell out of the Zai beast. It was beef fried rice and it looked quite delicious. The boy was so hungry that he began to quickly devour the food. When he finished the last piece of meat, the plate instantly disappeared. Only after this, wiping his mouth, the blonde was outraged by the disgusting taste of the dish. He continued to explore the labyrinth, glad that he had gone through the training of the Commander-in-Chief's specialty. Otherwise, he definitely would not have been able to endure the quest. Finding himself at a fork in the road again, Z, like last time, decided to go right. The guy walked through the labyrinth, where only his steps could be heard. Having come across a dead end, the blonde knocked on the wall, but nothing happened. Then Z headed back to the crossroads. Having reached it, the guy decided to go forward. And there he encountered a trap that sprayed acid on its victim, but the blonde was able to successfully avoid it. At the next intersection, he again found himself in a dead end, which made him angry. Then Z came across door number 2. Behind her were 2 zombie rats, which the guy dealt with without any problems. Another door that came across the way had the number 001. There was a larger rat there. It turned out to be the first boss the blonde met after 10 doors, and Z dealt with this beast quickly, with just one blow. After killing the boss, Julie's orb reached diamond level. In this room, the guy sat down to rest and noticed that all the intersections here were similar. To make it easier to think, he drew a cross on the floor with rat blood. Of the 3 paths, 2 led to death, and among the latter, one was filled with traps, and the other was just a dead end. And if you reached the end, you would definitely come across a door behind which there were zombie animals, from which cards with resources or weapons fell out. The number of animals behind the door was equal to the room number. In the first room there was 1 animal, in the second room there were 2, and the 11th room was numbered as 001. And behind the door there was a boss. Then logically, behind the door, number 002, there should be 2 bosses, of which there could be more later. Now the blonde understood why this labyrinth deprived the players of hope. Due to the increasing number of enemies, they stopped believing in their own strength. The animals were only going to get stronger from here on out, and you could never tell what kind of trap was waiting ahead, so Z had to be careful. He continued on his way and came across a new door. As the guy thought, there were 2 bosses in the room. These were cats who wanted to jump on the blonde and scratch him. However, Z dealt them several strong blows. Having taken the lives of the bosses, he reached level 18. For killing them, the guy received the fruit of speed. He ate the item and his speed was increased by 2 points. The blonde kept wandering through the labyrinth, collecting cards, and so he was able to set a trap near one door. It turned out to be a deep hole, into which all 3 cats fell. This was already the 3rd day spent in the labyrinth. On the 4th day, Z managed to raise the level of the ball once again. The sword's characteristics increased several times. It could inflict 25% damage to armor and 130% of the enemy's characteristics and wounds, while the effect of bleeding and destruction increased. Among the skills was Julie's Strike. When attacking forward, the sword would inflict a wound equal to 140% of the enemy's characteristics, and the pain from the strike could reach 220%. Julie's Repeated Strikes. One strike could inflict a wound equal to 240% of the stats, but one could enter a stupor state for 1.8 of a second. The ball could also take on new shapes, and now the changes were more pronounced. The speed of shooting from the bow was increased, and now it was possible to shoot 2 arrows. The size of the spikes became larger, and the speed of striking the halberd also increased. Now the guy could kill zombies much faster. He went further in search of opponents and came across cats. These were bronze-level bosses, which the blonde dealt with easily. Having tested the strength of the weapon, Z continued to search for a way out. Meanwhile, in the capital of Mo, one player was happy about reaching level 10, and another player was able to change his specialty and became a mage. Many wondered where Z had disappeared to, since there were no more messages about him, and the level was still the same. Some assumed that the blonde had found a good place and decided to go on vacation, while others thought that the guy could have been found by some group that was keeping him as a test subject for research. However, Z still continued to hold the lead in the rankings, so it could be said for sure that the player had not died, and many people also noticed that Stupid, who was still at level 10, had also become quiet and was falling lower and lower in the rankings. The blonde continued to destroy the animals in the maze. This time he fought with a bull, a cat, and a rat. The first to attack the guy were a cat and a rat, which he hit, calming their ardor a little. Then Z swung his sword and cut off the bull's horns. There were more bosses, but the blonde thought that it was even better for him. Another small rodent tried to attack him, but the guy calmly stabbed the zombie. And suddenly, a glow appeared at the puncture site. It was followed by a small explosion that failed to damage Z. The system then congratulated the guy on killing the bronze boss, Greedy Zombie Rat, for which he received 50 experience points and 100 coins. A bronze-level chest also appeared nearby, but at the moment the blonde couldn't be distracted by him. A cat jumped on him from one side. On the other hand, the rat also decided to attack Z in flight. Then the guy made a great move by taking a step back, and right in front of him, a rat and a cat crashed into each other. The rodent fell awkwardly to the floor and broke its neck, and for killing the big-eyed zombie rat, the blonde received 45 experience points and 78 coins. Next, Z dealt a crushing blow to the brutal zombie bull, for which he received 50 experience points and 100 coins. Having finished with all the bosses in this room, he moved to level 20, for which he received 3 points each to strength, body quality, and free characteristics. Also, for reaching this level, the guy got the opportunity to take one super trainer. He did not refuse the award and received a window of understanding. Thanks to him, the blonde could understand what others could not. This explanation was not enough, and Z decided to look for more detailed information. Thanks to the Eye of Understanding, by reading information about a player, one could additionally learn the effect of titles, information about a specialty, the main characteristics of a player's talent and skills, the presence of equipment and its characteristics. Also, when meeting a zombie, you could find out its weaknesses. Now the other players were like an open book to the guy, and he even felt lonely, being the strongest. The second point in the information about the eye was not very clear to the blonde. He wanted to know what degree of weakness he would be able to see. It was only possible to check this when meeting a new zombie, but now Z needed to do something else. He took out the equipment from his bag and gave it to the ball to absorb. The tired blonde yawned, but had no intention of resting. He left room 004 and walked on. So on his way, he came across another room with zombie animals. Coming closer, the guy saw that it was room number 41. The number did not frighten him, and Z opened the door where there were many birds. The guy went inside and used the Eye of Understanding to scare away the animals. Thus, he learned that by using fire element skills, one could inflict great damage on birds, which could be increased by striking their wings. The blonde stood in the semi-darkness in front of the birds, whose eyes glowed ominously scarlet. Then he actively began to use the Julie strike on them. Zai hit the wings precisely, depriving the opponents of the ability to fly, so he was able to defeat all the birds who didn't have a single chance against the guy. The blonde took out a piece of paper with a diagram and made another note with a pen. It was almost the end, as Z only had 14 paths left to check. The guy left the room with the birds completely dead. He walked forward confidently, knowing that he could handle anything. Suddenly, the blonde saw something new in the labyrinth. There was no door in the tunnel he was walking through. In its place stood a rock on which Z carved a cross with his sword. He then continued to explore the labyrinth. As he passed through the intersections, the boy carefully examined the map he had drawn himself. The blonde had had a strange premonition for a long time, and he was sure that he would soon come out, but he had to be careful. Having reached one of the forks, Z already knew where he needed to go. He ran forward, wanting to get to the new door as quickly as possible. And so, the guy finally achieved his goal. This door was special. It was higher than the others and had an image of a Chinese dragon on it. The blonde approached carefully, expecting anything. Finding himself very close to the door, Z sighed with hope and opened it. There was something strange on the floor in this room, like a portal. Looking at it, the guy was surprised, wondering what it was. The system congratulated him on finding a way out of the labyrinth and completing the quest, for which he received an unknown reward. She discovered that the reward was created for Blue Star and began to optimize it by combining its culture and the Doomsday system. For the task, Get Out of the Labyrinth, the blonde received 2 simple trainers which he has not yet taken. The system then announced that Zai had obtained the Boundary Destruction Key, Lee Source, and Con Source. The key was a one-time special tool with no level affiliation and could open a magical barrier for a few seconds, the power of which did not exceed the power of the key. The blonde didn't see anything complicated in this thing, but decided to use it with caution. The trigram Li meant fire, meaning the source of Li was connected with it, and the source of Can apparently had a connection with water. Since the quest was completed, Z could use the weapon in storage again, but the reward seemed strange to the guy, and there was no description of the pearls he received, and the blonde decided to search the room thoroughly. Zai walked along it, and suddenly a strange blue glow appeared in front of him. Then a scroll materialized in the air in front of the guy. The blonde unfolded it and began to read the contents. Fu Xi was one of the first 3 emperors of the Dragon Country, who was also called the God of Creation, and this labyrinth was created by him personally and was located at the foot of Mount Kunlun. Whoever read this scroll received the power of the trigrams. Everyone who entered the labyrinth had the opportunity to receive this power from the very day of the labyrinth's foundation. But no one has ever managed to reach the end, and only skeletons remained from the travelers. Zai was surprised that here one could obtain the enormous power of trigrams that Fu Shi himself possessed. The guy was incredibly happy with such luck, because now he was capable of anything and just wanted to get a second specialty. He walked around the room a little more, and now in front of the blonde was a strange pendant that looked like a dream catcher. The blonde reached forward to take the levitating object. Once in Z's possession, the object suddenly began to emit light. This light was directed at the blonde, making him nervous. An inexplicable force suddenly wrapped itself around him and lifted him into the air. The guy was shocked, not understanding what was happening. The unknown energy continued to wrap around Z, forming a cocoon around him. She thrust into the guy, making him tremble. Blood gushed from the blonde's eyes from such pressure. He could hardly withstand the onslaught of force, which was causing blood to flow from his mouth. And at that moment, a blue barrier was forming around the cocoon. The energy then shot upward, creating a beam of light. Zai concentrated on the sensations, trying to control the new power. The cocoon began to crack, and energy began to break through these cracks. Finally, the whole shell shattered, freeing the guy. While the blonde was wiping the blood from his face, the system detected an unknown force and began to analyze it. The energy came from the blue star, and, as usual, the system began to produce a combination of the star's culture and the game. The transition to the specialty, which the system called the Green Emperor, was successful, and now it was necessary to complete the quest so that the specialty could undergo digitalization. The talisman suddenly flew out of Z's hand. Then 2 trigrams appeared next to the object. These pearls were placed inside the circle and began to merge together. The pendant returned to the blonde's hand, and fire and water balls began to fly around him. The system congratulated him on receiving the power of flame and the power of water, explaining that he would receive the rest of the powers gradually. In one hand, Z had flames playing, and in the other, water flowed calmly, forming a ball. These 2 powers were already incredible, and the blonde was sure that once he got the rest, the Doomsday Game would no longer be able to defeat him. He was pleased with the way the situation was developing, but he found it difficult to expect to gain new abilities. Looking out into the corridor, the guy saw that the entire labyrinth had begun to collapse. Apparently, he was only able to hold on thanks to the trigrams of Fu Shi. A window popped up asking if Z wanted to leave the quest. The blonde agreed with this and immediately moved to the mansion. He was glad to finally be back in his usual surroundings. When the guy took out his phone and looked at the date, he was horrified. As it turned out, he had been on the quest for 2 whole weeks and hadn't even noticed it. Z knew he had to hurry. Glancing to the side, he saw Foolish, who was already covered in cobwebs. The blonde asked if the zombie had been standing in one place since he entered the quest, and the dead man, in his zombie language, gave a positive answer. Then the guy asked if he was hungry, and the subordinate nodded. Worried about Foolish, Z asked him to wait a little while until he finished his business, after which the blonde was going to give the dead man some chicken legs. Seeing the rankings where the guy's level had suddenly changed to 20, he was disappointed that the players had not made any progress, although many had reached 16th and 17th levels. Giving the scroll to Foolish, Z said that they needed to renew their strength. The zombie took the item and was able to move on to the Overlord specialty. By diligently fighting the undead, Zhang reached level 18. He thought that he had finally surpassed Z in level and could be said to have regained his lost face. But looking at the ranking, Yuanzhong was annoyed, thinking that the blonde was cheating, since his level had increased in just a second. The 2 girls, on the contrary, were glad that the guy had returned. The player in 5th place didn't understand how Zai had reached level 20 so quickly and wondered what could have happened in the past few days. The other guys, busily eating, were amazed at the changes in the ranking table that had occurred in just 1 minute. Meanwhile, Z and Foolish were at the estate and were also eating. The Green Emperor specialization had been digitalized, and now the Z characteristics were being optimized. All the main characteristics of the 10th level were equal to 40 points, and in the free characteristics there were 50. The system announced that with each new level, all the characteristics would increase by 3 points, and 5 free points would be added to the free characteristics. After distributing the points, the guy's strength was equal to 90 points, and the rest of the characteristics were 80. Then the blonde began to study the information about the new specialty. The Green Emperor was one of the 5 Supreme Emperors, belonged to the Eastern country and controlled the Green Dragon. It was the most mysterious specialty, created by the combination of the energy of the star formation of heaven and earth, created by Fu Shi, and the Bagua pendant, containing the corresponding power. The player's power could be blessed by the stars, and the brighter they were, the higher the power became. Also, with the help of source pearls, it was possible to replenish the power of Bagua. and the pearl should have the corresponding power, and the third power was still unknown, the bagua. Jasper Pendant was a special tool without any level affiliation, and through Lee's power, by expending energy, one could control the power of the flame. After receiving the corresponding characteristic, one could activate the corresponding skill, and with the help of Khan's power, by spending energy, one could control the power of water. This meant that Z now had an unlimited number of skills, and even if he wasn't very good at them, he could use them with his intuition. The guy even felt a little awkward due to the fact that he was much stronger than the others. The system announced that all characteristics had come into balance, and the specialty of a magician and a warrior were combined into one, so it was possible to master an unlimited number of skills. Suddenly, Foolish began to shake due to the transition to a new specialty. He stood up abruptly and began to tear his clothes, and his level instantly rose to 16. The zombie finally calmed down, and the blonde decided to check his specialty panel. The main source of the dead man was strength, and if there was enough of it, it became possible to break various barriers, destroy weapons, and get rid of any restrictions. The guy didn't notice any changes and asked Foolish to try the power of transforming everything that exists. The dead man obeyed, squatted down and lowered his hand to the floor. A wave of energy followed, causing the tile to shake. Then the same tile began to crack and rise upward. Pieces of it stuck to the zombie's fist, making the blow more powerful. Zai told Foolish that increasing his strength to this level was already great. Z informed the system that he wanted to take 2 simple trainers. They turned out to be Multiple Breakthrough and Absolute Slave, which had been upgraded to the 2nd level. Zai decided that the coaches had their own rules, and if next time he also got both the old coach and the new one at the same time, then the guy would continue to take both at once. Having prepared for battle, the boys left the mansion in search of zombies. At this moment, the system asked the players to pay attention, as the Mo City military merit meeting had officially ended. In first place in terms of combat merit was player Mo Yun. In accordance with the city's overall strength, he received 2 pieces of silver-level equipment and a large amount of coins, as well as experience points, reputation, and free stats. In second place was the 2nd grade high school student, and in third place was Dadaoki. Zai was surprised by this gathering and realized that the players had been diligently leveling up while he was in the labyrinth. The meeting set the requirement for each player's combat merit. Each city had to have 30% of the players who had reached level 10, and each city had a designated location and a specific time limit. All participants received a reward according to their contribution. The blonde told Stupid that they had leveled up and now it was time to kill some more zombies, and with the help of the subordinate's hammer, they should be able to handle it quickly. The dead man hit the asphalt with his weapon, and pieces of it flew up. They covered the body of the fool, creating a semblance of armor. Then, in response to such a loud sound, a crowd of zombies began to gather. The hungry dead ran purposefully towards the call of human flesh. Z swung his sword using one of his skills. The shockwave from the weapon was directed straight at the opponents. She walked down the middle row, quartering the monsters. After this attack, Foolish also rushed into battle. He jumped, intending to damage as many enemies as possible. A few moments later, a crowd of corpses lay under the subordinate's foot. Meanwhile, the blonde man sat calmly to the side. He was rummaging through his storage, trying to find something. The guy then took out a scroll of fireball mastery. While calling the fire, he was glad that he had not fed the thing to the ball, although he could have done so, not realizing that he would try this technique in the future. The little flames fluttered violently in both his hands. Z closed his eyes, trying to concentrate on the new strength. Suddenly, a spiritual flame flared up around his body. When the blonde opened his eyes, it disappeared. But the lights in his hands increased in size. The guy suddenly lost control of one of them. Zai dodged the flames that almost injured him. The fire crashed into the nearest building and created an explosion. A little nervous, the blonde continued his training. Having settled in one house, the guy tried to curb Lee's energy by accidentally setting everything around on fire. He also managed to give himself several burns. However, Z was a persistent student and continued to try to control the flame. He once again summoned fireballs, focusing on his inner sensations. Now the fire was more obedient and calm, smoothly forming a rounded shape. Finally, the system congratulated the boy on learning the ability Fireball Mastery of the Green Emperor specialty. Happy that everything worked out, the blonde opened the detailed description of the skill. It was a magic skill that allowed one to create fireballs using a certain amount of energy. When they hit a target, they would create an explosion that would take away 170% of the enemy's energy. The properties of the energy expended and the properties of the physical attack were different, and additional energy was awarded for wounds inflicted by magical skills. The guy was pleased to exchange the scroll for a skill. However, there were still many scrolls in the capital store, as there were in other cities, so Z decided to see what was there and buy some scrolls for a rainy day. He called Foolish over, intending to give him a chicken leg. The blonde thought that the Mo City players' battle merit meeting had already ended, but other cities were also about to start meetings, and there was no guarantee that some players in other places wouldn't rise in the rankings, so he had to study their real strength. Meanwhile, in the capital Jing, another meeting was being organized at Li's residence. The head of the family said that being in the top 3 was not enough. He needed his subordinates to take first place to win back the honor of the family, and for the players who had not yet joined the organization to know their true strength. The big guy with green hair admitted that he could only compete for second place. Li replied that no one was asking them to fight to the death. He then explained that Yuanzhong had an entire army behind him, but the leader told him to calm down. Their 3 families united together, and if the enemy had any intelligence, he would not quarrel with them, so the subordinates could do their work in peace. Li then shouted menacingly that they must get first place at any cost. Then the players present became nervous and said that they would fight to the end, after which the leader let them go. The subordinates began to disperse, and Xu Jingshan was the last to leave. Suddenly, the head turned to him and he immediately stopped. Li asked him to find out why Rong Zhan had not yet appeared in the rankings, and told him to prepare equipment and tools, and also to quickly deal with Yuanzhong. The man gave no more instructions and Sure was free to leave the room. The head of the family nervously tapped his finger on the table. He was constantly uneasy. When Howen passed away, the Li family had already fallen into disarray, so it was impossible to allow something like this to happen again. It was necessary to seize this opportunity to promote the Li family to the very top, and also to find Haobo. The man left the conference room and went to another room. There he went to the cupboard and turned the vase. The cabinet began to turn, revealing a secret passage. The chief waited patiently for the full opening, making sure that no one noticed him. Then he entered the secret room, and the closet closed behind him. So the furniture continued to hide this little secret from prying eyes. Meanwhile, Z was actively fighting the dead with fireballs. He was already in the suburbs of the capital Mo. There were quite a lot of zombies in this place. But for the blonde with the Julie ball, this was nothing. Killing the dead helped him reach level 21. The guy opened the stat panel and distributed 5 free points. Then he continued on his way, inviting Foolish along with him. So they reached a sign that said that in 50 meters they would come across the city boundary. Having reached it, the guys looked ahead carefully. There were a lot of zombies there, but no border was visible. Zai came closer, extended his hand, and a glow of a barrier appeared in front of the team in the place that was disturbed, and the system reported that it was necessary to wait until the city was opened, after which it was possible to proceed further. But the blonde didn't intend to wait for anything and took the key out of the storage room. He inserted the item into the barrier, and the system asked if he wished to use the boundary destruction key to open the passage to Jing City. The guy agreed with this, and the barrier absorbed the key. At this point, the glow intensified, forming a passage. A few moments later, a stone wall appeared in front of the team, leading into outer space. Zai was surprised that there was darkness ahead of him, because he thought that there should be a road behind the barrier, and now it seemed to him that some obstacle was waiting for them ahead again. The confident guy told Foolish to follow him, and so the 2 players entered the rift, leaving behind wandering dead people somewhere. The further they walked, the darker it became. Somewhere ahead of them, a room with white walls and no windows awaited them. Entering it, Z wondered why there was nothing there. The system notified that players Yazi and Stupid had violated the ban on crossing borders between cities, and they would be sent back in 10 seconds. The countdown began and the blonde screamed, asking to be transported to Jing City. After the Mo City players' battle merit meeting ended, the next one was supposed to start in Jing City, and if the guy could get there in time, he would avoid a lot of trouble. The system reported that the request had been accepted and the team was to be sent to the outskirts of Jing City. Zai breathed a sigh of relief that the universe was on his side. He walked further into the bright white room. When everything around changed, the guy didn't like the surrounding picture at all. The place was overrun by a huge, hungry swarm of zombies. The team had no choice but to fight. Standing back to back, they heroically destroyed their opponents. The fight turned out to be difficult, and the guys sat down to rest on a pile of corpses while Stupid drank an elixir of restoration. Zai wiped the sweat from his forehead when the system announced that he had advanced to level 22. Continuing to sit on the corpses, the team suddenly heard stomping. It grew louder, and the blonde man rushed forward, shouting at Stupid to run. The boys moved away from the scene of the massacre as quickly as they could, and from behind they were pursued by a crowd of zombies of different types. Foolish and Sue ran to the sewer hatch, where the blonde climbed first. Then the subordinate went down there, closing the lid behind him. The guy successfully reached the ground and moved away, making room for the zombies. However, the dead man's leg suddenly slipped, and he staggered. Then Foolish fell on his back and lost consciousness. Because of this, Z had to decide to take a little rest. The two of them sat against the wall while Foolish came to his senses. The blonde understood that since they were sent to a pack of zombies, they definitely wanted to scare them, and it seemed the team would have a hard time in the city of Jing. However, looking at his characteristics, the guy believed in himself even more. He then opened his backpack, checking out the new items. The silver-level Wolf Fang bracelet was decorated with 4 enchanted fangs, possessed magical power, and added 2 points to the body quality and strength. Its active skill was magic power. After activating it, the proportion of magic in each of the player's attacks was 10% for 1 minute. At the same time, the enemy felt fear. The bronze-level Blood Ring guaranteed normal blood circulation. The passive skill was bloodthirstiness. This meant that when you killed one enemy, the strength would increase by 1 point. Within 10 minutes, you could get 5 points. The maximum compatibility was 5 layers. The bronze-level Claw Glove quickly made the enemy pay. It added 2 points to strength and had an active skill, Sharp Claws. With its help, you could injure the enemy with claws, inflicting a blow of 150% of the characteristics. The freezing time was 12 hours. The bronze-level Small Space Ring had a small space of 0.5 cubic meters for storing things and added 1 point to strength. Now Foolish could finally have his own storage. Its volume was small, but it was quite large enough to store food cards. Since the zombie was still unconscious, Z also decided to take a short nap. After waking up, the team made their way out of the sewers to the outskirts of the city, where there were no longer any zombies. Suddenly, someone behind him started shouting at his blonde subordinate. The boys turned around and saw a player who wanted to clarify whether it was really Foolish standing in front of him. Zai confirmed this, and the stranger asked if they were going to the sports complex to attend a military merit meeting. To this, the blonde also gave an affirmative answer. Nervously, the player admitted that he had not even thought about the possibility of meeting the guys, so Z suggested that he go together. The guy happily asked if it was true that he could go with them, since his subordinate hadn't said anything, and the blonde explained that Stupid couldn't speak, and if he didn't react, it meant he agreed. Z admitted that they were asleep and did not hear the message from the system, and they were just trying to find someone who knew about the meeting. Then the stranger motioned with his hand to the blonde to come closer. Z approached, and the player began to look around anxiously. The boy then whispered to the blonde that this meeting was to determine the structure of Jing City. Z began asking questions, and the player admitted that he had been told about it by a friend who worked as a security guard for one of the 3 families. The blonde thought about how the rating could give the right to vote, and was surprised that the state, the 3 families, and the other organizations had achieved peace. In the previous life, Jing City was the first to stabilize the situation. In other cities, players were fighting to the death, but in Jing, they were already thinking about how best to organize a zombie hunt. This rating, as a way of determining power, was formed thanks to the unification of 3 families and other groups. They successfully agreed with each other, the army and the government. The time had almost come, and apparently the situation in the city was the same as in the previous life, which meant that everything was not without reason. Zai found it strange that a simple security guard knew secret information, so the blonde was sure that there was a catch to all of this, which meant that this player shouldn't be trusted. In order not to arouse suspicion, Z decided to thank the guy for the useful information. He pulled out a resource card and said he would give it to her for 90 coins. The player was pleased by this, and he reached into his backpack to check the balance. In the store, cards cost only 100 coins, but here you could get them cheaper. The guy said that he believed it, and asked to give him 3 cards, since he had 270 coins. This is how the exchange of currency for material resources took place. Z turned around and saw several more players. They looked at him and this deal with admiration. One of the girls started asking the blonde man to sell her some cards too. Zai explained that the guy answered his question, so he gave him a discount. This clearly upset people, and they were about to leave. The blonde gritted his teeth. He didn't want to lose the benefit. He told the players that he would give the cards to them for 95 coins if the same guy agreed, so they could save half a day and not go to the store. The worried player, under the pleading glances of people, fearfully agreed to sell the cards at such a price. After that, the blonde took out a huge basket with a bunch of material resources. He announced that he would be selling cards for 95 coins apiece for an hour, in unlimited quantities. The happy people began to actively buy up resources. And the guy who agreed to this was surprised that he met such a kind person who lured other players to his side with the help of cards. And now, they would not have to fight alone. Azai thought that in Mo City he couldn't get the badge of honor because he didn't have enough coins, but now in Jing City he would definitely be able to do it. Satisfied, Z finished his sales at the end of the hour and was already moving away from the crowd. One player with glasses said that this guy selling cards would be in trouble. They told him that there was a player standing next to Zai who was ranked 5th, and no one would dare to create problems for him. The same guy with glasses said that Leopard had already sent people after those two, and those 3 people could handle even 30 top-level masters. The player was sure that, despite his strength, Foolish would hardly be able to cope with them, and he offered his interlocutor in the black robe to join the mercenaries and, perhaps, earn some good money. However, the interlocutor did not like this, and he took out a knife. The man stabbed the boy with his blade, saying that Shu had disappointed him. The man wondered how many fools had joined the Leopard this time. Another fact also aroused his curiosity. This man wanted to know who the blonde man was since he made Foolish follow him. Before Z could leave, the first player he met in this city ran after him. The guy asked the blonde to stop and wait for him. He caught up with Z and, trying to catch his breath, asked if he was really going to go downtown at night. The guy explained that although the zombies on this road were dealt with, there were still many of them in other places. Pinching the blonde on his clothes, he said that he knew a place in the suburbs where he could relax. And somewhere behind at that moment, other players were sneaking up on Z. Such an action could not escape the blonde, and he told his ill-wishers not to hide. Z, acting quite relaxed, stated that if all the other players came out of their hiding places, he would deal with them faster so that he would not be delayed. The boy watched anxiously as the unknown people approached them, and Z simply counted them. So there were 32 players with a specialty, and the blonde thought that he could make a good profit. These people said that even if Z had a great power behind him, doing business on their territory without permission was unacceptable. Twirling his finger in his ear, the blonde made it clear that he didn't care what they said. The 2 players said they would let him go if he gave up half of today's take and half of the remaining cards, which they would split between them and pretend nothing had happened. The rest of the gang started telling Z to agree with this and take advantage of his brother's kindness, because Stupid couldn't handle them alone. Then, the blonde answered them that they had spent too much time not to notice it. At the same time, he took out a bronze-level decomposition dagger, which had a jagged, rusty blade. The pain from being wounded by it increased by up to 200%, and the resulting wound did not heal for a long time, after which part of the body began to rot. Z looked at Foolish and everything became clear to him. The zombie began to scream, entering a blind rage. The dead man then armed himself with his hammer and ran towards the crowd. With one blow, he killed the boy who was in front. The threatening man was outraged by such impudence, and the second player clung to him in fear. The gang leader ordered the boys to cripple Z and Stupid so that they would know what real pain was. The players rushed into battle, but the blonde was not frightened. Zai said that although the attackers were among the top 10 players with a specialization and could easily resist the zombies, today they ran into him. The blonde flexed his arm and cut one of the guy's throat. Behind him, he felt some kind of energy approaching, which directed swords and stones at him. To stop the attack, Z decided to summon a water ball. This way, the water was able to absorb all the objects flying at the blonde. Then the guy moved this huge ball, stopping it above the heads of the enemies. He squeezed his hand, causing the sphere to lose its shape. Water poured down on the opponents, dropping the absorbed items. Such power amazed the gang leader and made him nervous. The blonde folded his arms across his chest and asked arrogantly, "Shall we continue?" The players were told to kill Z and Stupid. The gang was a little alarmed as they stood in front of the enemy, but they accepted the order. Then, the blonde summoned the Julie sword and made one powerful swing. Then came a shockwave directed at the enemies. In this way, he killed several opponents at once, knocking them off their feet. Their fall was witnessed by 2 players who led the gang. One of them was horrified when he realized how much power Z possessed. Screaming in fear, he tried to escape from the scene of the massacre. However, the blonde killed him by throwing a spinning sword at the man. The other leader stood in stupor as the weapon was returned to its owner. Smiling madly, Z said, "I see fear on your faces. Shall we continue?" But the frightened players threw themselves at his feet, begging for mercy. The blonde replied that he would do it without any problem. The delighted players asked if this was really true. and the guy explained that he was Li Haobo, which meant he wasn't lying. And the blonde also swore that if he deceived anyone, his entire family would die immediately. However, Z noted that they would have to pay for him to let them live. These guys had to give up all the cards they had. The leader of the gang tried to quietly disappear, but the blonde noticed this and asked, "Do you want to die?" Falling to his knees, the man said he would give everything he had. After handing over a few cards, the leader approached the survivors and hugged them. But their joy was short-lived. The blonde demanded that the man give up everything else he had. The player turned around and was met with the enormous power of Foolish's hammer. Z ordered the zombies to kill everyone else who spoke, so that their entire family would die in agony. Now there were several more human corpses lying on the city tiles. Other players flocked to them, one of whom cried because a benefactor had been found and had avenged his father by killing Leopard's gang. Others also began to express their grievances to the deceased with tears in their eyes. A mysterious man in a cloak watched all this from the roof. He guessed that there would be changes in the structure of Jing City. The man took out a flare gun and fired into the sky. This action attracted the attention of the blonde, who turned around at the signal. He realized that he had disturbed someone he shouldn't have. Somewhere in the city, a safe area was formed. Anyone wishing to enter it had to undergo a check. People could freely enter and exit this protected area. Zai even admired the fact that a safe area was built in this capital in just a month. To get in, he had to show his ID, but then the blonde and silly would be exposed. And the guy didn't want that to happen before he knew the real strength of the Lee family. He decided to go around the place from other sides, being sure that in an area built in a hurry, there had to be some shortcomings. An hour later, somewhere behind this area, Z found a single door in the wall, which was fenced off with yellow tape. This was precisely the flaw that the blonde was looking for. He walked up to the door, took out a pin, and was able to successfully pick the lock. Then the guy took out the concealment masks, one of which Stupid also had to put on. So, trying to act as quietly as possible, the team entered the area. Once inside, Z tried to close the door carefully behind him. He then whispered to his subordinate that the zombie had to carefully find the city map. The dead man found her quite quickly, without making any noise or attracting attention. The blonde opened the map and found the sports complex where the meeting was supposed to take place. This was exactly the place the guy was planning to visit. As he came out from around the corner, he heard 3 players talking about the rankings of Jing City, and one of them believed that Yuan Zhong, who had already been awarded the title of general, would take first place. However, a rumor spread that the general had not been feeling well recently. Now Z understood why Yuan Zhong had only been ranked 3rd in the military merit meeting in his previous life. One of the players was sure that such rumors were spread by bookmakers, and the other guy then asked if the first one had made a bet. He replied that he had bet a whole 500 coins on Zhang. Z intervened in their conversation, wanting to know where they could place bets and who was accepting them. The players pointed to a red building just in front of the sports complex and explained that the gambling house was opened by 3 families, but perhaps not only them. The blonde thanked them and waved his hand as a sign of farewell. Then Z and Foolish rushed to the indicated place, surprising the other players. Having reached the building, the guys stopped and the blonde thought. There were still 3 hours left before the meeting began, and Z decided to place a bet. Upon entering the room, the team came across a sign that indicated where they could place a bet on a top player. The fool went there first, pushing people ahead of him, and the blonde walked behind him. The players were outraged by this behavior and whispered about it among themselves. Upon reaching the table in front of them, the zombie and the blonde man were met by a man in black clothes and sunglasses, who asked them who they would like to bet on. Z responded by asking what the odds were for Yuan Zhong. The bookmaker replied that the odds on the player taking first place were 1 to 2. The blonde thought that the more people believed in the general's victory, the greater the gain Z would receive. The man in black asked if the guy would bet, to which the blonde showed him 3 fingers. Zai explained that he decided to bet on Yuan Zhong to take 3rd place. He took out the coins and the bookmaker was surprised and asked again if the guy really intended to make that particular bet. The blonde confirmed that he had decided to bet 20,000 coins on General Zheng. This statement shocked the other players and they began to whisper that if this guy wins, he will win about 60,000 coins. They were all sure that the blonde would lose all the money, since they had no doubts about Yuan Zhong. Then, Silly, whose mind was under Z's control, also took out 20,000 coins, intending to bet on Yuan Zhong to take 3rd place. The bookmaker became somewhat alarmed and asked if they were sure of their decision. Then the blonde demanded to stop doubting this and to hurry up with accepting the position, since a meeting on military merits was about to begin. To further convince him, the zombie threatened him with his roar. The man accepted the bet and with shaking hands handed Z the ticket. After this, the blonde immediately hurried to the sports complex. The system announced that the team had arrived at the Jing City Military Merit Meeting site, and the entrance fee was 10 coins. Moreover, the entrance for participants and spectators was different. The blonde man joined the line of participants and quickly moved forward. Closer to the entrance, the system reported that the guys met the requirement of being at least level 10, which meant they could participate in the meeting. Finally, they too were able to enter the room, which they began to examine. Zai also assessed the other participants, of whom there were quite a lot. Among this crowd, the guy noticed that same Yuanzhong. At this point, the system announced that the time in the city was 2 o'clock. She also reported that the meeting was officially opened. It was divided into an initial stage and a final stage. At the initial stage, 32 players out of 1,646 participants were determined who could advance to the final stage. There were only 32 arenas on the site, and each participant could choose whether to defend or attack. The duration of one fight was 5 minutes, after which the attacker lost and dropped out of the competition. The defending player had to hold out for 1 hour, after which the arena was locked and the player advanced to the final stage. If there were no participants left on the platform who met the conditions, then the last remaining player would advance to the final. During the attack, the players themselves controlled their state, and if a participant wanted to admit defeat, he had to press a button or say, "I admit defeat," then he could leave the test. All the arenas were made of special material, so players did not have to worry about safety when entering the arena. The system said that all participants should go to the site, and they immediately rushed forward, and Z at that moment thought that with such rules, some kind of mess would result. The blonde was also asked to go to the court, otherwise he could be disqualified. As Silly and Z stepped onto the platform, the door automatically slammed shut behind them. All the spectators watched what was happening attentively. Blue transparent walls formed around the arenas, marking the boundaries. During the competition, it was possible to obtain the attacker status through the control panel. Once you entered the arena and remained in a state of calm, you were not allowed to strike. But if you did attempt to attack, the participant was transferred to the auditorium. As the competition began, the system asked to choose a position as an attacker or a defender. A board with arena numbers popped up in front of the blonde. During the arena battle, the button turned red, and the rest of the time it was white. The battle signal sounded, and Z was even surprised that everything happened so quickly. Only Yuanzhong was the first to enter the arena. All the participants were afraid to go up to the general, knowing that they would lose. At this moment, 2 girls pestered Xu Jingshan, lovingly asking him to teach them a couple of post-fight techniques. Z, who was sitting on the chair, noticed this and remembered that in his previous life, Shi was one of the 3 war gods of the Li family. The blonde didn't expect to meet him here and considered it a great success. One of the players plucked up his courage and approached the arena. He was outraged that there were many participants on the platform, but no one dared to enter, so the guy entered first. The players began to support the general, and someone called those present cowards, since he was bored watching only 2 people fight. The battle didn't last long. Yuanzhong slashed the guy's chest with his sword. Clutching his wound, the participant said it was an honor to take a blow from the general. Everyone started chanting that Zhang was cool. Then, the participants began to actively enter the arenas. Among them, Z noted the group of gods of the Li family, and this caused the guy a lot of unpleasant sensations, which is why he put his hand to his chest and squeezed the fabric. In arena number 18, a fight was already beginning, and one of its participants was from the special fighter group, Shan Bao. The other one was Li 76-4 of the War God group, which was raised by the Li family and was their central force. Within the group, this guy was ranked 76th, and the number 4 signified his serial number when he joined the group, which is why he was given this name. His equipment was better than Shan's, and Z guessed that Li had managed to steal a few items from the other participants before entering the arena. Bao delivered the first blow to the enemy's head. Li almost fell off the stage but managed to stay on his feet. Even though Shan fought according to all the rules, the blonde was sure that he would lose, since 76-4 played black. Li wiped the blood from his face, planning something dishonest. He hid a broken sword behind his back. The guy tried to use this weapon to strike his opponent, but the participant successfully dodged it. However, another blow followed, and the blade plunged into Shan's stomach. In response to this attack, Bao pushed the player away with a kick. Li was able to stay on his feet again and not fall off the arena. He raised his hand back, preparing to attack his opponent again, who was trying to stop the bleeding with his hand. With great speed, Shan tried to get behind Li. Having arrived at the right place and still holding his stomach, Bao was about to strike his opponent. However, the player was faster and took Shan's life. Li pierced his opponent's neck with a piece of his sword. He then kicked Bao, sending him flying out of the arena. The spectators were shocked to see such a defeat. Everyone present began to protest because the contestant was not playing by the rules, and they were outraged that the Li family had no regard for the government and the army by killing people in a competition organized by the government. The players were sure that if they didn't protest, they would be killed next time, so people started throwing trash on the platform and demanding that the Li family get off the stage. From the top floor, Commander-in-Chief Shui and his entourage watched what was happening. He was outraged by what the Li family was doing, and Himu asked if they had decided to completely break off relations. Su was unhappy that they were talking about maintaining integrity, but at the same time they were going against the army. That's why the man said that today, after the meeting, he would immediately take action against the three families. Meanwhile, the heads of these families were in the office, where an angry An suddenly stood up, knocking over his chair. He asked Li, who had crossed all boundaries, if he knew what he was doing. The man just laughed and said, "So what, did you think you could hide or run away?" At this point, Li 76-4 made excuses that his hand had slipped and he had accidentally killed Bao, and the guy also admitted defeat. In front of him stood a man who was incredibly angry at Li's behavior. It was Chen Shu, the elder of Shan Bao's group. Instead of the killer, Jingshan entered the arena with a huge hammer. The man asked the commander to calm down, since he was now Chen's opponent. The fool perked up when he saw the man with such a beautiful weapon, but the blonde said that he would kill him himself, and all he had to do was wait. The guy noted that, in addition to fried chicken and pork knuckle, the attractiveness of the hammer could also instantly raise the level of intelligence of the zombie. Z asked his subordinate not to worry, since the hammer would definitely go to the dead man, which made Foolish happy. The blonde was going to go up to the arena as soon as the fight was over. The audience began to discuss the participants and decided that Chen was not at all suitable as Shi's opponent. Atsu was even surprised at how quickly these people switched their attention and forgot about everything else. The two players stood opposite each other, not rushing to attack. Finally, the commander clenched his jaw, wanting to avenge his comrade. Armed with a sword, he rushed forward to the end of the ring where his opponent stood, and at that moment Shu decided to use meteor attack. With his huge hammer, he struck the ground as if a meteorite had actually fallen on that spot. The resulting shockwave threw the enemy back. Someone from the crowd shouted that the commander was too weak. The next moment, Jingshan leapt towards Chen. In flight, the man swung his sword intending to destroy his opponent. He used the epic-level talent War Demon's Body, which awakened bloodthirstiness and ferocity. The more the mood fluctuated, the more the stats would rise, but a long attack would cause the player to lose their mind. Attack was so powerful that it caused an explosion-like sound, causing dust to rise. When everything settled down, there was no one under Jingshan's hammer. A strange cloud began to gather behind the man. Chen fell out of it upside down. In flight, the commander swung his sword and attacked the enemy in the back. However, Shai was wearing armor, which protected him from injury. The commander was very alarmed when he saw that there was not a scratch left on the player's equipment. By this time, Jingshan had already lost his mind and was determined to kill. He got into a fighting stance and launched a strike at Chen. The attack caused blood to gush from the man's mouth. He himself hit the floor several times. The commander could not get up and only trembled in pain. Picking up his opponent's sword, Shu walked towards the man, intending to end the fight in the worst possible way. Realizing what was happening, Yuanzhong demanded that this all stop. He shouted an order for Chen to surrender. With the last of his strength, the commander admitted defeat in a hoarse voice. After this, the man began to crumble into small, transparent squares. Thus he disappeared from the arena, but appeared not far from it. Pleased with himself, Shi threw down the other man's sword and asked if there were still those who were not afraid to rise up to him and avenge Bao. After such a question, the guy went into the system panel and marked himself as an attacker. He then walked up onto the stage, surprising Jingshan. The other participants thought that the guy decided to show off in front of a lot of people, but chose an opponent that was beyond his strength. Some viewers recognized him from the bets the blonde had made and wondered why Z had decided to fight such a strong player, since if he died, he would no longer need the money. Shai sarcastically told the blonde that he would have to break all his bones to make the guy stop showing off. However, Z, having armed himself, did not respond to this, and only looked at the enemy through the mask. Because of its effect, Jingshan began to feel nervous. It was as if standing before him was not some pathetic player, but the devil himself. The man felt real horror at this sight. This caused the no longer so smug Shar to take a step back. Jingshan found himself at the very edge of the arena and realized that his fighting spirit was becoming less and less, which was why he could play. He couldn't allow this to happen, so he forced himself to fight. He accelerated and pushed off the ground, preparing to attack his opponent, and Shi decided to use the weapon of blood. The attack seemed strong, but Z was able to repel it, causing shock among the audience. He then swung his sword to knock away the other's weapon. The hammer actually flew out of the man's hand and flew away. What was happening drove the enemy crazy, and he decided to continue the fight with his fists, wanting Z to die. But he suddenly stopped, without even having time to understand what had happened. His body was cut into several pieces due to the blonde's fleeting attack. The winner himself stood calmly with his back to the deceased. The audience was in complete shock that some unknown person was able to destroy such a strong enemy in a second, as if he was on a completely different level. One of the spectators suddenly said the word "I," and the second repeated it questioningly. Then the first player pointed to the arena and said that Yazi was there. He urged everyone to check the personal information of the guy who decided to take off his demonic mask. Now everyone could see what kind of person was in front of them. The blonde introduced himself to everyone as Yatsu, meaning vengeful. He realized that defeating Shi would allow the players to guess his identity, so he confessed who he really was, causing a strong reaction. He then asked the Li family if they were ready for revenge. Commander-in-Chief Shui continued to watch the competition closely. Hearing the blonde's words, he smiled at the fact that, apparently, they had an ally in the fight against the three families, and many players who wanted to join Li's army immediately changed their minds. Some of the spectators admired Z, considering him their god. Meanwhile, there was still no peace in Li's residence. This time the young man pushed the chair out of anger. He nervously asked Li Lixuan if this was really the surprise the man was talking about. First, Lixuan brought the government onto them, and now Z, although the heads of the families were discussing how they could pull this player over to their side. But now Yoon concluded that these discussions were useless, because Li had forced the blonde to become his enemy. Li tried to justify himself somehow, saying that Z would not cause them much trouble now, so it was worth concentrating on confronting the government. Lixuan had no idea why the boy needed to take revenge on his family, and assumed that it was Haobo who might have made enemies for himself. The man said that he had already organized a group of people outside the sports ground to create chaos, and once the first stage of the meeting was over, they could be ordered to act, and besides, the government did not have the strength to fight them now. Having calmed down a little, Anne picked up his chair and sat down in it again. The boy decided to trust Li once again, but ordered him to deal with Z, promising that the young head's family would not interfere in this matter. The Yun family also didn't want any trouble, and since they had put their future on the line by trusting Lixuan, their leader asked them not to let them down. While the crowd was still surprised by Z's appearance, he looked through the stats of the items obtained from the killed player. With prolonged use of the blood hammer, the mind of the wearer became increasingly clouded. One of the skills was bloodthirstiness. After killing an enemy, a new layer of blood appeared on the hammer, each of which increased the strength of the weapon by 2%. The silver-level demonic ability bracelet could be continuously charged and also replenish energy. It added 1 point to the energy power, which was currently 20 points out of 100. Then the blonde man materialized a chair from his backpack and sat down on it right in the arena. He sat in a closed position and no one dared to approach him. Z glanced at the neighboring arena where the fight was taking place. One of the combatants was Li Er, a Li family warrior of the 16th level with the specialty of Beastmaster. He was the second rank in the Death God group. He had been trained since he was a child, and in terms of strength in Jing City, he was second only to Shiro. Observing Er, Z concluded that the Li family had decided to pit strong warriors against weaker members. But the blonde didn't yet understand what they were planning. Holding the staff in his hand, Li summoned the animal. His opponent, armed with a sword, got close enough to attack. However, pulled out his sword and was able to block the blow. Li decided to use force to throw the man out of the arena. But behind him, a wild beast was already grinning. The black wolf sank its sharp fangs into the enemy's shoulder. The player struck the animal, throwing it back as far as possible. While the enemy was distracted, Li managed to use magic. He summoned a blinding black mist around the man's head, which temporarily blinded the man. The enemy began to scream and wave his sword, trying to somehow get rid of the fog. Taking advantage of the man's position, cut his throat. Blood flowed from the blade, and its owner fell with it. Kicking the corpse aside, the winner said arrogantly, "It's a pity they only managed to kill one." He stated that they had to make do with what they had because Z killed Jingshan. The audience, hearing Li's words, gnashed their teeth in anger. Yuanzhang was also angry and had no intention of giving up his revenge. In growing anger, he punched the wall. Suddenly, the man noticed that another player had come out to fight The crowd thought that Foolish was brave for daring to challenge Li, and himself asked Z, "Did you send your bodyguard to kill me?" Then, calling on the bear as well, the guy said that he would not hesitate and would kill it first. At this moment, Foolish, who was given 2 chicken legs for defeating was under the control of Z. The bear jumped up to the zombie and struck him, causing him to fly into the sky. Seeing this scene, Li turned to the blonde man. Laughing and giving the guy the middle finger, said his guard was a weakling. The fool stood uncertainly. He trembled as a wolf approached him from one side and a bear from the other. The wolf was the first to attack, opening his mouth wide. The zombie seemed to be waving his hand, asking not to do this. As the beast leapt towards him, Foolish made several awkward movements. Then he redirected the animal's flight with a kick. Now it was the wolf's turn to fly high into the sky. Like an acrobat, the zombie raised his legs up, standing on his hands. He then pushed off the ground and flew feet first into the bear. The beast was seriously injured and the arena floor was deeply damaged. Seeing the true strength of Foolish, became alarmed, realizing that he would not be able to cope with this bodyguard. Raising his hand up, Li tried to admit defeat. However, he was interrupted by a zombie that flew into him like lightning. The boy landed painfully on the floor, losing air from his lungs and blood from his nose and mouth. Trembling, he tried to admit defeat with the help of the panel. However, Foolish put his hammer on his hand, causing him to scream. With just one move, Era's head flew out of the arena. At this point, the zombie's mind control was complete. The mask of concealment was removed, and now the identity of the dead man was also revealed. The audience began to admire him, and some of them even expressed their desire to also become Tsu's partner. The zombie wrapped the deceased in a white cloth, and the blonde sat calmly in his arena and swung his leg. The Li family had already lost 2 future gods of war, and there was still one left. But he was in another city. Now Li blamed his soldiers and the future was bleak. No one could challenge the blonde, so he continued to watch the battles in other arenas. Somewhere the battle was still actively fought between players of equal strength. In another arena, one guy stabbed another with a sword. In another arena stood 2 girls, trembling with fear of being killed. Finally, the first stage of the meeting was completed. The winners were Yuanzhang, Z, and Silly. All the winners needed to go to the preparation area and save the information about this stage of the competition. The final stage was scheduled for tomorrow at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Many were glad that today's meeting was finally over. Through the system panel, Z found out that there were 14 military men among the winners. 10 of them were from the An and Yun families, and 4 more were from unknown groups. Thinking back to what results the Li family had achieved at the meeting and what their influence was, this time they seemed even harsher to the blonde. Zai was distracted from his thoughts by Foolish, who was still waiting for a new hammer. They took weapons of the same type out of their backpacks and exchanged equipment, after which Foolish began to lovingly hug the new hammer. The system announced that all players were to proceed to the information storage room. Having approached the right door, the blonde opened it and entered the room. In the small room, there was a pedestal on which a blue sphere was displayed. Zai walked up to the pearl and placed his hand on it. After a few moments, the system reported that the battle information had been successfully saved, and during the final stage, it was to be used as a base. And now the room could be left. The blonde turned around and was about to leave, but the system suddenly stopped him. She discovered that Z had successfully entered the final stage of the meeting, so she proposed a new quest. First in Jing City, which required him to become the winner of this competition, which would give him 1 simple trainer and 1 piece of silver-level equipment. The difficulty of the task and the size of the reward were determined according to the guy's current strength. The difficulty turned out to be low, so the reward was small. Zai accepted the task and left the room. He ran into Yuanzhang, who immediately began to introduce himself. However, the guy explained that there was no need for this, since he knew much more about the general than one could imagine. So the blonde asked to speak directly if he needed something. The man had 2 things to do with Z. The first was that after the Doomsday game started, their country was facing great difficulties, so they needed strong fighters like the blonde man and were willing to pay. The guy suddenly interrupted Zhang's speech and turned to him. Zai suggested not to waste time on empty talk, which would be better for everyone. Yuanzhang became nervous and explained that Headmaster Xue saw how talented the blonde was, so he wanted to meet him. Zai suddenly smiled and said, "So that's how it is." The man then quietly, for the benefit of the boy alone, said that they would like to cooperate with him in the fight against the three families, something Zhang could tell him about on the way. They walked through the complex looking for a deserted place. There was still one extra player left in the room they were in, so the guys waited until he left, slamming the door behind him. Zai said that it was possible to cooperate, but he did not understand how. The general explained that the administration had long wanted to deal with the three families, but only after the beginning of the end of the world, the power of the families increased. They controlled the governing strata in many states. If the government were able to move them, it could lead to instability in the ruling circles of the states and in society. The blonde already understood this and asked to say something new. Then Yuanzhang continued. After the start of the Judgment Day, many heads of government, controlled by the three families, turned into zombies, and the army lost the strength to resist. The situation was unstable now, and the government was building a safe zone in Jing City, clearing the streets of zombies. But everything the Li family did today made the government very angry, Z clarified. So you decided to come up with a plan to confront the three families? And you want me to use my reputation to attract players to your side to confront the Li family together? Zhang said that the guy understood everything correctly, and if suddenly the Li decided to go against them with weapons, then the government hoped that the blonde would help them, especially since it would be beneficial for the guy to help with revenge. Z thought for a moment and then said that they were too slow. This surprised the general, and he asked why the blonde thought so. The guy said that he could see Yuanzhang's sincere intentions and explained that the man needed to ask his superiors for instructions and tell them that Z was giving them a quarter of the time they were planning to deal with the Li family, and also asked what the blonde man would be rewarded for if their losses were reduced to a minimum. Zhang repeated questioningly, a quarter of the time, and Z confirmed it and said that he would wait for a message from him. The guy also explained that he only gives one chance to those he trusts. Then the blonde man and his subordinate left the room, leaving the general to his thoughts. In the corridor, he came across a crowd of people who were rushing somewhere. They were shouting that the southeastern corner of the city wall in the safe zone had collapsed, and that people were urgently needed to defend against the approaching army of the dead. One of the running players told another that if you kill one zombie with each hit, a record of the dead you killed would appear, and then you could get an extra 50% of coins. Therefore, everyone who could was called up for defense, which was an excellent opportunity to earn money. Suddenly, the blonde grabbed one of the players by the scruff of the neck, asking what had happened. The stopped guy started to be rude, but when he turned around, he became nervous. He recognized Z and suddenly began to politely make excuses. The player explained that, although he was a fan of the blonde, he could not tell him the secret matter. But Z said he didn't care about secrecy, and then General Zhang joined them, also wanting to hear what had happened. The player then reported that after the meeting ended, the higher-ups had informed them that they needed to stop the head of the Li family, but they still hadn't found Lixuan. And since there were many people crowded on the sports ground, the situation was unclear. Z asked what else he would tell, and the boy continued. Since we could not break through the crowd, the head of Li left, we were going to catch up with him, but we were immediately informed that the part of the wall that the Li were responsible for building had been destroyed. And after that, a crowd of zombies appeared in that area, so we have to gather people to defend against the zombies. Zai felt a little alarmed, realizing that such an event was quite in line with Li Xuan's spirit. Now the blonde understood why the Lis provoked the military so much. No matter whether the plan worked or not, they would get out of it dry anyway, and they didn't care about the lives of other people. After thinking about what was happening, Z turned to General Zhang. He explained that perhaps everyone from the Li family had fled. The man asked what that meant, but the blonde said that now was not the time to reveal the details. Now the general had to gather people and check on the head of the Li family, and perhaps a big surprise was waiting for him. But Yuanzhang explained that now was not the time for the boy to go searching. So Zhang asked him to wait for a message from him, to which Z agreed. Then the general, together with his subordinate, set off in pursuit, and the blonde turned in the other direction, not wanting to miss a good opportunity to earn coins. Somewhere in Jing City, several players, like fans, were discussing Z and his outfit. Two of them were talking about a fight in which the blonde man had won, while the third man couldn't believe it, being sure that Z was from Mo City. He was not at the meeting, so he considered all these stories to be a lie. Nearby, a doubtful guy noticed Z and asked if he looked like the character in the story. Seeing the blonde, the first player became incredibly alarmed. He then lowered his comrades' heads, explaining that they were not allowed to stare at Z, otherwise he might kill them. The blonde, whistling a melody, calmly walked past with Silly. As soon as he left, the players were able to breathe a sigh of relief, and Z was heading towards the Jing TV station. There was a store there, near which stood a crowd of players who quickly parted when they saw the blonde man. This reaction even made the guy feel awkward. But Stupid began to actively show off himself, and Sue thought that he should teach the zombies some manners. Passing by people, the blonde thanked them, and one of the players was even glad that the guy spoke to him. Finally, Z walked past the crowd and reached the booth of the gaming room. He left Foolish to wait and went inside. He was greeted by the system, after which the guy was presented with hidden goods. Seeing the prices, the blonde asked why everything was more expensive here than in the city of Mo, and he was told that it depended on the area of the city, the population, the strength of the zombies, and other reasons. If the guy had known about this earlier, he would have saved up the coins. But the money had to be provided by the government and 3 families anyway. Z decided to buy himself a new suit and emblem next time and give the old things to Foolish. The blonde updated the list of goods and bought himself a scroll of oath, a scroll of water waves, a scroll of poisonous trap, spending 20,000 coins, and now the guy had 60,400 coins left. Having acquired everything he needed for the moment, Zai left the booth. It was already dark outside, and the full moon was shining in the sky. The blonde looked at his phone and found out that it was exactly 10 o'clock. As he walked down the street, he told Foolish that it was time to feed him some chicken. At such a late hour, the blonde did not meet any other players except for 2 military men. One of them indignantly asked who they were, that they didn't know that they weren't allowed to go out at night. He said that he would write them a fine and take them to the police station. In response to the players' displeasure, Z and Gloopish turned around questioningly. The second soldier, seeing the blonde man's face, became alarmed. He hit his comrade on the head, saying that he had seen nothing. They turned around and the soldier explained to his colleague that it was Z himself in front of him, so if anything happened, there was no one here. This situation was quite strange and awkward, but the blonde did nothing. He just moved on. At this late hour, the lights were still on in the An family's mansion. The young gentleman was angry and took apart everything that came to his hands. He was unhappy that Lee had set him up by preparing for everything in advance and leaving the young man at the mercy of the government. An turned to the 2 men, indignant that these people had told him a lot when he had formed an alliance with Lixuan, and now they were silent. The men stood before the master in fear, not knowing how to justify themselves. The guy grabbed one of them by the collar, trying to lift him up. He angrily asked how they could now fight the government, because they were the brains of the An family. This action was interrupted by a girl in a pink suit who announced that Yazi had come to see the leader. Hearing this, the young master was amazed and let his subordinate go. The guy couldn't believe it since the blonde had a score to settle with Lee, not with him. And now An was asking why this player had come to him. The girl hesitated, afraid to voice the blonde's message. Z said that An's family would soon be gone and asked if the boy really wanted to support her any longer. The young gentleman said to bring the blonde man to him and clean up the conference room. And Jimming sat in the conference room with his feet on the table. Finally, the girl in pink brought Z to him. Smiling, he noted that An was quite careful because there were many guards and assistants in the estate, and there were probably a lot of weapons for self-defense. Trying to appear relaxed, Jimming said, "As far as I remember, you and I haven't had any disagreements, so why did you come to my family's house?" Zai agreed with this and explained that the young leader had conflicts with Lee, and replied that if the blonde man came here to interfere with the relationship between the families, he should have left. Then the blonde man said that he was misunderstood and came to Jiming because of one person. The blonde man clarified that in your family the person in charge of food is now a man named Pan Gaochi, right? This man had been in the An family for many years. He managed things very well, and he also had no blunders in terms of food. The leader asked if Z really thought that this man was sent by the Lee family. He said that the blonde man apparently did not really understand how things were arranged among the 3 families. Then Z asked if An had spoken about a secret brainwashing technique. The guy suggested that families probably gave their soldiers some kind of pills with magical properties from birth. And then these people grew up to be obedient slaves. The dumbfounded Jiming wanted to say something, but the blonde interrupted him, explaining that the main thing was not the secret technique itself, but its origin. This secret was known only to 3 families, which made the leader nervous and asked, "Why should I talk to you about this?" Then Z said that it was possible not to talk about it, and then predicted that now Zimming would press on his stomach and then hit him in the area of the heart. These words began to irritate the young master. However, the next moment he was already surprised, because he actually pressed on his stomach. He then hit himself on the chest with his fist. After these actions, An began to cough up blood profusely. Shuddering and looking at his bloody hand, Ziming couldn't believe what was happening. The blonde explained that Anne had bought this technique from the Lee family, who had another secret technique that allowed them to control brainwashed people. The leader started shouting that it was impossible because they had been using this secret technique for centuries and there had never been any problems. In his past life, Ziming became the god of magic of the entire earth, and his body was reborn, which freed the boy from the threat of the Lee family's secret technique. However, it was already too late, as all power was already in Lee's hands. In addition, his wife and child Anya became their hostages, so he had to continue working for the hated family. This time, Z didn't want to let it happen again, as Ziming was a talented magician and could be useful to him. Wiping the blood with his hand, the chief asked how much longer he could live. The blonde said that he should have asked Lixuan about this, since his family might well have the antidote with them, and how quickly Anne got it would determine Ziming's lifespan. After coughing again, the chief told Z to leave, since his business did not concern the blonde. Then the guy said he had one good offer and asked, "You don't think the Lee family only controls Pangauchi, do you?" This interested Anya and he asked what Z meant. The blonde placed a piece of paper on the table and said that it was not a complete list of the people the Lee family controlled, but everything written on it was true. The leader looked away in disbelief, not understanding why Z would help him. He asked what the guy wanted and the blonde replied that the price of his help would be 200,000 gold coins. Ziming's jaw dropped at this statement, because this demand was pure robbery. Then the guy asked how much the boss could give him, in pain, and said that he could offer no more than 80,000 coins. The blonde smiled wickedly, planning to bargain with Ziming. He explained that in fact, there was still someone who could influence the An family's property, and by that time, the head's losses could far exceed 80,000. Then the young gentleman said that he could only offer 100,000 coins. Slamming his palm on the table, Z agreed to the proposal, and then he calmly left the An family's residence. After such a profitable conversation, the blonde settled into one of the hotels. He took out a magic scroll and unrolled it. The guy also summoned fire, which was unusually red. The Flame Oath Scroll was a one-time use bronze-level item that allowed one to make a contract with the power of fire, giving the weapon a fire attack skill. After using the scroll, the weapon would gain the power of fire, and each time you use it, you could increase the power of the weapon, and it also had an incineration effect. Zai unrolled the scroll completely, which turned out to be quite large. The next moment, the guy was already sitting on it, like on a flying carpet, and learning a new skill. Thus, while doing this, Z met midday the next day. The tired and sleepy blonde sighed with relief. He was finally able to obtain the skill Oath of Flames through the Green Emperor job. With this magic skill, by spending energy, the player could create a flame seal that could be applied to a weapon, allowing the player to use a fire attack for a certain amount of time, depending on the amount of energy spent. This skill Z mixed with the Julie Ball. Then the guy decided to try the skill and summoned a sword. The weapon was completely surrounded by fire, which was a mesmerizing sight. The blonde swung his blade, watching the flames with satisfaction. Walking around the room, Z looked for a target for his sword. It turned out to be a small wooden table standing against the wall. The guy touched the corner of the sword, which immediately began to burn. Putting away his weapon, the blonde told Foolish that it was time to take part in the final. The players outside the sports complex were discussing the final stage of the meeting, especially the popular Z, spreading rumors that this guy should not be seen, as seeing him could cause one to go blind. All participants were told to go to the room to read the characteristics from the beginning of the competition. Zai was just walking into the same small room when suddenly someone shouted at him. It was Yuanzhong who reported that he had told his superiors about his conditions, and they wanted to meet the guy after the competition was over. The blonde man thought this was a good opportunity to meet with the government and replied to Zhang, "Okay, I hope you can help me." Then Z walked up to the pedestal with the sphere, which he touched. The system then reported that the information was being loaded. The final round of the Jing City Martial Skills meeting was about to begin, and the rules of the competition were being introduced, which were similar to those of the initial round, and the final round was divided into 4 rounds. The blonde said, "Teleportation," and began to disappear into the system cubes. So the guy moved to the participants' room, where Foolish and Yuanzhong were already there. Zai was assigned the number 001 and allowed to choose his opponent. He made this choice and they congratulated him on it. It was participant number 013. The guy then chose one of the available arenas. After this, the blonde was moved back to the site. While the enemy was teleporting, Z summoned the sword. The materialized player began to lick the knife, saying that he had laced it with poison. The participant shouted out the blonde's name. becoming incredibly nervous and throwing the goat. He fell to his knees, embarrassing Z, and admitted defeat. The system congratulated the blonde on his victory and receiving 2 points. 2 spectators began to argue over who shouted the winner's name faster and louder. Another man in makeup chimed in and said that he had used up all his air sacs when he screamed, and even all the girls started making eyes at him. Z squatted in his arena and waited for it to be over. Meanwhile, fierce battles were taking place in other rings. Finally, his subordinate appeared in the arena. This attracted the attention of Z, who stood up and began to watch the fight closely. The fool with his hammer fought against Yuanzhong, who was armed with a sword. The blonde opened the system panel to view information about the general. He was level 18, had the title of Standing Out, and the specialty of God of War. His strength was 60 points, his energy was 35, his body quality was 55, and his speed was 40. The skill of the specialty, Heart of the God of War, allowed one to increase one's characteristics due to the number of allies with whom one could share these characteristics. And when the number of allies reached a certain number, the skill acquired new properties. Thanks to the immortal God of War, the player entered a state of immortality. For a certain amount of time, the injuries received were reduced, willpower and characteristics increased, and after the end of this state, all previously received injuries returned. The man's talents included Athlete's Body, which caused the effect of control to drop by 30% when encountering the effect of a control skill, and the time of that effect was shortened by 50%. Among other skills were 3 flying attacks, Earth-splitting sword, Blessing of the War God, Unification of the War God. Stupid's speed and energy were about the same, and Z was glad that the subordinate and the general didn't have too many characteristics in common. Foolish and Zhang fought quite successfully, having more or less equal chances. They attacked each other but managed to avoid them. If the Li family hadn't used some medicine in their previous life, Shi Jingshan and Li would have hardly been able to defeat Yuanzhong. Using the skill Earth-splitting sword, Zhang slashed his weapon at the arena. The fool was 2 levels below the general, but was able to withstand his Earth split. Yuanzhong knew that he couldn't lose to him, otherwise his reputation in fighting would fall. Suddenly, the zombie froze, receiving mental information from Z. The blonde explained that if the dead man did not defeat the general, he would not eat fried chicken or pork for 3 days. Then Foolish screamed menacingly, becoming incredibly aggressive. The master's words contributed to the activation of Blind Fury. Raising his hammer above himself, the zombie jumped, intending to attack his enemy powerfully. Zhang was able to block this blow with his sword, and, seeing how the battle was getting more difficult, decided to use the skill Blessing of the God of War. When activated, the body received 20% immunity from injuries, and the speed of recovery of strength and energy increased by 20%. The next blow inflicted an injury that was avoided with the help of immunity. The time of Blessing was related to the amount of energy used. After activating the skill, the general rushed towards Foolish. He was already close enough to strike. The zombie tried to block the blow, breaking through the shield that had formed around the man. The blow sent the general flying, who had to stop himself with his sword. In an attempt to gain an advantage, Yuanzhong activated the skill Immortality. The shield on him suddenly began to change shape, attaching itself to his body. In an instant, Yuanzhong was covered in armor from head to toe.